I've explored over 100,000 Minecraft seeds in over 7 years on YouTube to bring you the best possible worlds you could ever play on. Here's every single one that still works, all in one video. Today I'm showing you 20 rare Minecraft seeds for the new update that you can't afford to miss. Starting with the biggest cherry grove spawn ever. This cherry biome is 2,000 blocks in length and you spawn right in the middle of it. There's beautifully blossoming forest in every direction, full of fragrant life and gorgeous places to build. You won't find a bigger cherry grove spawn in 1.20, but if you thought that biome was big, just wait till you see the next seed. One of the rarest biomes you can find in Minecraft is the mushroom fields, and this one is even rarer because it's the biggest mushroom island ever found. My render distance can barely handle this thing. It's literally 3,965,000 blocks of mycelium, mushroom blocks, and mushroom milk. Sometimes small Minecraft biomes can be just as rare. This is the smallest desert biome to ever generate both a temple and a village. It's strange enough to see a desert this small in the first place, so the fact that these two structures have managed to spawn here is incredibly lucky. Dig for archaeological treasures, ride a camel and trade with villagers all in the same place. But maybe 2 structures that spawn isn't enough for you. Would 5 structures be enough for you? Sometimes I think there's such a thing as too many structures. This swamp village has its very own ship, a pillager outpost, a witch hunt, and even a ruined portal. And of course, it's a giant one. The structures don't stop there. Just a short walk away, there's some ocean ruins and another shipwreck. I wonder what would happen if you took 5 amazing Minecraft structures and combined them with a brand new biome. Here's exactly what that would look like. This mountainous and frozen cherry grove is home to not only a village, but a basement igloo and a ruined portal too. After you've cured the zombie villager and explored a new realm, head through the petals to find an exposed dungeon next to the village too. The structures don't stop there. Dig deep enough and you'll also be able to find yourself an ancient city. It's gonna be hard to beat this cherry grove village seed in the new update. We're only 5 seeds in. There's even more amazing cherry groves still to come, as well as the rarest village spawn you'll ever see. Notice anything strange about this woodland mansion? I'll give you a few seconds to see if you can spot it. It blends in quite well, but there's actually a jungle temple fused into the mansion. It's not a structure combination you'd ever expect to see at spawn, and it comes with some amazing views too. Building on top of a jungle temple is certainly questionable, but no one would ever question if you were to build in the next seed. This seed is a builder's dream. This open-ended cherry valley contains a village, a small pond, and plenty of space for your own creations. The life of a villager has never been more peaceful, and you have the opportunity to join them. The surroundings beyond the cherry walls are just amazing. Follow the cherry trees directly to an ice spikes biome, or build in the open plains surrounding the village. If you like ice spikes, the next island will blow your mind. An ice spikes island would be a pretty rare find, but a windswept ice spikes island with a village would be even better. The towering frozen landscape behind the village would be the perfect place for your winter kingdom. There's jaw-dropping cliff faces, inspiring caverns, and even blocks that defy the laws of physics. And speaking of breaking the rules, this next seed definitely shouldn't be allowed. This ocean monument is sitting right on top of a stronghold where the Elder Guardian has safely secured all access to the end. Mining fatigue is probably not something you're prepared for when you get ready to take on the dragon, but you should prepare your eyes for the next seed, because it's the most beautiful cherry grove crater found so far. Emerge from the most claustrophobic ravine in Minecraft history to feast your eyes on this breathtaking Cherry Lake crater. By this large lake, entirely surrounded by steep, blossoming meadow walls, is where your 1.20 wishes will come true. It'll be an adventurous trail to get here, but it's a place where endless tales will unfold. The only limit will be your imagination. We're only halfway through. All biome seeds, village islands, and the rarest structure combinations are still yet to come. Sometimes the simplest things in Minecraft can be the hardest to find. Villages and oceans don't sound too rare, but put them together and you get something a lot of us Minecraft players dream of: a peaceful little fishing town surrounded by water. Loot the blacksmiths and then maybe come across some suspicious gravel. But to take advantage of all the new features in 1.20, you're gonna need a lot more. This seed contains all biomes within plus or minus 1,175 blocks from world center, including the brand new cherry grove right by spawn. You'll start your adventure right next to a large ocean, which has a coastline that conveniently leads you to every overworld biome in the game. All you have to do is follow the coastline to enjoy the incredible variety that Minecraft has to offer. There's even some mushroom fields in the middle of the ocean. It's the perfect survival seed for 1.20. Let's go from a variety of biomes to a variety of structures. This seed spawns you right next to a desert village with both a pillager outpost and a jungle temple. As well as these structures, you also have easy access to new animals and a brand new wood type. On one side of the village, you have a giant cave system to jump down into and explore. On the opposite side, you'll find another village just a short walk away with its very own desert temple. This spawn has so much to offer. At a first glance, this village doesn't look like it has much to offer, but it quickly exceeds expectations as you rise above the outpost to find it sitting tall on top of a woodland mansion. There's even some houses on top of the mansion too. I don't see myself getting a good night's sleep here. Climb back upon the meadow to find this crazy structure combo surrounded by winding rivers and dense forest of all kinds. It's a beautiful spot for such a chaotic cluster. But maybe you prefer your outpost and village inside of the mansion? This mansion has come along and sat directly on top of the village, leaving only a few surviving houses. Some are completely destroyed while others are fully intact inside of the mansion's basement. The pillagers also have their very own conference room, and there's a ruined portal attached to the mansion too. If you prefer a fully intact village for the new update, check out this one inside of Minecraft's newest biome. The villagers farm their crops under showering petals. While enjoying views of the neighboring cherry tree crater, the village continues down the slope where you can find exposed caves behind the houses for your secret base. There's 3 hidden structures that make this village location even more special. The first is a spider dungeon just behind one of the houses, and directly under the village you can find a mine shaft and a stronghold. We're on the final stretch. Still to come, we've got the craziest structure spawn ever, but first, here's another amazing all biome seed. If you're looking for a long-term survival world for the new update with a ton of variation, look no further than this multi-biome seed. You'll spawn just across a lake from a blossoming mountain valley. This pink pathway leads you to every biome you'd ever need. Heading through the valley to the north will lead you to all the warm biomes, while heading south will lead you to all the cold ones. It's such a convenient position for Minecraft's newest biome. With a variation in biomes comes a variation in structures. There's so much to explore in this one. And speaking of exploring, I've explored thousands of Minecraft seeds, but I can't remember ever spawning on a Badlands island. This one comes with an epic cliffside desert village with a crazy temple towering over the coral reef below. The insane location of this archaeology room combined with a desert village covered in snow makes this seed 1 in a million. What do you think these villagers did to deserve this? They'd probably dream of a more peaceful and beautiful village spawn, like the one you're about to see. This seed spawns you on a charmingly shaped double crescent island. What are the odds that the village would generate perfectly on the inner island? The village's paths provide some ready-made bridges to the outer island, while the only landmass in sight is that of some mushroom fields. This would be such a chill survival island experience for the new update. The final seed is far from chill, but it's certain to blow your mind. This is Minecraft's most insane structure spawn. There's a village, a woodland mansion, a pillager outpost, a shipwreck down by the waterfront, and an alley trapped in a house. That's just what you can see above the surface. There's still so much more to uncover. Between the mansion and the village, you'll notice an opening. Drop down to find 3 houses deep down in the cave, just blocks above a layer of lush ceiling. Drop down even further into this incredibly spacious cavern to find the mansion's cobble pointing you directly to an exposed ancient city. It's not often you're able to look up from an ancient city and see the surface along with a mansion. This must be one of the rarest spawns in Minecraft. C20 has a woodland mansion with a crazy loft conversion. I bet you thought you'd never see pillagers running around the roof of a mansion. Well, it's the very first thing you'll see in this seed because this structure combination is right at spawn. This could make for a great evil base which extends down into a dripstone cave. Head over the peaks and through the dark forest and you'll run into a lush mountain with large open slopes and even exposed lushness at the top. You'll be happy to know this isn't the only structure combo I've got to show you. The best is yet to come. Seed 19 caught my eye because of some rare combined features that you don't see very often. But first, check out what's at spawn. Just a short walk after beginning your adventure will bring you to this gigantic dark oak mountain dome, the perfect place to set up your home after you've traveled back from this incredibly rare village. It bridges over a ravine where you'll spot an exposed fossil directly under the houses. But there's more. There's a stronghold under this village too. If you like when rare structures combine with villages like me, then you'll love this next seed too. Seed 18 has a village right by spawn that is so close to a jungle temple that the temple has almost made its way inside one of the houses. You spawn only 200 blocks away in the middle of a great combination of warm biomes, badlands, desert, jungle, savanna and plains all around you. There's plenty of villages around too, but this one you'll want to visit first. Not only has a temple collided with a house, but a ruined portal has lined up perfectly with a village path too. Just up from the village, you can find another portal, except this one is giant. Seed 17 has an epic mountain cave that you need to explore. The great thing about this cave is that it's right next to where you spawn in this beautiful spruce forest. Take a short walk up the mountain and you'll find it hard not to notice this giant cave opening. Jump on down to the lush floor below to enjoy this incredible view. Back above the cave, take some time to enjoy this stunning forest valley that leads you to a village with a giant ruined portal. There's also an inspiring ice spikes valley, but if you want even more unique terrain, check out the next seed. Seed 16 spawns you in a bamboo forest just 150 blocks away from this remarkable piece of terrain. With quadruple archways and even a hole in the top, I'm sure one of you could turn this into a base like no other. What would you do with this terrain? Make your way through the hole to reach the top where you'll notice a mushroom island off on the horizon, and in the opposite direction, a village on the edge of a mangrove swamp. But sometimes, to find the very best villages in Minecraft, you have to travel further away from spawn. Seed 15 has one of the most feature-packed villages I've ever showcased. This tiger village sits on the slope of a snowy mountain just across the river from a pillager outpost with 4 relays ready to free. At the bottom of this village down by the river, you can find an igloo and even an exposed spider dungeon. Below this village there is not 1 but 2 strongholds. Dig down right next to this blacksmith to find the end portal and drop down the cave behind the outpost to find the other end portal. Seed 14 has a peaceful meadow village hidden away in a snowy mountain crater right by spawn. With this secluded location full of flowers, the life of a villager has never been more chill. I could spend hours relaxing right here, but if you need some more excitement, just head down below the village where you'll find an ancient city. This one is special because it has double dungeon. Would you be brave enough to set up a mob farm down here? On the edge of this mountain range, you can find another 2 villages and a nice lake surrounded by 4 different wood types. Seed 13 is an incredible mansion spawn seed that combines rare structures with aesthetically pleasing terrain all on your doorstep. Let's start with the mansion, which is visible from spawn. You'll find loads of exposed lush caves around it, including this one right at base. I love it when you find trees growing in caves like this. From the mansion, head through rivers and forests to reach a stunning meadow valley surrounded by flowers and bees. If you thought this lush cave was cool, wait till you see the incredible sinkhole in the next seed. Seed 12 spawns you right next to the unique piece of terrain that made you click on this video. This snowy mountain sinkhole has sharp peaks above and enormous lush caves below. If you're wanting caves and cliffs, this is the best spawn you'll ever find. Head under the mountain through the large opening in the cliff and let your imagination run wild with possibilities. The whole mountain is completely hollow with lushness. Explore the snowy mountain range until you reach an ice spikes valley that leads you directly to another exposed cave, this time full of dripstone. Follow the spikes further to this spot that would be perfect for setting up a cozy snowy camp. Are you ready for possibly the best spawn ever in terms of structures? This next seed could be just that. Seed 11 spawns you on top of a woodland mansion. Walk yourself to the roof ledge where you'll see that the mansion is not the only structure right at spawn. There's a village and an outpost too. All 3 of these structures combined. You couldn't ask for a more action-packed spawn. Zoom out a bit to see that this incredibly lucky combination sits high on a meadow overlooking winding rivers and every wood type imaginable. You're probably asking yourself, why isn't this seed number 1? Well, it was originally. This video was going to be a top 10 until 10 more seeds came along that I thought you needed to see, and trust me, you do need to see them. Up next is Seed 10, which spawns you in a Badlands biome only a hop, skip and jump away from a temple village that also has a ruined portal. This isn't even the best village I want to show you in this seed. Head to the desert where you can find this one that sits just above a huge exposed cave that has something inside of it that I've never seen before. Walk around the planks of this hanging mine shaft and you might just spot a fossil full of diamonds at the bottom of the cave. Have you seen anything like this before? Seed 9 is another incredible incredibly rare seed that spawns you on a jungle temple. Instant access to some of the treasure if you can avoid the arrows. Spawning on such a rare structure is cool enough, but my favorite thing about this seed is the fact that you can jump from the temple down into this enormous lush cave. Big enough to build a lush civilization with a staircase to your jungle shrine at the top. Roundabout is plenty of bamboo and a village next to a strange mound of sand. Perhaps not as insane as the terrain you'll spawn on in the next seed. Seed 8 spawns you on top of a jaw-dropping chunk of windswept dark forest. As soon as you start the game, you'll tower over the world around you. There is so much building potential with this one, especially with the large exposed cave underneath that cuts right through the mountain. The steep cliff face provides great opportunity for some cliff bases too. Right next to it, there's even more amazing windswept terrain. The landscape is one that would make for a really unique survival experience. Maybe not as unique as the next seed's feature, as it is something I have never seen before. Seed 7 spawns you right in front of well, I'm not really sure what to call it. A pillager temple? A jungle outpost? I've never seen this combination before. What would you call this if this was a new structure added to Minecraft? Right at spawn, it sits at the meeting point of 4 rivers and 3 warm biomes. One river leads to a desert temple, a village, and eroded badlands. One river leads to a jungle edge village, and another river leads to a sparse jungle, a ruined portal, and more temples. This is one of the best warm biome spawns ever. From a rare structure spawn to a rare terrain spawn, Seed 6 will start your adventure in the largest enclosed mountain area I've ever seen. I believe this spawn would be a builder's dream. Build yourself a historic town walled by the surrounding jagged peaks. There's even a central enclosed area for your main centerpiece building. Beyond the walls, you're probably surrounded by dense forests, ocean, and more mountains. There is so much to explore. Give Seed 5 a try if you're a fan of shipwrecks and you're looking for a snowy adventure this winter. Close to spawn, you can find this village that is combined with both a pillager outpost and an igloo. Look out from the outpost and you'll be able to spot your first shipwreck. Full of treasure and shiny leather, it's no wonder the villagers and pillagers are fighting over this area. Slide your way through the frozen ocean where you can find yet another fully intact shipwreck close by. All above water and full of loot, this seed is a shipwreck fan's dream. Seed 4 is a great all-round seed with a meadow village close to spawn that has 2 great features going for it. The first is this mountain crater behind it. This would be a great building location for adding your own stamp of creativity to the village. Secondly, head under the village where you can find a stronghold with a skeleton dungeon in the library. There's another meadow village close by that is positioned perfectly on a hill overlooking the surrounding forests. The hill it sits on is hollowed out by a dripstone cave, and there's a mansion just around the corner too. Seed 3 is one of the best and simplest village island spawn seeds I've ever seen. There's literally just a village and water. That's it. What more could you want? I think this would be such a chill seed to spawn on. You can just relax with your new villager friends and do some fishing. The only dramas you'll have here will be between the wolves and the foxes. The ocean breeze might be a bit chilly, but fear not, the next seed is sure to warm you up. Seed 2 is one amazing Badlands biome seed that you need to try. Make your way to the edge of the biome by the ocean where you'll see the most amazing Badlands mountain coast I've ever seen. The small cliffs separating the ocean from the insanely steep slopes is truly a sight to see. The steepness is accentuated by this triple blacksmith village that climbs all the way to the top of the mountain. Follow the path over the peaks to the most incredible wooded Badlands valley in Minecraft. If this biome is your vibe, I'm sure this valley will spark your imagination. If you'd rather experience a larger variety of biomes, the next seed is just for you. Seed 1 spawns you just steps away from my favorite terrain feature, a beautiful meadow crater. This one is extra special because it's surrounded by almost every biome imaginable, with snow on one side and jungle and badlands on the other and everything else in between. This makes for the perfect world center point. Every wood type is easily accessible and there's loads of great structures too. Head to the ice spikes where you can find both a village and pillager outpost. Head through to the forest where you can find some inspiring meadow valleys, and head through the jungle where you can find villages bordering the badlands.
Seed 20 has one of the tallest desert temples I've ever seen on the edge of an incredible windswept savanna. There's building potential both around and within this towering structure. It would make for a perfect desert skyscraper. It's very rare that you're able to find the temple treasure above the surface like this. Close by, you can find a mangrove forest as well as a coastal ruined portal village. This seed also has a fantastic opportunity for a mob farm with this double skeleton spawner. Seed 19 spawns you in the ocean next to an immense mushroom island biome that stretches over 3,700 blocks in length. If anyone fancies a mushroom survival experience, this is the seed for you. You can really appreciate how huge this island is once you try it for yourself. The coastline is so long that there are 32 ocean monuments separating this mushroom continent from the mainland. Hope you're a fan of mushroom stew and mushroom milk. Seed 18 has a flower forest village near spawn with a secret house hidden away deep into the caves. You can find it by heading down this gap next to the cow pen. I've never seen a house generate in a cave like this before. Any theories why the villager decided to live down here away from the rest of the village? Head further down under this village, you can also find an ancient city with access to an exposed stronghold. Seed 17 spawns you next to a colourful crater comprising of bamboo jungle and wooded badlands. I love craters like this. This is the first one I've seen full of bamboo. I'm sure this location could become a home to a very unique build. Jump on down into this waterhole and you'll find that this crater also has a secret entrance to a magical and spacious lush cave system. Plenty of building opportunities above and below in this location. Seed 16 has an enormous super flat plane spawn that has been highly requested by my comments section. Ever since the Caves and Cliffs update, a lot of you have been wishing for a nice flat area to build on. If that's what you're after, this seed is perfect. These flat plains stretch all the way past the horizon, making you feel like you're back in 1.17. With just a couple of structures, a few lakes, and a beautiful flower forest, this is simplicity at its finest. Seed 15 spawns you right in front of this crazy carved out woodland mansion. There's a strange floating chunk of terrain on top with a waterfall that flows down to a wide open basement that's ready for you to move right in. A great place to hide at the start of the game while you plan your mansion raid. Opposite the mansion you'll find a great combination of beaches, mangrove swamps, bamboo jungle and even a jungle temple. Seed 14 has the most surprising igloo basement I've seen in a while. Imagine climbing down the ladders and this is what you find. An igloo basement inside of a stronghold and a mine shaft at the same time. What makes this igloo even more special is the fact that it's also inside of a village. Do you think this is the luckiest igloo placement ever? Seed 13 spawns you in a meadows outpost and a lay valley with access to a monstrous exposed cave. The size of this cave alone would be a good enough reason to check out this seed, and luckily, it's packed full of great features too. Right at the bottom there's an exposed ancient city with a mine shaft on top, and there's plenty of open dungeons too. There's another exposed cave in this seed too, which is so big that it contains 4 abandoned mine shafts. Try connect them all and create one big mega mine shaft. Seed 12 has one of the greatest spawn views ever. Just over the river you can see a woodland mansion situated perfectly at the end of a mountain valley. It's like this terrain was custom made to direct you to the mansion. Journey through the valley and you'll find the mansion surrounded by more valleys and even more lush caves. This seed is full of stunning mountainous areas. Here's a sunflower village on the scope of a max height mountain which is opposite some truly serene frozen peaks. Seed 11 spawns you in a frog-filled mangrove swamp on the edge of a sparse jungle. Head through the jungle and you'll find a host of great features including a village, a desert temple, a ruined portal, and a badlands biome. Head down into the treasure room and you'll find some extraordinary loot. This is such a great seed if you're a fan of warm biomes. Seed 10 is another amazing temple seed, this time with some really unique terrain. This desert temple is partially buried at the base of a windswept mangrove which is also home to a village and loads of interesting caverns to explore. I love the views of the surrounding desert from this sheltered part of the village. Close by, there's even more mangrove villages and windswept terrain to explore. Seed 9 spawns you close by to a meadow mountain village with a fantastic blend of features. Above the surface you have a blacksmith, beehives, jagged peaks and some perfect plains for building or farming. The features continue directly underneath the village where you can find both an ancient city and a stronghold inside of the same cave system. I love seeds that combine so many features with eye-pleasing terrain all in the same place. Seed 8 spawns you on a jungle temple. Not near a jungle temple, not right next to a jungle temple, literally on top of a jungle temple. I challenge someone to try and survive on this seed for as long as they can without leaving the temple. I'm not sure that's even possible, but I would love to watch someone try. If you do decide to leave and do some exploring, you may come across this stronghold outpost village opposite an eroded badlands. Seed 7 has my favourite structure combination in Minecraft, a shipwreck village. This shipwreck is right on your doorstep, both figuratively and literally. These two houses have been completely destroyed, but it looks like this villager is making the most out of it. Have you seen a worse parking job in Minecraft? Head inland and you'll come across some outpost mountains and a huge snow biome. Seed 6 spawns you next to the best jungle mountain range I've ever found. There's loads of jungle temples hidden amongst these jaw-dropping jagged peaks with slopes packed with wildlife and lush caves. I can't get over this bamboo forest surrounded by mountains. This would be the ideal spot for a jungle kingdom. If you're in the mood for a jungle adventure, you have to try this seed. This bamboo mountain valley is so beautiful that I had to put it in the thumbnail. Seed 5 has an epic bamboo coastline that is the home to an extremely rare jungle mansion. This has to be the best jungle coast seed I've ever seen. It's packed with so many features. Opposite the mansion, you'll find a large exposed lush cave that is begging to be explored. There's so many levels to this thing, I wouldn't know where to begin. Head through the windswept terrain in front of the mansion entrance and you'll come across a crazy mangrove area, a temple, and even a shipwreck. To top it off, this seed even has a double library dungeon. This would be a special place for an XP farm. Seed 4 is an absolutely incredible speedrun seed that you have to try. You spawn right next to a savannah village that looks like it's part of a natural parkour map. Hop, skip, and jump around these platforms and you'll spot an exposed stronghold at the bottom. Navigate your way to the end room and you'll find an end portal with 10 eyes already filled in. This is such a fun speedrun to try. Make sure to check out Cracked Magnets channel for more like these. Seed 3 is a winter wonderland. If you're in desperate need of a cold escape from the summer heat like me, you need to give this snowy spawn a try. You start by a frozen ice spikes river with some flat plains towered over by some absolutely stunning snowy mountains, and you'll be left speechless by the valleys and craters that this mountain range has to offer. It's one of those seeds where you could just set up a campfire, watch the snow, and chill all day. Seed 2 has a desert skyscraper mansion that is surrounded by coral reef, temples, villages, and a lot of sand. This 121 block tall mega mansion is truly a sight to behold. What would you do with this structure if it was in your world? I'd love to hollow it out completely and just create a giant storage room, or maybe just use it as a viewing point over your desert empire. Seed 1 rewards you for defeating the dragon with this incredible end spawn. Head on through the end gateway and you'll spawn right on top of the end ship. This has to be the easiest seed for acquiring the elytra. This isn't the only convenient loot you'll be able to access. Right in front of the ship, you'll find your first end city, followed by loads more end cities situated in a straight line, making them super easy to find.
Seed 25 allows you to build in a flower forest hidden away from the rest of the world. Who wouldn't want a build location with a secret entrance? Follow the river around this hill until you find the gap in the steep meadow wall. Head on through to find the enclosed flower forest with a peaceful little lake. Building and living here would be such a relaxing experience, and the cavern gives you an opportunity to build a unique entrance at your base. Seed 24 has a multi-forest island surrounded by a river. The river flowing around the island is almost a perfect circle. Build your base right in the middle of the island with bridges allowing you to cross the circle, or maybe a custom village all the way around the outer ring with a town hall in the center island. Seed 23 is the one for you if you've ever dreamt of building a custom volcano in Minecraft. This mountain is the perfect size and shape for it. Whether you're on the Badlands side or on the Stony Peak side, this mountain towers over the surrounding warm biomes. With a crater at the top, all you need to do is fill it with lava and dig some trenches, and you'll have the perfect volcano. Seed 22 spawns you right on top of some jaw-dropping cliff face caves. Being completely exposed to the harsh ocean winds allows for a wide open entrance to your new base. This spacious hollow mountain is full of aquifers, lushness, and even a route down into the deep dark. It's gonna take a lot of work to bring this untouched cavern to life. If you prefer something simpler, check out the next seed. Seed 21 spawns you right next to one of the most most perfect biome squares I've ever seen. We've seen plenty of rivers forming circles, but have you ever seen a desert forming a square? Build yourself a small desert town with 4 fortress walls protecting it, or maybe challenge yourself to survive here without ever leaving the square. Seed 20 begins your adventure right next to 2 incredible build locations, providing a spawn full of inspiration. Up first is a double lake crater surrounded by walls comprising of savanna, forest, and badlands. The symmetrical nature of the 2 lakes is something rare to find in Minecraft's randomly generated universe. Head on over to the badlands walls to find a wooden plateau surrounded by stunning river valleys. Whatever you decide to build in each location, you'll have the luxury of being able to connect them both when you're done. Seed 19 has a coastal bamboo jungle where ocean streams flow down into an exposed lush cave. Follow the water down into the depths of this lively cave where you'll find 2 sparkling geodes right next to each other on the lush floor. Maybe you could move into one of these geodes and then build more to fill this cave with a glistening geode city. Seed 18 is home to the perfect place for building on Valentine's Day. Believe it or not, you can find 2 love heart-shaped mushroom islands right next to each other. Perfect in both shape and color, it's definitely worth the travel to get here. Seed 17 features another double lake location, this time in a long meadow valley, extending over 500 blocks from one end to the other. It's gonna take a lot of building to fill this location. There's plenty more inspiration beyond the meadow walls too, with eye-pleasing plains and forests of all kinds. Seed 16 treats you to the simplicity of a Shadow Plains valley. It's a calming and peaceful beginning with a gentle stream that flows through the middle of the valley. Build along the riverbanks and view your builds from the surrounding meadow hills. Sailing down the river in one direction will lead you to a flat plains island on a lake where you could build your home. Sail in the opposite direction to find a village to trade with and gather materials for your builds. Seed 15 spawns you right on the edge of a snowy mountain sinkhole. It's like a chunk of the mountain has been ripped out especially for you and all of your ideas. I'd love to see loads of cliff face houses with bridges crossing the water to connect them. There's a small cave from where you can begin development of your sinkhole village and an abundance of forest for you to gather resources. If a cliff face base excites you, then you might like the next seed even better. Seed 14 spawns you just around the corner from this epic lush mountain cave. Once again, exposed to the open ocean, you'll be lost for words when you experience this one for yourself. There's 2 lush levels for you to plan out your base and even a convenient entrance for you to drop into. Once you've finished settling in, sit back and enjoy the sunsets or jump down to your basement where you'll find a deep dark mineshaft. Seed 13 has an uncommon biome combination of windswept bamboo and mangrove swamp. This landscape alone might be enough to spark some of your imaginations, but there's one spot in particular that I want to show you. Head through the windswept jungle hills into a uniquely formed bamboo cave. It's full of water features, gaping entrances, and even a secret passageway hidden behind a waterfall. Seed 12 has a sunflower island surrounded by a river and a semicircular shaped flower forest hill. This yellow specked plain is just calling out to be your new home. After you spot this location after walking in through the village, you'll have no other choice but to set up camp here. Separated from the surrounding landscape by the river and outer walls, it feels like a plot of land that has been set aside just for you. Seed 11 spawns you high up on a chilling snowy mountain. As you quickly scurry down the nearest slope in search of warmth, you'll be greeted by an incredible view of the valley below. It's here where you'll be looking to build your future home. It's a location that feels too beautiful to disturb, but I'm sure one of you can think of a build that'll fit perfectly into the surroundings. Being towered over by snowy peaks in all directions, you'll have to develop a tunnel system to explore the outer landscape. It'll be worth the digging because the mountain valleys scattered across this spawn are out of this world. Seed 10 brings us to a winding bamboo valley with some of the most imposing dark oak cliffs you'll ever see. As you move up the river towards the mountains, there's a gently inclining jungle path that would be perfect for a riverside colony. Make your own base here between the waterfalls and maybe even a windmill at the very top. Seed 9 spawns you not too far away from a quaint little meadow village. It's a shame it's been abandoned. Opposite the village is another river island, except this time it's in the middle of an ice spikes gateway. The spikes have separated to invite you into a winter winter wonderland. It would be a convenient spot to build a large gate between your meadow kingdom and your snow kingdom. Seed 8 spawns you on an island with a layout that I'm sure will have your mind racing with build ideas. You get 2 islands for the price of 1, with the central island being surrounded by a circular river. There's a hill perfectly positioned in the middle of the islands with a shallow pool at the bottom of the slope. Build all the way around the islands and then admire your creativity from your main elevated build on the hill. Seed 7 is where you can find a rarely occurring secret underground plane. If you're in the mood for a hidden cave base, I'd highly recommend one with a grassy floor. It's a feature hardly ever seen, but one you really need to experience yourself. It gives you a friendly and familiar feel when you're down exploring the unknown. If you're on Bedrock Edition, there's Woodland Mansion directly above and half-lush dripstone mineshaft below. Seed 6 brings us to another fiery landscape where lava and water flow down by lush jungle cliffs. The cliffs are scattered in exposed caves, which leads you into a huge lush cave system that leads all the way up to the giant Badlands mountain above. You could start with a base on the cliffs overlooking the ocean, with an underground lush path that leads you to a build at the very peak of the mountain. Seed 5 spawns you in a large enclosed flower forest surrounded by snowy peaks. The majority of the life here has been drawn into this lake, which is being fed by the streams flowing down the slopes. If you're after another peaceful building experience, it'd be hard to beat a cottage with a mountain lake view. There's actually an interesting village here too, if you decide to adventure beyond the peaks. Now imagine this location, but times 1,000. That's what you'll get with the next seed. Seed 4 spawns you in another lake-filled mountain dome, but I think this one beats all the rest. When first loading up a new Minecraft world, one of the first tasks is often to find a nice spot to build. No need with this one. I think we'd all be content staying right here. You've got a perfectly central lake, forested slopes, peaks piercing the clouds, and even a large exposed cave for you to explore right at your feet. Seed 3 is Minecraft's answer to a tabletop mountain. It's usually pretty tricky to build on top of mountains with their uneven surface, but this one gives you your best opportunity to try it. This max height mountain is so tall and so wide, resulting in a good amount of flat area for you to build on. When you're looking down from your build, the surrounding mountains will seem tiny in comparison. Seed 2 is one of the most eye-pleasing spawns I've ever found. Standing in this meadow, the views of the forest and the frozen peaks in the background are just breathtaking. Progress through the forest and find even more amazing places to build up in the mountains, or turn around in the opposite direction to find a lake where 5 rivers meet. Seed 1 is home to the largest lake-filled meadow crater ever found. This natural wonder has formed thanks to 2 giant lakes merging together. Whether you decide to build around the lake or up on the meadow walls, you can be sure that you're inhabiting a location like no other. Seeing a lake this big would be impressive anywhere in the world, but being protected by this beautiful meadow just takes it to that next level.
Today we unveil the ultimate compilation of the 50 rarest islands that Minecraft has to offer. Get ready to witness stunning landscapes, brand new biomes, mind-boggling structures, and untamed wonders that will leave you in awe. We're about to set sail, so hop in your cherry boat and let's uncover the hidden treasures of these incredible islands together. Starting with the most dangerous island in Minecraft. There are 3 major threats on this island that the villagers need your help with. Number 1, there's an exposed zombie dungeon halfway down the village. Number 2, the villagers aren't very good with heights. And number 3, there's a giant pillager tower. If you manage to take out the outpost, you'll be rewarded with sentry trims and a perfect lighthouse transformation project for the island. The island also has some insane waterfalls and really unique terrain. It's such a fun spawn to try. This is Minecraft's perfect and most convenient survival island ever found. It comes with a tiny one-house village that's ideal for your remote and secluded ocean survival experience. It's got one house ready-made to move into, a singular tree to get you started with resources, some crops to make sure you never go hungry, and even some friends to keep you company. Stay tuned because later in the video we've got an even crazier tiny village island that you won't believe. This may be Minecraft's simplest and truest survival island experience. You spawn on a small, cramped island with just enough space to stretch your legs. With only 3 trees and the tiniest of beaches, it's the perfect amount of simplicity that island survivors crave. What's even more special about this island is how isolated it is. Zoom out, you won't see any other mainland for over 65 chunks. Only ocean as far as the eye can see. You won't find a simpler island more isolated than this. This seed spawns you on a village island in the middle of the ocean, the perfect start for fishermen, sailors, and aquatic adventurers. The villagers have even set aside an island especially for you to build on. Nestled within the village, you'll find a ruined portal that positions you directly on top of a nether fortress. If you're on the hunt for ocean treasures and nether rewards, this spawn provides you with the ultimate shortcut. Here's a survival island with Minecraft's newest biome right in the center. The occasional flutter of pink petals and scent of cherry blossoms will give you a soothing survival island like you've never experienced before. Isolated cherry grove islands have proved difficult to find, but our expert seed hunters have been hard at work. This is the furthest one away from the mainland that we've spotted, so if you're after a cherry island, this might be the one for you. Welcome to Minecraft's ultimate structure-filled island spawn. This crazy rare seed spawns you on a chaotic island that contains a village, a pillager outpost, a giant ruined portal, and even a witch hut. It's an action-packed spawn that will have you fighting for the lives of these villagers. They're a rare swamp variant after all, so they need your help. Thankfully, the pillagers on the island don't have very high IQs. This is Minecraft's most beautiful and vertical village island with a singular tree and house right at the very peak of the island. If you ever wanted an island with a house that is primed for sunset viewing, this is one you need to travel to. The village continues to spiral down the island with difficult to reach houses, farms, and even a cave that runs through the center of the island. It'd be such a rewarding project to connect all of the houses together. Here's another incredibly isolated survival island with no mainland in sight for over 65 chunks of ocean. This time round, we've got a slightly bigger island with some amazing bonus features. You've got 2 small forests, giving you extra choice of wood types, a large beach to chill on, sugarcane to farm, turtles to look after, and even a shipwreck just off the coast. Right by one of the forests is a waterfall that flows down into a spacious cave beneath the island. This would be ideal for a secret storage room for all of your fishing treasures. Do jungle temples count as islands? Right next to spawn in this seed, you can find 2 jungle temples floating in the water. This has to be Minecraft's rarest tropical structure discovery. Just one of these floating temple islands would have been a miraculous occurrence, so to have 2 of them, only 150 blocks apart, is incredibly rare. Share a temple with a friend and see who can grow the best temple island, or maybe even connect them to create one epic ocean base. If you just want a village to chill in and enjoy some ocean breeze, this is the perfect survival island spawn for you. The calming nature of the tiger village and the surrounding ocean combine to create a relaxing and calming atmosphere, with villagers going about their daily lives, campfires keeping the island warm, and foxes helping you with some fishing. You'll struggle to find a more peaceful island seed than this. If you're down for an extreme survival challenge, give this ruined portal island spawn a try. All you'll have to survive is whatever is in this loot chest. Challenge yourself to never touch any overworld biomes. Can you find a way to complete this portal and survive only in the nether? Is it even possible? Give it a try and let us know in the comments. This Minecraft seed gives you the most intriguing horizon view as soon as you start your game. You'll have no choice but to hop on a boat and explore. You'll sail past both a shipwreck and a monument on your short journey over to the insane windswept island village. You know a seed is going to be good when something this cool is the first thing you see. There are houses both down on the water and up on the cliff tops, separated by a large cavern that carves right through the island. You can even spot some mushroom fields too. If you're down for something a bit warmer with a whole lot of building potential, then look no further than Minecraft's most epic wooded Badlands Island. Not only is it incredibly rare to spawn on a Badlands Island, but this island is also completely hollow thanks to this amazing lush cave. It's like the island has 2 totally separate worlds for you to enjoy. Whether you decide to settle up top or down below, both areas will give you amazing views of the surrounding coral reef. This seed is home to one of the craziest islands you'll ever spawn on. On the edge of the island, you've got a village that extends from ocean level all the way up the island's steep cliffs where houses combine with a pillager outpost. Although the island seems pretty cursed, it's actually super lucky. There are mushroom fields close by, and this iron golem has made its way into the outpost, hoping to clear out the pillagers. There's also an interesting tunnel system that goes through the bottom of the island. Here's another candidate for Minecraft's most perfect survival island seed. This island is small and cozy, but there's still enough room for mobs to spawn and a really nice sized beach. There are limited resources to give you a challenge and a big enough ocean to give you that stranded castaway experience. With enough room for a couple builds and a small farm, this would be an excellent choice for your chill ocean survival playthrough. This is Minecraft's ultimate desert survival island spawn. It comes with a village and even 2 desert temples. One of the temples is even floating in the water. It's the perfect island spawn for archaeologists, and you'll have plenty of loot to get you started. It's one of the only island spawns you'll find with a camel, and there's even one singular tree thanks to the lush caves found beneath the island. On top of that, you'll be surrounded by a huge coral reef and mushroom fields. Here is Minecraft's rarest mansion island. What makes this island special, other than the fact that it has a mansion, is the fact that you actually spawn on top of the mansion. Imagine spawning into your new island world and you already have a towering mansion ready for you to move into with amazing ocean views out of every room. The mansion also comes with a spider spawner, so you've even got a way of farming XP on your island too. Here's another seed with a mansion island super close to spawn. What makes this one unique is the fact that there's a second mansion on the mainland, only 300 blocks apart. It's not often you get the opportunity to see another mansion from within your mansion. You could take over both mansions and have a secret underwater tunnel connecting them. Maybe the island one could be your base, and the mainland one could be used for storage. Or maybe share one with friends. Endless possibilities. When you dream of your perfect survival island spawn, a lot of you may imagine an island with a shipwreck. Well, this tropical jungle island gives you 2 of them. Transform these shipwrecks into a base, grab yourself some coast armor trims, set up bamboo and sugarcane farms, and look after the island's exotic wildlife. There is loads to keep you busy with this one. This seed spawns you high up on the peaks of one of Minecraft's greatest and grandest mountain islands. An entire mountain in the middle of the ocean is now yours to call home. It's the perfect island for building a large ocean kingdom if you're up for the challenge. There's some beautiful spots for building around the island shore, a ton of lush caves to explore amongst the jagged peaks, and even a long winding cave that leads you down into an ancient city. Not sure how relaxing this survival island will be if you have to share it with the warden. This is Minecraft's best Cherry Grove Village Island. This survival island gives you a brand new wood type to play around with and a bunch of villagers to hang out and trade with. There's even a blacksmith to loot, horses to ride, a ready-made farm under falling petals, and even a mushroom field on the horizon. With 3 different wood types on the island and plenty of space to build, there's opportunity for a really colourful island survival experience. But if you're a fan of the savanna biome, this could be the perfect island spawn for you. This one, again, comes with a village, giving you plenty of villagers to trade with and even some melons that could be your main island food source. There's a nice gradual incline up to the top of the island where a base would be perfectly positioned to watch over the island and the surrounding ocean. You'll also notice a giant ruined portal down by the shore. This is Minecraft's best jungle temple survival island, and it's literally just a tiny island with 1 tree and a temple. This one is a bit far away from spawn, but if you wanted an island with a temple for a base, this one would be worth traveling to. This seed spawns you on a medium-sized mixed forest island. It's densely vegetated and there are plenty of bees flying overhead. It's a survival island that is really full of life. But what's amazing is what you can find around the island. Hop up on the tallest tree and take a look around and you are surrounded by 3 giant mushroom fields. There's no mainland in sight. All you can see around this one is mushrooms and monuments. This is Minecraft's most isolated village island. You won't find another village further away from the mainland than this one. This also comes with a ruined portal right in the middle, 2 blacksmiths with some really nice loot, and plenty of space for building. Spend time trading with these villagers and fishing up some powerful gear because you're gonna need it when it's time to take on the piglin bastion that lies just beyond this portal. 25 islands down, 25 islands to go. Stick around to find out what is so amazing about this birch tree island. Here's another super lucky island spawn where you'll be greeted by a woodland mansion and endless ocean. The mansion will offer you riches, mysteries, and dangers to be conquered. When you need a break from looting or transforming the mansion, recharge on this beautiful stretch of beach you can find on the island's coast. Between the beach and the mansion, you can also find an exposed lush cave that awaits your exploration. Where would you build first? On the beach? In the caves, or inside the mansion? On this seed, you spawn on another incredible ocean titan. This mountain island reaches the heavens with its insanely sharp peaks, but there's plenty of forest around to keep you grounded too. Make your way up the towering slopes to uncover the island's best feature, an exposed cave entrance that leads into a grand, lush cave within the mountain's heart. The entrance acts as a natural portal between ocean exploration and the sprawling depths of the lush cave. Up next is possibly Minecraft's craziest warm biomes island. It combines 3 different hot biomes, as well as 3 different structures. Amongst the Badlands, desert and jungle, you can find a village, a jungle temple, and a pillager outpost. These villagers need your help as they battle pillagers over the hidden treasures that lie within the temple. This is the perfect jungle survival island. Not only does it come with a host of amazing tropical features, it's perfect in shape too. Rise above the island and you'll notice it's a perfect circle. It's not often that Minecraft terrain generates as smoothly as this. When you're ready, hop down into the sparse jungle's caves and you'll be astonished by this island's multi-tiered cave system. You drop down from the grassy jungle cave, through a spacious stony cave, and then down into an even bigger lush cave. This island is full of surprises. This is Minecraft's most peaceful survival island. It's small in size, yet full of natural overhangs that provide shelter as you watch the waves crash in. The natural pathway through the island conveniently gets you from one side to the other, and the naturally formed bridge helps you get around the island's unique terrain too. Accompany with all the bees, trees and flowers, and you've got a simple yet rewarding island to survive on. One step in the wrong direction on this island either gets you wet or set on fire, as you literally spawn between flames and ocean. It's another uniquely challenging structure island spawn where a ruined portal has merged with a jungle temple. Not sure how this has generated this far out into the ocean, but it's pretty cool. Would love to know how you plan on surviving here. Here's a double village island that would be perfect for transforming into one big island city. The island even comes with a shipwreck partially above the water and a pillager outpost that you could turn into the island's lighthouse or watchtower. There's plenty of space for building too. The space between both villages is literally a blank canvas. This island might take a while to find, but there's another double village island coming up that's right at spawn. This jungle spawn island will blow you away when you find out what's waiting for you on the other side of the trees. Just a hop away from your spawn island, there's a floating coral reef village alongside a pillager outpost. To top it off, just a short swim away, you can also find a tiny island with a shipwreck. Grab yourself some snazzy leather boots and take on the pillagers so you can enjoy this paradise in peace. This is the closest you'll get to a triple village island. The 3 villages make a triangular formation around a large sunflower and cherry blossom filled island. Half of one of the villages has even made its way into the cherry grove, and another village has its own separate smaller island. Join the communities together with roads and bridges, or combine them into one big cherry island city. There's more mushroom fields to explore close by too. This is Minecraft's most epic Ice Spikes island. It's got a village down by the frozen coast with an incredible backdrop of a windswept Ice Spikes mountain. Take a closer look and you'll find the perfect place to build a conquering ice palace. There are chilling caves, amazing overhangs, jaw-dropping cliffs, and even gravity-defying ice spires. Build a lookout in the tallest ice spikes and you'll have the best view of any island on this list. This seed has 2 amazing islands close to spawn that you need to check out. The first is this floating plains village on the edge of a sparse jungle. It's a mystery how this village even managed to generate here. Even more mysteries lurk a short swim away, where you can find an epic lush cave island with multiple exposed levels of mobs, vegetation, and secrets to discover. This would be perfect for a natural feeling base with mesmerizing ocean views. This is the only survival island spawn you'll find with 2 islands in the exact same place. Spawning here will leave you with a sore neck as you glance up at the natural sky island that's right above you waiting to be explored. Set up all your farms for survival on the bottom island and then carve out a sky tower in the sky and be seen from all directions as you take up a supreme vantage point. Make sure to take the waterfall elevator down to safety. Here's another super rare Badlands island with both a temple and a village etched onto the cliff face of the island. It's one of the longest temples you'll ever see, and these villagers are a long way down from their friends too. Help them get back to the top where the other villagers enjoy water craters in the center of the island that act as the island's hot springs. The layout of this jungle mountain island offers so much building potential. With a bamboo crater at the top and a sparse jungle lake down the bottom, the opportunities are endless. This mountain island is simply outstanding. Within the thick vegetation, pandas roll about and enjoy the greenery until you either destroy it or blend in with it. Build yourself the overgrown castle of your dreams as this picturesque island ticks all the boxes an adventurer like yourself is looking for, including the secrets in the deep, dark depths below. Here's another large island with beautiful features that blend in to create the perfect ocean spawn. There's gorgeous cherry blossom trees, a classic village where you can set yourself up, an icy hill overlooking the ocean, and dense forest with meadows and rivers. The only thing that ruins this serene island is the pillager outpost down by the shore. Luckily, it's on the opposite end of the island to the village, so you've got time to plan an attack. Island life will never be lonely again with this seed. It's the rarest village island spawn that Minecraft has to offer, as there's not just one village, there's two, and they're only 13 blocks apart. It's the closest you'll ever find to two village islands together, and one of them even has some exposed ocean ruins should you wish to brush up some suspicious gravel. We all know how low the odds are of spawning on a village island, so imagine the odds of spawning on an abandoned village island. Challenge yourself to survive on this desolate desert island while trying to bring this village back to life. Should you find the challenge too difficult, you could always head into the Nether, over to this neighboring windswept island, or even over to the mushroom fields. Here's another incredible mountain island that will blow you away. You're spawned into a harsh winter wilderness, and the first thing you notice is just how elevated you are above the water. Scavenge for supplies and dream about your new mountain island kingdom. Head around the island's cliffs until you reach an epic, lush entrance. Head inside where you'll find a chamber that spelunkers could only dream of. Head deeper into the cave and you can find an ancient city under this island too. This could be Minecraft's best structure-filled jungle island. Right at spawn, you're blessed with a uniquely shaped island with a village, a jungle temple, and even a perfect tree for a treehouse. The island has so much personality, along with the villagers and the jungle wildlife, you'll be sure to live your best blocky life. With the river that flows right into the center of the island, you've got the perfect island for building a mighty port. Here's an island you've likely seen before, but there's no way we could keep it off the list. This epic frozen island gives you a village that climbs up the frosty cliffs. From the top, all you can see is ocean and mushroom fields. But it's what's below that makes this island truly special. Not only is there an ocean monument right below the village, but the dangers you'll be able to find in the depths of the island itself will have you telling treacherous tales for decades as you come across an ancient city, an end portal, a mineshaft, and a ruined portal. This is Minecraft's perfect island spawn for adventurous explorers. The island has a cherry grove perched beautifully on a raised hillside, but the absolute beauty of this island is that it's actually surrounded by every single biome possible in the game. This makes for a versatile world and a quick hop and a skip to get to any biome you could possibly want. Build a watchtower in the cherry biome, and perhaps you'll be able to see all of the biomes from your central island. Let's take a trip to Minecraft's most beautiful mountain island. Stranded in the middle of the ocean, you'll find gorgeous mountainscapes. At the bed of the mountain, you'll spot a dream building location. It's a stunning little island surrounded by water and breathtaking views of the snowy peaks above. You are certain to be the envy of all of your friends if you were to build a cozy little cabin down here. With running streams, snow-capped mountains, and a rich vein of trees, you won't find an island more Instagrammable. This survival island has Minecraft's most epic island cave ever found. At first, it may seem like you've spawned on a standard snowy island, however, what you're standing above will drop your jaw to the floor. Jump down the cliffside and you'll notice an absolute monstrosity of a cavern. It's the biggest lush cave entrance ever found. There's so much space to build the ultimate lush cave base in here that'll look just as good within as it does from a far distance. If birch is your thing, this is the ultimate survival island spawn. It's the perfect size for chilling, building, and surviving. What first may seem like your classic Minecraft survival island is only some of what it seems. Find yourself a vantage point and you'll see that your island is almost entirely surrounded by vast mushroom fields in all directions. Our seed hunters have been hard at work trying to find an island completely surrounded by mushroom fields. This is the closest that they've come so far. Our final seed spawns you on a village island with no houses whatsoever. Who built this? Who set this up? It doesn't matter, because now it's all yours. Live the rest of your days as the lone island villager and be proud of it. On this island, farming your crops is your only concern in life. It's the most peaceful island experience you could ever wish for. I've collected Minecraft 1.20's 25 rarest villages. We've got a sea city in the middle of the ocean, a house deep down in a cave, and the craziest monument village ever. There's not a single seed you could afford to miss. Starting with a beautiful village that comes with some insane surprises. The village sits in a cherry grove mountain valley. With the falling petals and snowy peak views, you've got a truly serene location for trading and farming. There's even an igloo that will lead you down to a secret basement, as well as an ancient city if you were to extend the ladders down even further. And that's not the only surprise under the village. You can also find a stronghold where a geode has collided with an end portal that luckily still works. This village has so many great features both below and above the surface. Now let's head to an epic village survival island in the middle of the ocean. You won't have to sail far to find it, because this is exactly where you'll spawn in this seed. The great thing about this one is the fact that it comes with 3 blacksmiths, giving you a nice head start to your ocean adventure. I ended up with a full set of iron gear and even a few diamonds. Let me know what loot your island has. Here's another loot-filled spawn where a jungle village has combined with 3 other structures. There's a ruined portal that has merged with some of the houses, a pillager outpost watching over the village's every move, and a jungle temple where hidden treasures are suspended above the ground. This crazy generation has created a nice jungle temple archway into the village. And have you ever seen a villager stuck in netherrack before? You might need to load this one up and give him a hand. Check out this seed where you can find a house inside of a mountain. Have you ever seen a house this deep down in a cave? If I was this villager, I'd be very worried about vitamin D deficiency. Not to mention the amount of mobs you'll have chasing you every time you step foot out of the door. Maybe you can come along and light up this place. Keep the villager company, craft some underground farms, and forge a path that reconnects this house to the mountaintop village above. Welcome to an amazingly generated savannah village that kind of resembles a llama if you look at it from the right angle. Once you spawn, you'll also notice that parts of the village run into the swamp, meaning that your quest for mending books just got a little easier. Glance up to the sky and you'll spot another part of the village sits on top of an awe-inspiring overhang. Slowly make your way up the waterfalls till you reach the top where you can plan how you're going to bridge across to the Llama Mountain. Now let's head deep into the bamboo jungle, where an extraordinary rare village has been discovered. It's the first time we've ever seen a village entirely inside of a bamboo biome before. So if you're a fan of bamboo wood and jungle villages, this could be a really fun village to settle in. The dense vegetation also means that the village is well protected, so if you need a safe sanctuary to hide from the creatures of the night, this is the place to come. The total opposite of safety is what you'll find in this next seed, where a glitched sinkhole village has been taken over by a pillager outpost and crashing waterfalls. While the iron golem takes care of the pillagers, see if you can excavate these floating trail ruins, or even see if you can make it to the top of this crazy terrain which definitely shouldn't exist. This has got to be the biggest waterfall you'll ever jump down. We've got an even more chaotic sinkhole village coming up later, so if this is your thing, stick around to the end. This seed has a snow village with the most convenient igloo ever. The village is separated into 2 levels, and the igloo's extended basement allows you to easily get from one part of the village to the other. Simply break a few blocks and you've got a village with a set of ladders that couldn't be more perfectly positioned. What are the chances of that? So if you're into rescuing villagers, relaxing by the campfire, and ice skating on a large frozen lake, this is a super chill village seed that you need to try out this winter. Up next is a village with the most beautiful lake backdrop. It's a dream village for archaeologists, as the village's paths lead you right to some trail ruins by the shore of the lake. Could you imagine brushing up treasure in a more picturesque location? There's also some inviting caves to explore, and if you head to the center of the lake, you'll find an incredibly long pillager outpost, as well as a sinkhole with hidden aquifers and exposed mine shafts. Speaking of hidden features, wait till you see the secret room which you can find under this jungle temple. In this seed, you spawn in a temple village on the edge of some amazing warm biomes, including an eroded Badlands Valley and a jungle full of exposed dripstone caves. Head into the temple, and as you walk down the stairs, you'll immediately notice a ruined portal room has generated directly below the temple. The room has even given you easy access to the temple's treasure, meaning you can quickly grab yourself some wild armor trims. Here's another incredible lake village with stunning surroundings. As you approach this village, you can't help but be in awe of the cherry grove that circles this floating town. It could be the most beautiful village location ever if it wasn't for the broken terrain generation in the middle of the lake. There's even a shipwreck that has overridden some of the village's farms and trapped a villager in their house. Free the villager and do some terraforming, and this could be the perfect village seed. If you ever wanted to farm bones and visit the end from the same place, this is the village seed for you. Above the surface, you'll find a desert village with both a blacksmith and a desert temple, meaning there's plenty of loot to be had. Dig down and you'll drop into an end portal room, which so very nearly generated with a double dungeon. Unfortunately, one's been chopped in half, but the skeleton spawner behind the portal is fully functionable. How about spawning in a deep mountain dome that contains both a village and a woodland mansion? If you're after a secluded life without any interference, you couldn't ask for a better spawn than this. You've got a beautiful plot of forested land, a luxurious mansion ready for you to move into, and an entire town to trade with, all protected by the surrounding jagged peaks. The village climbs steeply up the peaks, leading you to a gap in the mountains. Forge a path through the village and create a gateway up here for when you're ready to leave for adventures. We've seen a few floating lake villages with some added craziness, but sometimes simpler is better. This poppy-filled village calmly floats in the middle of a large lake surrounded by meadows, mountains, and forests of all kinds. It doesn't get much chiller than this. If you were out exploring in your survival world and stumbled across this, you'd immediately know you'd found something special. Craft a path from the village that leads out to the jungle, or even a tunnel that winds up through the mountains. The possibilities are endless. This next village is special not because of what's in it, or even around it, but what you can find floating high up in the sky above it. Take a look up from this desert village and you'll find the first ever flying ruined portal. There must be a reason for why it's generated up this high. There's got to be something special in the nether that this portal leads to. But before you check that out, the village also has some allays to rescue close by, desert temples to loot, and a dense mangrove swamp to explore. Still to come, we've got an entire sea city right at spawn, a chaotic ocean monument village, and another village that comes with an already complete end portal. The best villages are coming up. While we've seen a lot of lucky villages on this list, this village may just be the unluckiest. Dig down below this hillside savannah village and you'll be excited to find a stronghold. But disappointment will soon take over when you find that the end portal has been perfectly chopped in half by an abandoned mineshaft. But to make up for it, the village comes with epic mountain views and a large cave under the houses for you to build your base. This seed spawns you next to a circular snow biome that's completely surrounded by swamp. With a village perfectly centered in the middle, it's the perfect opportunity to craft a giant snow globe full of snow villagers. Just imagine a huge glass dome covering the village with doors that lead you out to all of the witch huts and ruined portals that you can find on the edge of the swamp. Another completed 12-eye portal has been discovered near spawn, giving you a super easy route to the end dimension. This time, it's conveniently been found under one of Minecraft's most beautiful villages. Rise up through the dripstone caverns to the plains village that is generated inside of a cherry grove and sunflower-filled crater. With villagers to trade with, a beautiful location for building, and an end portal ready to jump into, it doesn't get much better than this. Hope you're not afraid of heights, because this seed spawns you up high on a max height mountain. If you can, make your way down safely and you'll find a village nestled into the mountain slopes. The village is abandoned, but with enough work, you could restore it into a calm and peaceful mountain retreat. Build a path down to the ocean where you can find more villages along the coast, including this one that's full of cherry blossom. This spawn village gives you a house with an incredible jungle temple extension. When you enter this house, you can actually walk right into the temple. You don't need to break any blocks. It generated like this. You can also find a ruined portal next to the village and a ton of rare jungle villagers. Head up the steep stony peak slopes and you'll spot another village just around the corner. Some perfect places to build and loads of new biomes to explore. From a perfect temple village to a perfect witch hut village, this seed actually spawns you on top of a witch hut that's connected to both a house and a church to create a brand new, never before seen structure. This spawn village is also full of frogs and swamp villagers, meaning that it's the perfect village for getting your hands on some mending books. There's also some crazy windswept terrain next to the village for you to explore and construct a base. This seed spawns you on the edge of a wooded badlands. Rise above the trees and you'll spot something you have to explore. Take a closer look and you'll find an absolutely insane badlands lake where a village, an ocean monument, a sinkhole, and sky-high aquifers combine. There are houses levitating above the monument, houses hidden behind waterfalls, and even parts of the village that have generated underneath the monument. This village seed is truly unexplainable. Let's go from an ocean monument village to an ocean ruins village. This seed spawns you on a frozen ocean village island where villagers have decided to build their houses on the site of some old ocean ruins. The ruins have combined with many of the houses, resulting in some interesting interior design. If you're looking to brush up some suspicious gravel, this is the perfect village spawn for archaeologists. This seed has a peaceful meadow village surrounded by snowy hills, cherry groves, and winding rivers. But what you can find underneath this village is far from peaceful. Dig directly under this village and you'll drop into an ancient city that has combined with a stronghold. Luckily, the end portal couldn't be easier to find as it's generated right in the center of the city. The skulk-covered corridors down here make your route to the end even more intimidating than they already were. The final seed features a super rare occurrence where two floating ocean villages have generated extremely close together. To make these villages even more special, you can find them right at spawn when you enter this world. Since they are so close, they'll be easy to join together so that you can turn these into one big ocean city. Or if you and a friend wanted an ocean village each where you could be neighbors, you won't find a more perfect spawn than this.
Imagine if your Minecraft world had a giant lava pit right at spawn, an incredibly rare structure combination, or even an island village with a secret feature that you have to see to believe. Your next Minecraft adventure starts right here. Seed 20 is the best double dungeon seed I've seen in a while. There's two exposed spawners above the surface right next to a village farm. If you're into trading with villagers and grinding experience at the same time, then you're in luck with this seed. You spawn on the bank of a pine forest river that flows through a cornflower-filled meadow. There's a spacious exposed cave on the side of the hill at spawn if you need some early game shelter. A short trek over the meadow brings you to a double dungeon village. In the center of the village is where you'll find the most dangerous pumpkin patch ever found. On one side, you've got a skeleton spawner, and on the other, a zombie spawner. Need a village with a mob farm? You'll not find anything more convenient than this. A couple hundred blocks away, you can find a quaint little plains village overlooked by a large ice spikes biome. Have you ever dreamt of spawning in a tropical paradise? Seed 19 makes that dream a reality. You spawn in a mangrove swamp right next to a coral reef that is towered over by a windswept jungle that makes you feel like you're playing in amplified mode. This bamboo-covered landscape is truly stunning. There's so much steep terrain, arches, and hideaways. It's the perfect spawn for your tropical kingdom. At the opposite side of the lake at spawn, you can find 2 temples, 3 villages, a ruined portal, and an outpost all in close proximity. Seed 18 has the most elevated dungeon I ever saw in Minecraft. It must be a record breaker. On very rare occasions, you can find exposed dungeons on the surface like we saw in the first seed, but a dungeon generating at Y172 is just unheard of. You'll find it directly below a house that sits right at the top of this jaw-dropping windswept savanna. savanna. Maybe you could turn this terrain into a giant spider eye factory. Jump down to the rest of your blacksmith village below, which isn't too far away from a beach shipwreck and a peaceful flower forest where you can chill and watch the sunset. Seed 17 has a mind-blowingly large cave inside of a mountain at spawn. It's caves like these that make you marvel at how far Minecraft has come. You spawn on a dark oak cliff that invites the ocean into this lovely lush cove. Head through the cove towards the jagged peak mountain and you'll see that the water cuts through the bottom of the mountain, leading you into the lush cave that was previously only available in my dreams. This huge cavern is full of waterfalls cascading down over layers and layers of tiered aquifers with glowing lush ceilings. You'll be grateful this is right at spawn because it's gonna take you a good while to explore the whole cave. Adventure through the valley to the right of the mountain where you'll come across this frozen enclosed cliff, a beautiful dark oak forest, and a jungle temple overlooking the sea. Seed 16 is home to the most incredible mansion landscape I've ever seen. Many people don't like traveling too far from spawn, but it's wonders like this that make you regret not exploring your world to its fullest. If someone wasn't willing to adventure 4,000 blocks, we would never have witnessed this special woodland mansion setting. This wallpaper-worthy windswept forest forms two large arches over a tiger lake. The terrain bridges you over the lake to the mansion that has no right to have generated in this wintry environment. If you're looking for a coastal mountain village, a double ancient megacity, or maybe even an end portal near spawn, then you're in luck with Seed 15 because you can find all of those features right in the same place. Make your way to this blacksmith's plains village between the ocean and a frozen peak mountain. To the left of the village is a peaceful forest valley that leads you to a natural elytra course round the back of the mountain where you can easily glide all the way down into an ancient city. Explore a little and you'll realize that there's two cities joined together. I managed to exit the cave and pop out of this large sinkhole right next to the village. Simply dig underneath the village to find the stronghold where you can find the end portal and loads more loot. Seed 14 spawns you just along the coast from a shipwrecked blacksmith village. The shipwreck has somehow managed to merge with two of the houses, trapping one of the villagers inside. You could turn this into a village boathouse or even put this villager to work in your new coastal shop. Take a short walk around the shoreline and you'll come across a windswept savanna bay and a giant ruined portal that is definitely worth completing as it will situate you right in front of a piglin bastion. The terrain feels alive in Seed 13 with these two giant eyes built into the meadow. There's so much building potential here. Trust me, you won't want to take your eyes off this one. You spawn in a snow biome with so many amazing features to kickstart your adventure. There's a basement igloo, a ruined portal, a pillager outpost, a great place to build, a blacksmith village, and even an ice spikes village. All around spawn too. Follow the frozen ruined portal river to the meadow where you'll find the eyes. The first has a central lake circled by two levels of meadow and forest. Tunnel your way through to the second eye where you'll find a beautiful island surrounded by a river. It's like one eye is a complete inverse of the other. You'll notice an exposed dripstone cave in the center of this island. If you're brave enough to explore this cave, you'll be rewarded with another double ancient city which is combined with an abandoned mineshaft. With so much exploring and building to do here, it'll be hard to pass up this seed. Seed 12 spawns you right next to one of the most beautiful mansion locations I've ever seen. This mountain is surrounded by stunning mountain valleys and countless lush caves to drop into and explore. Dense forests, towering peaks, exposed caves, flowing streams, winding rivers, all around one of Minecraft's rarest structures. Who else is moving straight into this one? There's plenty of rooms inside here for all of us. On the other side of the spawn mountain, you can find some great plains for building and an epic ruined portal mountain village. You're going to need to watch your step in Seed 11, as this plains biome is littered with gaps that you really can't afford to fall down. The plains are right by spawn with breathtaking mountains and an ocean close by. This would be a perfect spot to build, but you'll have to be careful. This gap in particular drops you 145 blocks straight down into the deep dark below. Even if you manage to luckily land in the water, you'd struggle to make it out of here alive. Check out the nearby mountain, which has a stunning combination of a forested valley with a steep lakeside cliff. We're only halfway through the video. The best seeds are still yet to come. Seed 10 spawns you right in the middle of a narrow jungle mountain peak valley. Begin your adventure by following the thin stretch of jungle to a village sitting right at the end of this spawn valley. I love how you're enclosed in this small area with this meadow village as soon as you start your game? These villagers likely won't ever leave this valley, but you should once you're ready. Over the peaks, you'll discover more mountains and a temple-filled jungle. Stumble down your mountain slopes into a spacious plains valley that doesn't disappoint. It's both visually pleasing and exciting to explore, leading you to countless exposed caves like this hollow mountain that drops you into the deep dark, or this open meadow slope next to a river village that introduces you to a huge dripstone cavern. Want to know why this slab of cobblestone is hanging in a dripstone cave? You're about to find out. Seed 9 spawns you on a dark oak coast, a short swim away from a tiger beach village with a beach shipwreck too. Make your way to yet another beautiful mansion setting where you'll notice a drop into a deep dark cave where the mansion's cobblestone extends down as far as it will go. It extends down all the way to 0, but there's loads more to explore directly beneath it. Check out this incredible cave which combines a zombie dungeon, an ancient city, a geode, and a mine shaft. Want to do more exploring above ground? Head over the Mansion Mountain and you'll find a beautiful coastal mountain landscape with a triple blacksmith village that has views of the surrounding peaks and frozen cliffs. Seed 8 spawns you in the most jaw-dropping jungle valley we've ever seen. There isn't a better spawn in Minecraft for building a jungle empire. The max height mountains provide some stunning visuals and one of the most elevated pillager outposts ever. Sitting right at the top of your new Minecraft world, this could be the most epic Iron Golem rescue mission yet. If there was ever an outpost to take and turn into your home, this is the one. Just check out these views. Seed 7 has a woodland mansion and a pillager outpost that guard the entrance to a mythical tall birch tree forest, surrounded by snowy jagged peaks. If that's not enough to excite you, head on up over the peaks where you'll find a meadow mountain crater where some villagers have settled to protect themselves from the previously mentioned nearby structures. Want me to add some more structures to this already feature-packed mountain range? Okay, simply dig under the village to find yourself the end portal, and dig even deeper to find the ancient city. There is so many features in and around this mountain range, and it's all near spawn. Definitely a seed worth checking out. Seed 6 has a homely lush cave looking out on a warm coral reef. This would be such a cozy base with amazing ocean views. Head out through the large open entrance and you'll see that the cave is situated on the side of a Badlands cliff. Head inland over the cliff where you'll come across a desert village that is special for 2 reasons. The first is that it is so fortunate for it to have generated here. There's hardly any desert for it to have spawned on. Head to the back towards the forested mountain slope where you'll find an exposed mine shaft in a cave behind one of the houses. With this unique village and an inviting cliff face cave all in the same place, could this be the Badlands seed for you? Tell me this isn't the most amazing coastal mountain landscape you've ever seen. This is exactly where you'll be spawning in Seed 5. If I were you, I'd be building a custom island down here so I could look at these mountains all day. Or if you're more inclined to head upwards, I wouldn't say no to a mountaintop cabin with ocean views like these. The mountain range stretches for miles with an incredible max height valley and dream-like places to build. There are pillager outposts and villages occupying the slopes too. Seed 4 is home to the most insane and terrifying open cave in all of Minecraft. Let me introduce you to the pit. You better watch your step because this huge hole is right at spawn. Jump down into this mesmerizingly large cave full of waterfalls, dripstone, a giant lava lake and even an ancient city exposed to the open air above. Turn this into your ancient base and you'll have super easy access by flying down here with your elytra. Make your way to the back of the city where you can find a short tunnel to a second one. This cave just keeps getting better. You might want to build a fence because I've seen a few sheep fall down here while filming. Above the pit, you've got a village, mountain meadows and rivers begging to be bridged. There's something about Seed 3 that really sparks my imagination. You spawn right by this unique jungle crater cliff that has emerged from the rest of the mainland. There's bamboo and exposed lush caves all around it with a small patch of jungle at the top. I have never seen anything like this before. This would be such a cool building location. Imagine a tropical lighthouse overlooking the ocean. And it's not just ocean to look out on. There's a huge mushroom island. What can you imagine building here? If you thought that Mushroom Island seed was something, wait till you check out Seed 2. Opposite this Mushroom Island is where you'll spawn, on the best village island ever found. A tiger village climbs the cliffs of a frozen forest island. Look down over the cliffs and you may notice an ocean monument right next to the village, but that's not the only structure lurking below. Dig down below the village island spawn where you'll find the craziest cluster of structures. An ancient city combines with a stronghold, 2 mine shafts, and even a ruined portal. But the end portal is one you need to see. The end portal has taken over the city center. I don't know how Cracked Magnet does it. He is a seed-finding magician when it comes to mind-boggling structure combos. Seed 1 has another incredible combination of features, but this time it's above ground. Make your way to these coordinates where you'll find an outpost, a village, a ruined portal, and a giant lush cavern all together on this beautiful meadow overlooking gorgeous dark oak rivers. This has to be one of the luckiest meadows in Minecraft. I'm not sure what I like best, the structures or the view. The lush cave is accessible down a ravine right next to the mansion, providing an escape from the chaotic cluster above. Now let me know in the comments which seed was your favourite this week. I've uploaded thousands of seeds on my channel, so it's very likely that you've missed your dream Minecraft world. Click on the next video to continue your seed search. Imagine if your Minecraft world had a multi-climate crater or an enormous cliff-face cavern. Here are 20 seeds that will inspire you to build in Minecraft 1.19. Make your way south through dense, dark forest and ice-capped mountains riddled with lush and flooded caves until you reach the tallest, most magnificent peaks of all, jagged white spires piercing the clouds, containing a long, deep, narrow valley. With the challenging verticality of this location, it'll take a skilled and imaginative builder to stamp their creativity on these mountains, especially since you'll be watched over by this pillager outpost. A cozy little village sits tucked beside a windswept hill bordering a vast ocean and a sprawling swamp. Little do they know the hills just beside their home are largely hollow, containing entrances to countless tunnels and cave systems. At all times of day, this cave is full of beasts preparing to emerge in the night, but should you come along and clear it out for the villagers, it could make for an excellent hidden base, with wonderful access to abundant resources and a convenient river that can act as your base entrance. Somewhere in this blocky world, another clash of biomes produces a mountain range reaching far above the clouds, stabbing at the sky with a multitude of colour. Imagine building right here, where you'll have permanent views of the wooded badlands. Your build will benefit from the abundance of wood types, water sources, and exposed caves. Just make sure your build is a special one, because this is a view you'll never want to leave. Tucked between steep savanna and mixed forest hills is a lake deeper than one can fathom with the naked eye. Should you drop into its depths, you'll find a floor not of dirt, sand or gravel, but deep slate with exposed lapis, iron and redstone. Various cracks and tunnels line the edges of the depths and the center of the floor to explore, should you have enough potions to sustain yourself there. Just imagine the incredible things you could build in the depths of this lake with the help of some conduit power. On a rocky tiger shore between vast warm ocean and glacial seas sits an exposed lush cave right at your feet when you spawn into this world. Waterfalls curtain away a long stretch of the first chamber, but at first it seems shallow. Surprisingly, with a short search, many holes through the shelves of clay show paths deeper and deeper, layer upon layer of cavern reaching down deep into the earth. If you're interested in a lush cave build, it doesn't come more convenient and inspiring than this spawn. If you ever want to start small but expand into more adventures than you can imagine, this is where you begin. An oblong valley bordered by steep, towering plateaus is what you'll call home. You'll have everything you need here, but should you grow lonely, 2 villages wait for you just beyond the walls and many new biomes to gather from. Start with a small starter shack next to the lake, fish to your heart's content, and then expand into a large enclosed town filling the whole valley. If you love a good vertical build and homes up high, look no further than this tall, precarious, windswept taiga mountain. Chipped and carved away by harsh winter winds, it provides a unique challenge to any builder looking to make something scenic and original. Trade a little with your neighbours, explore the surrounding mountains and lakes, and build yourself a nice home somewhere high to spend your evenings watching the sunset and cliff diving into the pond below. A single grassy mound sits in a deep crater between barren, stony mountains. This mountain range pierces the sky as high as they can possibly go, giving this build location some intimidating surroundings. If you grow lonely, a savanna village waits just beyond the mountains, should you tunnel your way there or brave the climb. While this location may make you feel isolated, there's a great opportunity for a road to connect your build to the ocean. A beautifully curved mountain sits jagged and towering over a dense taiga forest. A single watchtower sits at the valley entrance, keeping an eye on intruders to your future build location. The mountain slopes are bordered by rivers flowing through the ravines and cascading down into lively green caverns. Should you grow tired of the scenic surface, there's plenty more to see beneath the earth. A perfect place to raise a warm, cozy garden away from the chilling climate above. But you will be chilling after you build your homely log cabin hidden with the forest of this jagged peak valley. You wake from meditation upon a bamboo pole. To your left, a falling gateway to the nether. To your right, a small plateau sporting both jungle and mixed birch forest, which could be a perfect location for an elevated treehouse. All around you are winding rivers flowing as far as the eye can see in all directions. From this one small jungle hill, the entire world is in your reach. You need only choose when and how to start. If you ever need a break from adventure and want a peaceful, comfortable life in this blocky world, then come to this cozy, quiet beach. If you need a quick shelter for your first night, there's a small jungle temple just a short walk away. If you want something simple, the beach is wide and flat with plenty of space. When you're ready to explore, just around the corner from your relaxing jungle resort, you can find a jungle temple island. Here you spawn on a snowy peak with a lush cavern fully exposed to the cold surface just beside you and spread across the mountains in various shallow craters. Look around for a moment and you'll find the mountains form a ring into a deep crater valley containing a small but dense dark oak forest just begging to be settled in. Once you do, take some time to expand into the deep lush caves through the ravine, but be careful. Venture too deep and you'll be greeted by the skulk, guarding geodes, a mineshaft, and a skeleton spawner. Every great base has an XP farm though, right? Follow the coastal cliffs of this new world and soon you'll find an enormous cavern in the cliff face just barely above the water and facing the wide open sea. The open entrance is so large that it's still noticeable from a long distance. Whether you window this off or keep it open to the ocean breeze, I just know someone could turn this into the best modern cave base we've ever seen. When you wake in this fresh world, you find yourself surrounded by steep hills and colourful cliffs, tucked in a cozy hidden valley to build your perfect ranch, dotted with flowers of all kinds and varieties. Perhaps a dream building location for a beekeeping builder. Your new neighbours atop the cliff are eager to trade, providing surprisingly cheap emeralds to aid your progress. Should you meet them there and peer about the world surrounding you, you'll find winding rivers and meadow valleys for even more building inspiration. A minuscule island sits in the midst of an enormous lake. It's barely large enough for a tent, and yet the view is breathtaking. The lake is bordered by sheer cliff faces on all sides. A stunning, jagged peak mountain and calming shoreline that would be perfect for a coastal walking route that circles around your island. Though small, I know someone will appreciate these views enough to put in the effort to expand the island and make it their home. A hook-shaped meadow wall sits in the midst of a vast open plain. There are villages on either side of the crescent hill, taking full advantage of the peacefully flat terrain and open air. Between the crescent walls is where you'll build your home. Your new home will be tranquil and untroubled thanks to its flowery wall of defense. Adventure over the wall and you'll encounter more flowers, meadow and rivers calling out to be bridged. Should you venture from these waters, you'll find yourself on a small island in a dry lake bed, surrounded by towering mesa mountains, colourful terracotta titans in all directions, both barren and wooded. A deep scar cuts into the nearest mountain, exposing a dripstone cave to the surface air. But be wary, the deep dark lurks below. Should you brave it, the ancient civilization below will provide a plethora of resources. Before taking on that challenge, settle on this wooded mound, build your town, and make use of all the valleys to expand and reach new horizons. You spawn atop a tall, snowy mountain littered with spruce, in which sits a deep forested crater. Should you venture down into the skulk and through the waterfall, a long-abandoned city awaits so close to where you began. But should you venture beyond along the surface, across the peaks, you'll find a mountain surrounded by nearly every environment you could wish for. Every kind of wood in this world is at your disposal in such a short space, just waiting for you to make something incredible with it on top of this mountain. Far into a vast ocean, you may find this glorious crescent island with a smaller island sitting cradled in the middle. There's a plethora of birch wood, sugarcane, and chicken to sustain you should you not care for fish. I'd love to see a house on the middle where the birch island is surrounded by varying watercolors. From your central home, build multiple bridges connecting yourself to the outer island moon. A drastic clash of climates sits in the valley of a circular hill containing a deep cavernous lake. To one side of this valley is forested hills beyond flowery hilltops. On the other, frozen mountains and dense spruce woods dotted with villages thriving against the cold. This half-frozen haven would be ideal for a lakeside community. Set up your builds around the shore of the lake and up on the meadow walls, but be careful where you step while you're building. On the frozen side, there's a drop into a huge dripstone cave with cascading waterfalls and glowing lava. I know some of you cave dwellers will appreciate this bonus feature to an already perfect location.
Imagine if your Minecraft world had a windswept mansion, the most beautiful building location ever, or this wide open mountain cave. Here are 25 new Minecraft seeds that you have to try. Seed 25 has some absolutely stunning windswept terrain that is made even more special by the structure that hides beneath it. Check out this woodland mansion that is concealed between stone and towering windswept forest. I've never seen mansion generation like this before. What's your theory for why they built their mansion here? I think the combination of cozy coves, waterfalls, and imposing terrain make this a great opportunity for a secret base. Seed 24 has some really lucky or unlucky village generation depending on which way you look at it. This Plains village has lined up perfectly with an exposed dripstone cave, resulting in the most houses I've ever seen inside of a cave. Challenge yourself to reconnect the dripstone houses with the meadow houses by building spiraling tunnels and bridges up through the mountain. There's more building potential above with beautiful meadows, open plains, and snowy mountains. Seed 23 spawns you in a snow biome with a frozen ocean and more crazy windswept terrain. Make your way through this eroded forest wall and you will find yourself in a village with some interesting features. Right next to the village there's a pillager outpost. Jump in the freezing cold water under the outpost and you'll find an underwater basement igloo. This would be such a cool hidden base. Seed 22 is a seed I love for many reasons, but the main reason is this meadow that is shaped perfectly as a love heart. I'm so proud of this find. I challenge anyone to find a more perfectly shaped and natural love heart in Minecraft. Around the heart you can see 4 villages close by, so this would be a great central meeting point. The building potential with this one is enhanced by the mineshaft cave you can find underneath the heart and all the beautiful meadows surrounding it. I haven't seen a great nether spawn seed in a while, which is why I've included seed 21. You'll spawn extremely close to a tiger village with a ruined portal, river valley, and forested mountains. Enter the ruined portal, which is really easy to complete, and you'll spawn right next to a piglin bastion. I love seeds that combine great overworld and nether spawns like this. Not far from the village you'll find some ocean cliffs with an exposed lush cave. Head down the long lush tunnel and you'll end up in an ancient city. Seed 20 has one of the most beautiful building locations I've ever seen. Check out this incredible mountain island that has a perfect place for a small peaceful build with phenomenal surroundings. I'd love to know what you'd build here on this mountain island. This is literally a portal to paradise. I could quite happily live here in a small quaint cabin for the rest of my Minecraft life. Seed 19 has a breathtaking coastal mountain spawn that you need to try. I would be down to travel far and wide for a location like this, so I just think it's amazing that you could find this as soon as you start your game. This large body of water with a giant ruined portal in the middle is surrounded by mountain cliffs, snowy peaks, exposed lush caves, and dark oak forest. Build a base with great views in one of these caves, or maybe an underwater themed base right in the middle. Seed 18 is a great jungle spawn with a jungle temple within walking distance. This seed also has a tall woodland mansion on a riverbank that sits directly above an insane lush cave. Follow the river round and you'll find a very inviting entrance to the cave. There's so much space in here and loads of structures too, including an exposed mine shaft that leads you to an ancient city. You couldn't ask for a better mansion basement. Seed 17 spawns you in a really pretty mountain river valley. Head on over the peaks and you'll spot a coastal mansion very close to spawn. This isn't the only mansion in this seed I want to show. Around 3,000 blocks away you can find the strangest mansion I've ever seen that is generated entirely in water. What's even stranger is this weird open ocean hole. I've never seen anything like it before. Has anyone got an explanation for this? Seed 16 has one of the best and most convenient ancient city entrances found so far. I just love how this exposed jungle tunnel leads you directly to the city. Generating in a large cave with deep dark pillars, it's quite a spacious city too. There's even an exposed zombie spawner down here. I'm sure someone could use this tunnel to build an ancient staircase. Seed 15 spawns you in a beautiful old growth taiga forest surrounded by mountains. This seed is actually an answer to a challenge that I set in the previous video. So last episode I asked you to find a longer drop than this 228 block drop into an ancient city. Well, it's already been beaten thanks to this 239 block drop through an amazing lush cave down into a deep dark biome. Someone needs to build an elevator back to the top so I can keep doing this jump over and over. Seed 14 spawns you on a remote bamboo survival island. If you fancy an isolated jungle survival experience, then this is the seed for you. It's full of pandas, ocelots, parrots, and there's no mainland in sight. There's another jungle island close by for a friend, but other than that, nothing but ocean. Seed 13 spawns you on the slope of an alluring snowy mountain with a frozen ocean. On the other side of the mountain, you can find a ruined portal village that lies right next to some amazing lush cave entrances. Make your way in and you will find it's a lush cave of giant proportions. You could spend days exploring this thing. There's even a deep dark biome at the bottom with a mine shaft opposite an exposed skeleton dungeon. Here's a seed if you're looking for an interesting challenge. Seed 12 spawns you on a ruined portal island. Do you think you could survive with whatever's in this chest and whatever you find in the nether? Try survive on this seed without ever touching the overworld mainland. I would love to know how you get on. Each episode I try to include a seed with access to loads of biomes around spawn. Seed 11 is the best this one I was able to find this week with an abundance of warm and cold biomes within 600 blocks of each other. On one side of the jungle you've got badlands, desert, savanna and a mangrove off in the distance. On the other, you've got a large snow biome and all other types of forest. There's plenty of structures too and different types of ocean on each side. Seed 10 spawns you on a gravel bank within close proximity to some crazy windswept ice spikes terrain. My friend Gas-Powered Pick shared the Java version of this seed on Twitter, so I decided to check out the Bedrock version and was pleasantly surprised when I saw this snow village. I love when windswept terrain and structures combine, and the inclusion of ice spikes makes this spawn one of my favorites. Sticking with the windswept theme, Seed 9 has some absolutely insane terrain surrounding this woodland mansion that makes you feel like you're playing in an amplified world. The views of the bamboo mountain from the mansion entrance are stunning and frightening at the same time. This looks like it could be a grand entrance to a mega dungeon. Make your way to the top of this floating jungle tree island and take in the breathtaking views. Seed 8 has a tiny little plains village on the edge of a snow biome with great access to the nether and even some honey. This isn't the only portal that comes along with this village. Underground, you can find 2 more portals in the much rarer form of end portals, and they're stacked right on top of each other. Just break a few blocks in the far right corner of this room and you'll drop right into the other. Seed 7 spawns you by the coast with some truly epic mountain cliffs and a beautiful forest valley. In both directions along the coast, you can find some amazing structures. Firstly, here's an ocean outpost which is right next to a blacksmith village with an exposed zombie dungeon behind one of the houses. You better head here first and get the villagers before the zombies do. In the opposite direction, you can find a village next to the mountain valley with some really unique land generation. I love how there's houses on so many different levels, and I especially love this cove section down the bottom, which has 2 sections of village which connect through these pleasant water caves. Seed 6 spawns you by a Badlands coast with this incredible cliffside desert village that stretches all the way from the coral reef below to the Badlands peak above. I've never seen a village location quite like this before. This seed has some other unique features, including this geode combined with an end portal. Luckily, the end portal is still intact once you break the geode apart. Seed 5 has a pretty unfortunate spawn point. Good luck getting yourself out of here. When you do manage to escape, you'll be greeted by one of the most inspiring windswept terrains I've ever seen. I can't remember ever seeing an overhang as big as this one. I'm sure this could be used for a really unique base, maybe a hanging base by the waterfalls or right on top with these mesmerizing views. Seed 4 has another beautiful building location that has ignited my imagination, and I hope it does the same for you. Check out this stunning mountain valley painted in flowers of all kinds. It's one of those landscapes that just makes you stop and stare. If this was my seed, I couldn't imagine wanting to live anywhere else. I'd love to know what your plans would be for this area. Seed 3 has another beautiful mountain area, this time covered in forest and loads of exposed caves. Head through one of the many gaps in this mountain and you'll find yourself in a gigantic cave system that leads you through lush, dripstone and deep darkness all the way down to an ancient city. Navigate through the lush caves and pop out next to some truly incredible max height mountains. Seed 2 spawns you next to a village that you just have to see. It's the most amazing desert village I've ever seen. I have never seen a village with so many buildings on so many different levels. Nearly every house has their own personal section of the mountain. I really want to build a long winding staircase connecting all these platforms. Usually mountain villages like this have half the village at the top and half the village at the bottom, but this one amazingly takes up the whole slope. Seed 1 is the perfect seed if you're a fan of builds and landscapes with a lot of verticality. The jaw-droppingly gorgeous scenery around spawn includes spruce-laden valleys tucked between ice-capped mountains. If you want something more unique to explore, look no further than this stunning cavern carved through a now hollow mountain, lush and lively both outside and within. If you want to build a nice place to rest, just opposite the cavern is a small village that borders a series of lakes, open plains and rolling hills.
Imagine if your Minecraft world had a mangrove mansion, the deepest, darkest cave, or even an ancient city right at spawn. Here are the top 20 seeds for Minecraft 1.19. Seed 20 spawns you right next to one of Minecraft's newest biomes, the Mangrove Swamp. Before entering the swamp, you'll come across 5 structures all combined in the same place. There's a shipwreck, an outpost, a ruined portal, a desert temple, and a village that have all collided together. There's even an ocean ruin close by too. If you're wanting to explore the new swamp, this is probably the craziest seed to do that in. This Mangrove Swamp is huge! Does anyone have any build ideas for this new biome? Seed 19, believe it or not, spawns you inside of an ancient city. This has to be the scariest and most challenging spawn in the new update. If you can keep yourself alive, this would be the best seed for checking out this new mega structure. There are chests everywhere with lots of loot that could get your game off to an amazing start. At the end of the first city, you'll find a gap in the wall that leads you to a second ancient city. This seed is probably too difficult for me, but maybe you're brave enough to take advantage of this spawn. Another cool thing about this seed is that you can see the city from the surface. Seed 18 is another amazing ancient city seed. This one is one of my favorites because you can find it inside of a lush cave that also has not 1 but 2 exposed mine shafts. It's going to be hard to find a lush cave better than this one in the new update. It's huge, packed with structures, and it's even so close to spawn. Maybe you could extend this mine shaft all the way down into the ancient city so that you can get away from the warden in your minecart. The loot inside these structures is definitely worth it. Let me know what's the best loot you've been able to find in an ancient city so far. Seed 17 again spawns you close to a mangrove swamp. This one has a savanna village which I think fits in really well. The acacia logs blend in really well with the mangrove floor, and the acacia planks provide really nice contrast. I think this village type is the best match for this new biome. What do you think? The village is situated right on a mangrove river. This would be the perfect place for building a dock for your brand new chest boats. Seed 16 spawns you in a truly incredible mountain range. Take a look at all of these beautiful mountains that you can find around spawn. One of the mountains even has a large exposed, deep, dark cave with a double geode and a mine shaft. There's a dripstone village next to a wide mountain valley that has some great plains for building. You can also find this mountain crater right next to a village with a ruined portal. But what makes this seed truly special is the fact that you can find 4 combined ancient cities directly under spawn. If you're looking for the biggest ancient city in Minecraft, then this is the seed you'll want. It's like one giant mega city. Seed 15 has another incredible mountain landscape. Check out this village which runs right through the middle of the mountain valley with waterfalls flowing down either side. There's even an exposed zombie dungeon directly below one of the houses. A great village for grinding XP while taking in some beautiful scenery. Right by the village, there's some really nice forest and an exposed waterfall cave. Enter the cave and follow the water down as far as it will go, and you'll be led to an ancient city. I love how the water acts as a really convenient entry and exit to the city. If you want to escape the warden, just jump back up to the waterfall and head back to the village. Seed 14 spawns you right next to a triple blacksmith village with some really great early game loot. You'll need this loot and much more if you're to take on what lies beneath this village. What if I told you that underneath this village there were 2 ancient cities, a stronghold, a piglin bastion, and a nether fortress? Here's the first city. Go past the ruined portal and you'll come across the second, another giant mega city. Enter the nether and you'll spawn right next to the bastion. Enter the bastion and you'll find that there's also really easy access to a blaze spawner. Back in the ancient city, here's where you can find access to the stronghold. There is so much going on down here. It's like the ultimate underworld seed. Seed 13 spawns you next to one of the most picturesque village backdrops I've ever seen. Look how beautiful this mountain is. In the village, you can find a blacksmith, and there's a ruined portal close by too. Head over to the mountain, and you'll find that you're situated in a huge mountain range with a 2,000 block radius. I've been able to count at least 13 ancient cities within this mountain range. This could be the perfect seed for tracking down one of Minecraft's newest structures while also enjoying the incredible scenery that was brought to us in 1.18. Seed 12 spawns you inside of a jungle mountain crater surrounded by jagged peaks. The perfect spawn if you fancy a jungle starter base. Build a nether portal in the middle of the crater and you'll enter a cave which leads you to a double blaze spawner just a short distance away. a great spawn for building a blaze farm. Directly underneath spawn you'll find another ancient city, making this crater a perfect place for setting up camp before taking on the warden. A short distance away, you can find an outpost where you can meet some of Minecraft's newest friends. The pillagers built their outpost on top of another ancient city. Maybe their ancestors used to live down here. Seed 11 spawns you close to this woodland mansion and pillager outpost combination. The outpost sits on an exposed mountain cave which again leads you down to an ancient city. A short trip away from the mansion, you can find a large mangrove swamp biome which contains an outpost village. The allays have been able to escape themselves thanks to this village's farm. This mangrove also has a couple of temples and even another mansion. Another mangrove packed full of structures. Seed 10 spawns us in another mangrove swamp village which provides us with an age-old question. What came first, the house or the ruined portal? Trade with swamp villagers and explore the brand new mangrove biome while being towered over by this insane windswept savanna. This thing is huge and gives you a terrific view of spawn. Head towards the end of the swamp and you'll see that this seed has a great variety of biomes close by too. The Badlands is home to 3 ancient cities, so this is where you'll want to head if you want to take on the warden. Seed 9 spawns you on the very first mangrove island found for the new update. Do you think you could survive on a mangrove island without leaving? Head inland and you'll see that these new swamp biomes really are gigantic. You can find a coral reef desert village island surrounded by mangrove as well as a mangrove outpost. Seed 8 spawns you on a bamboo jungle coast. Head across the warm ocean and you'll find a desert biome with a woodland mansion, pillager outpost, and a mangrove swamp close by too. Another great seed for rescuing Minecraft's newest mob and exploring a new biome. Let me know in the comments how you plan on using the allay. Head past the giant ocean portal on your way back and you'll also be able to find an ancient city underneath the jungle. Does anyone have any plans for transforming one of these cities? Seed 7 spawns you on a huge snowy mountain. Climb to the very top to get a fantastic view of spawn where you can find out which direction you'd like to explore first. There are some nice plains for building and an epic mountain cliff close by too. Round the other side of the spawn mountain, you can find another waterfall sloped village with loads of exposed caves. Navigate through the caves with a little digging and you'll find yourself in an ancient city. You can find some really amazing tools down here. Close to the spawn you can find this outpost mountain where you can rescue more allays. Seed 6 spawns you extremely close to a tall river mansion opposite some forested mountains. After saving the allays from the mansion, head on up to the mountains where you can find this large exposed dripstone cave that leads you through a long, deep, dark tunnel all the way down into an ancient city. It's nice to have a pathway down to a city like this so you don't dig straight down and fall into one. This seed also has a lush cave with a giant waterfall and a mine shaft as well as a mountain outpost. These pillagers are trying really hard to hide this iron golem. Will you go and save him? Seed 5 spawns you next to a desert village inside of a mangrove swamp biome. It's not often that you see a desert village with trees taller than these buildings. Some of these new mangrove trees are really big. This spawn village also has a stronghold underneath. I think this is the very first mangrove stronghold village ever found and is right at spawn. If you enter the nether, you'll also find a bastion right next to a nether fortress at spawn too. If you want to be the first person to do a speedrun in a mangrove biome, this is the seed for you. Seed 4 has the deepest and darkest cave in Minecraft. This is one of the biggest exposed caves in Minecraft. I've shown off this monster of a cave before, but I'm showing it again because now it's been taken over by the new, deep, dark biome. Head right down into the bottom of the cave underneath the mine shaft, and the deep dark will lead you to an ancient city. This cave was already special, but the new update has really taken it to the next level. What do you think? Is this still the best exposed cave in Minecraft? Seed 3 is another perfect seed for checking out the new features. This one has a mangrove mansion. This is the first mansion I've seen actually inside of the new biome. Check out all the frogs on the mansion roof. This mansion is really close to spawn, and on the other side there's a bamboo jungle. Save the allays and go on an adventure through the new swamp. Seed 2 is another great double ancient city seed. You'll spawn here with the mountain valley in front of you. Each of the mountains has a different ancient city beneath them. Head through the valley and you'll come across a very thin ravine with lava at the bottom. Jump down and you'll find yourself in one of the ancient cities. It's amazing that you can jump all the way down into one of these from the surface. As you can see, the two ancient cities are so close that they've combined into one big mega city. There's actually an exposed zombie spawner on the way down here too. Back above the surface, if you head through the holes in the mountain, you can find a nice village with a flower forest. Seed 1 is the perfect seed for starting your long-term Minecraft 1.19 survival adventure. This seed has some of the best biome diversity at spawn that I've seen in a very long time. There's mountains, snow, jungle, desert, badlands, plains, and every type of forest, and even a mangrove swamp. There's some really great mountains to check out around spawn, including this one with a massive exposed cave. There's plenty of villages, basement igloos, temples, and pillager outposts, and there's a lot of ancient cities to find too, including this one that is right under spawn.
Imagine if your Minecraft world had a desert mansion, or the deepest cave ever, or even this beautiful flower valley. Here are the top 20 seeds for Minecraft 1.18. Seed 20 spawns you next to 2 neighbouring villages and plenty of flat plains, the perfect spawn for building and trading. One of the villages even has a giant nether portal. Under this village you'll find an exposed cave that could be a great place for your starter base. Not too far away from spawn, you can find this mansion with another exposed cave. Adventure deep down into this cave and you'll come across the most amazing lush mineshaft. I love how the chains meet with the lush ceiling. This has to be one of my favourite caves so far. If that's not enough, this seed also has a village with 2 end portals close by. Here's the first one, and here's the second one. Seed 19 has a desert village island surrounded by beautiful coral reef. If you had to be a villager stuck on this island, I think you'd be pretty content. Along with the warm ocean, this village island also benefits from being right above a stronghold. In this stronghold, you can find the end portal as well as a skeleton spawner. It would be hard not to choose this seed, unless you're worried about these coordinates. We're sticking with the village island theme for Seed 18. This one has 2 of them directly opposite each other right by spawn. One of them is a snowy island cliff village surrounded by frozen ocean. Let me know if this house generates like this for you too, or is my game just broken? The second village island is only 400 blocks away. This seed could be perfect for 2 friends who want to build up 2 competing islands. Or maybe you could establish a trading relationship between the 2 island communities. Right by spawn, there's also a ruined portal and a shipwreck. Seed 17 is beautiful. Right by spawn, there's this large meadow crater that would be a perfect building location. There's also a mountain range which has the most incredibly picturesque landscapes. These mountains are not just beautiful, but they're useful too. Head into the cave underneath this one and you can find a double dungeon. This cave would be perfect for building a base with an efficient mob farm. Outside of this mountain cave, you can find an outpost village very close by. This seed also has the most insane exposed dripstone cave ever. My mind was blown when I first saw this thing. Imagine coming across this randomly in survival. There's also a mansion on the side of the mountain. Head to the back of the mansion and you'll find a secret waterfall entrance to a lush cave. This seed is packed with so many amazing features. Seed 16 has one of the most amazing villages found so far in 1.18. This village is situated above an exposed cave with a pillager outpost just across the river. These villagers are lucky that pillagers are not the greatest swimmers. Within the exposed cave, you can find the villagers' farms as well as this huge waterfall which has another area of cave behind it where you could build a secret base. Close by, you can find beautiful meadow village with a beehive and views of the ocean. There's also this dripstone lava cave which gives me uncomfortable hell vibes. Seed 15 has one of the craziest and unique village locations you're ever likely to find. This snow village generated on this incredible windswept terrain surrounded by frozen ocean. There's even a super tall outpost that runs through the middle of the island. At the bottom of the outpost, you can find a house which has merged with the cobblestone. It's gotta take a brave villager to live here. The outpost house leads you to a large open cove with waterfalls that may spark your imagination. Definitely one of my favourite village finds so far. What do you think about this one? Seed 14 spawns you in a bamboo forest with sparse jungle village and a ruined portal just around the corner. A really nice spawn, but the main feature of this seed is a fair distance away. Here, you can find a woodland mansion island with an exposed lush cave. I just love how this mansion looks right on the edge of the cliff. I hope the occupiers are not worried about coastal erosion. Maybe use this spacious lush cave to build a secret bat cave that leads up to the mansion. Seed 13 has something I've never seen before in Minecraft, a woodland mansion in a desert biome. Does anyone know how it's even possible for a mansion to spawn here? This tall mansion is surrounded by incredible desert landscape. I've never seen desert mountains quite like it. I would love to know what you think about this one in the comments. Seed 12 has some of the best hills I've ever seen. You spawn in a snow biome with loads of meadow hills close by. There's loads of valleys, villages and other structures too. What I love most about this seed is the Ice Spike Hill. There's something magical about this ice spike terrain. There's even a village that merges with the ice spikes and the hill itself. Across from the spikes, there's another hill with an igloo and portal on top. It just seems like there's more hills with amazing features everywhere you look on this seed. Seed 11 has the craziest desert village ever. There's a temple right in the middle of the village as well as a ruined portal close by. What you can find at the bottom of this temple is what makes this seed so amazing. Make your way to the temple treasure, break the walls, and you'll find a secret hidden house. Maybe it's this villager's job to protect the treasure. I've never seen village generation like this before. Have you? Seed 10 is another fantastic double mansion seed. These mansions are only 400 blocks apart in this beautiful wooded landscape. Both mansions have views of the ocean, and one of them has this exposed lush cave underneath it. Further away, there's a snow biome with one of the most gigantic cave systems ever. This thing is absolutely huge and even has a mine shaft, so it's definitely worth the travel if you pick this seed. If you like tall things, Seed 9 is for you. This seed has the tallest ocean monument ever that goes deep down into an ocean trench. If you're up for the challenge, this could provide a difficult draining project. This seed also spawns you next to tall birch trees, and there's even this tall woodland mansion that extends deep down into a cave. This seed also has an incredible dripstone cave. Look how deep this thing is. It even has 2 different types of mine shaft. Seed 8 is a bit of a broken one. You spawn very close to an ocean ruin inside a shipwreck. This could be a great seed if you're looking for some easy loot, or perhaps a structure to turn into a home early on. There's a second shipwreck close by too, so even more treasure to be found. If you could combine any 2 structures like this in Minecraft, what would they be? Seed 7 is a great multi-biome spawn, perfect for long-term survival playthrough. There's this colourful island surrounded by a river with loads of different biomes around it. There's desert, jungle, plain, savanna and badlands. Build a kingdom on this island and just watch over all your different biomes. There's plenty of villages and structures close by too, and if you play on this seed, please update me with your progress. Seed 6 has a breathtaking spawn in my opinion. You spawn on a jungle mountain with a warm ocean and badlands coastline. Just over the mountain, you can find another mountain surrounded by bamboo. This would be a perfect spot for a jungle base. Head back towards spawn and you can find a desert cliffs village surrounded by coral reef, which has great views of the jungle mountain and some eroded badlands. Speaking of badlands, this biome is huge. Seed 5 has one of the biggest lush caves I've ever seen. It's so huge that there's not just 1, but 2 mine shafts. This is one of the best looking caves ever. I love recording caves like this. The combination of lava, waterfalls and multiple cave levels just gives me so much inspiration. You could build an entire lush civilization in this thing. I'd love to watch someone do an underground survival in this cave. Would love to see how someone would transform this place over time. Let me know what your build ideas would be for this cave. I've shown plenty of amazing caves, so now it's time for some cliffs. Seed 4 has the most incredible Badlands cliffs right at spawn. This cliff face is absolutely stunning. Take in the views from the coral reef below or take a plunge from the very top. I'd love to build some mountain bases with big windows on the face of these cliffs and just look out over the ocean. Over the cliffs you'll find one of the most impressive Badlands biomes with huge mountains, valleys and space for building your own Wild West towns. Seed 3 spawns you next to a hollow savanna mountain. This mountain has loads of exposed caves around its slopes with waterfalls and large cave systems to explore. Would you rather build here or maybe in the mountain's crater? Either side of the mountain is a village. One of them has an outpost and the other has a giant portal. There's plenty of savanna plains for building your farmland too. I originally loaded up Seed 2 to explore this beautiful mountain valley. I was amazed at what I found inside of the mountain to the left. Enter the exposed cave on the mountain slope and you'll see the deepest cave ever. Look how far down this thing goes. You can just about see the cave entrance from the very bottom. I never expected to come across a cave this deep inside of a mountain. You might need feather falling before you try to navigate this one. Go over the mountain and you'll find a slope village with loads of other cave entrances too. Seed 1 spawns you in a small dripstone cave, providing you with some early shelter. Above you'll find plenty of flat plains perfect for building. Head towards this vast mountain and you'll be amazed by the size and length of this flower valley. This valley is full of flowers and bees, and it's also completely surrounded by the meadow's flowers too, making this one of the most beautiful valleys in Minecraft. The valley is so long. I think it would be perfect for a peaceful town building project. What would you build in this valley? Let me know if you decide to play on any of the seeds in this video. I hope some of them have sparked your imagination.
Imagine if your Minecraft world had a windswept jungle village, an ocean village, or even 2 villages right next to each other. Here are the top 25 village seeds for Minecraft 1.18. Seed 25 has a plains village in such an amazing location. Become friends with these villagers and they might just let you into this beautiful area surrounded by mountains. I think that it's cool that the only way into this area is through the village. It would be the perfect place for setting up your base. On the other side of the village, you have an ocean and some plains that would be ideal for setting up some farms. Below one of the houses, there's a big exposed cave. Maybe you could build the villagers a secret storage room down here. Seed 24 has a savannah beach village with a ruined portal and a shipwreck. This rare structure-filled village is right by spawn too. The village is filled with a bunch of different animals and some nice early game loot. Set up your starter base inside the shipwreck and gear up with some leather and gold. A really nice village for starting off your Minecraft adventure. Seed 23 has an ocean village opposite a sparse jungle biome. I'm not sure how this village has managed to generate here, but I'm not complaining. It reminds me of Pacific Log Town from Pokemon Ruby by the way it's almost completely floating on water. The perfect village for fishing and diving adventures. Not too far away from the village, you can find this incredible jungle cliffs island with exposed lush caves. With views of bamboo forest and ocean, I bet someone could build an amazing lush base here. Seed 22 spawns you right into this incredible windswept jungle village. If you've ever wondered what a combination of jungle, windswept savanna and a village would look like, this is the result. This village has a blacksmith, a ruined portal, and 2 different types of villagers. There's an amazing waterfall cove down by the bottom, and I love how there's houses on loads of different levels as you climb up the cliff face. Definitely one of my favourite villages that I've ever found. A short distance along the coast, you can find an ocean desert village next to some coral reef. Seed 21 has some of the most beautiful village locations I've ever seen. Surrounded by mountains, meadow, ocean and flower forest, you can find this outpost village island with a ruined portal. I just love the landscape on this one. The villagers couldn't ask for a better backdrop, but I don't think they'll be very pleased about sharing their island with an outpost. Maybe you could build some bridges to help the villagers escape. Make sure you let me know which of these villages turns out to be your favourite. Seed 20 has a triple biome village. The village touches jungle, plains and badlands, and to make it even rarer, it's an abandoned village. There's also plenty of bees, a ruined portal up on the hill, and a huge exposed dripstone cave for you to explore. If you could find a triple village yourself, what 3 biomes would you want the village to fall on? Also, this seed spawns you right next to a mine shaft with loads of easy loot to get you off to a great start. Seed 19 has the 2 closest villages I've seen so far. Look how close they are. These villages are only 42 blocks apart. Maybe you could build a bridge over the river to create one big village. One of the villages is full of sunflowers with a ruined portal nearby. The other has a blacksmith and a mountain not far away. Seed 18 has a frozen iceberg village right at spawn. If you're like me and prefer the cool side of the pillow, this could be the bed for you. This villager has even decided to live inside of an iceberg. You actually spawn on this small snowy island right next to the village, so this could be a pretty interesting survival island seed. Seed 17 has a plains village in the opening of a forest. Surrounded by trees, a small lake, this is a really peaceful village location. Just around the corner, you can find another village that scales a very steep cliff. The cliffside village is situated in a really nice valley with a badlands biome at the end. Close by, there's also a large bamboo mountain. Seed 16 has an incredibly picturesque village which you can find on the slope of a jagged peaks and meadow mountain. This is truly a wallpaper-worthy village. This village is covered in flowers and has loads of really nice nooks and crannies. Make your way up the slope to the top of the mountain and you'll find loads of exposed caves hidden within the jagged peaks. Check out this super deep dripstone cave, which is pretty fun to jump down. There's also a lush cave, which I originally thought was pretty small, but after a bit of exploring,
I realised it leads you to this absolutely huge lush cave with pillars. This mountain village seed is amazing. Seed 15 spawns you on Badlands Coast next to a huge, warm ocean and desert village. If you want a village spawned with plenty of tropical fish, this is the one for you. It looks like this coral reef goes on forever. Make your way through the Badlands and the jungle to find this incredible mountain range. Jump down into this exposed cave and you'll find one of the mountains is completely hollow with this ginormous cave. This is one of the biggest caves I've found. Here's a challenging seed for you. Seed 14 spawns you between two desert villages that both have pillager outposts. Can you save them both before it's too late? Here's the first, and here's the second one. Good luck. Seed 13 has a village in a breathtaking mountain valley. Make your way in from the coast and you'll see the village surrounded by mountains. This village has some amazing views of the valley. I can't get over the scenery surrounding this village. Make your way through the valley, over this mountain, and you'll find a beautiful building location with a small flower forest with mountains circling around it. It would be a perfect spot to build a cozy little cottage. Seed 12 is an epic snow village. Check out this populated village that comes with interesting terrain and a basement igloo. There's even a tunnel that leads you through into a dripstone cave. There seem to be a lot of exposed dripstone caves in this one. Close by, there's an ice spikes village with another large exposed cave just a short distance away. Seed 11 is another incredible snow village. This time, the village is generated on this stunning windswept landscape. Do you think we'll ever get amplified mode on Bedrock, or do you think this is the closest we'll get? Maybe you could build down here and take in the views of this insane terrain. If you make it up to the house at the very top, you'll find a hole that you can jump through to reach the houses at the very bottom. I'm on the lookout for more windswept villages, so let me know if you find any. Seed 10 has a village on an island surrounded by a river. I think this is a really nice village location that could offer some interesting building opportunities. Next to the village, there's plenty of forests and two large lakes that add to the tranquility. Follow the plains between lakes and you'll find a second plains village. Seed 9 has a village with some really nice terrain in my opinion. Under the village, there's this beautiful overhang where I would love to build my base. I love the overhang views like this. There's parts of the village under the overhang, to the side and even directly above it. I mean, what do you think of this village? Seed 8 spawns you really close to a triple blacksmith village, a great start for some early game loot. This seed also has an island which has a tiger village and a woodland mansion. A mansion by itself on an island would be rare enough, but this one has a village too. Off the coast of the island, you can find some above ground ruins and a giant portal in the ocean. Seed 7 has another beautiful mountain valley village. Right at the beginning of this amazing valley, you can find the village on one side and a large waterfall on the other. Make your way through the valley and there's another exposed cave. Go over the peaks of the village and you'll find a meadow crater that could be a perfect building location. Seed 6 has a desert village that sits on some Badlands cliffs that surround a small coral reef lake. Some of the villagers are stuck down at the bottom here, so you could help them reconnect with their friends. There's a deep coral ravine for you to explore down here too. Seed 5 has one of the rarest village combinations I've seen. Unfortunately, this one is very far away from spawn, but I thought I'd show it anyway. There's a village island with a pillager outpost and a shipwreck that is floating above the water. I wish we could find something like this closer to spawn, but maybe you'll be up for the adventure to find this. Seed 4 has a village inside of a mountain crater, giving these villagers a nice natural defense from intruders. Just next to the mountain, there's this beautiful meadow with this location that I think would be ideal for building your base. There's another village close by in the meadow, and you can spot another village with a portal in the distance. Seed 3 has a blacksmith mountain village with an outpost. You've got views of the ocean and a large exposed cave underneath the village too. Once you've saved the village from pillagers, head round to the side of the mountain where you'll find plenty of flat plains for building. Seed 2 has a flower forest village that I thought was going to be one of the most pretty and peaceful villages I'd seen until I noticed it also had a pillager outpost. Why did these pillagers have to go and ruin it? Somebody please load up this seed and burn this thing down so the villagers can live in peace. There's another village close by on top of the Sunflower Hill which has 2 blacksmiths. Seed 1 spawns you in a snow biome with 2 iceberg shipwrecks in the frozen ocean close by. Here's the first village near spawn, which is near some ice spikes. Follow the frozen river around and you'll find another snow village with a basement igloo. Keep following the river to another ice spikes biome. It's here where you'll find a third village with an outpost. I love the views of the spikes from this village. There's even a ruined portal down by the river. Imagine if your Minecraft world had a village floating over an ancient city, the tallest outpost ever found, or even this absolutely insane woodland mansion. Welcome to the Minecraft 1.19 Farlands. We've discovered that after traveling precisely 2,812,332 blocks from spawn in your Minecraft 1.19 Bedrock Edition world, you'll start running into mountains that have completely collapsed in on themselves to create these insanely huge lava pits that I honestly have no idea how to describe, but I will try my best. They come in all shapes and sizes, and when combined with structures, you get some incredibly strange outcomes. We've done some exploring and put together a list of the craziest Farland lava hellholes we could find. Here's what we found. To begin with, here's how we discovered where these things start. This mountain is split exactly in half, with one half behaving how it should and the other half deciding it wants to be a fiery pit of doom. This giant wall drops you from Y219 all the way down to Y-54, where you'll find an exposed ancient city in the lava lake surrounded by these intimidating walls and enormous waterfalls. The game is actually still somewhat playable at this distance if you're not too bothered by these jittery movements. As well as these incredible lava holes, we've also discovered instances where the holes are filled with these insane thin flat walls that can reach all the way up to Y253. I have no idea what's going on here. I'm going to let a smarter Minecraft YouTuber try to explain this. For now, I'm just going to show these things off because I just think that they are really cool. Imagine if someone actually made it all the way up here in survival. How long do you think it would take to get here? I mean, it's weird. Some areas don't have these walls and some do. Here's the craziest walled areas we found. There's a mansion wedged between two of the walls which have huge windows where there would normally be a cave if this giant slab was underground like it should be. Here's one right next to a village where you can find a blacksmith hovering over an exposed ancient city. If you want the hardest possible way to obtain bread, this one's for you. Here's one with a floating outpost situated in one of the biggest holes we found with multiple exposed cities and the worst mineshaft ever. Here's what a Badlands version looks like. Kinda reminds me of a giant floppy disk, and more impressively, here's a snow area where the walls seems much more frequent and condensed. Imagine building your base between all of these walls. To finish off the crazy tall slab areas, here's a floating abandoned village near a tall outpost. I feel so sorry for this iron golem. These walls really make you feel like you're playing on a whole different planet. Further into the Farlands, where the game is pretty much unplayable, we found some really beautiful and unique lava holes that you need to see. Check out this varied forest island surrounded by a huge deep lava moat with exposed mine shafts and lush caves. This would be a dream building location, if only I could move. Here's another crazy village hole, which is right next to two of the biggest holes that have been found. The scale of these really blows my mind. Didn't think I would ever see anything like this in Minecraft. Here's one next to a mansion that includes an outpost floating over an ancient city. I love watching the pillagers fall down to be eaten alive by the warden. There's also some amazing lush caves and a mine shaft hidden by incredible waterfalls. Here's an outpost that is generated right on the edge of one of the holes, resulting in it being 180 blocks long. This has to be the tallest outpost in Minecraft. These pillagers can finally get what they deserve. As soon as we found out these things existed, we hoped there would be one with a mansion in the middle. Turns out, they do exist. Check out this insane mansion surrounded by lava, lush caves, ice platforms, and even an outpost. This glitch is so strange, but I also think it's kind of beautiful. I love flying around under these waterfalls, and what blows my mind even more is the fact that everything I've shown you so far was all found in the same seed. Imagine what could be found in all of the other seeds out there. We took a quick look at some of the other seeds and the results were just as crazy. Here's a dripstone village floating over a double ancient city lava lake. Please let me know if you can find a crazier village location than this one. Look how close the ancient cities are. Here's another seed where I found a hole so big that it fits an entire mountain valley inside of it, along with 3 ancient cities. You can also find these obscure glitched mountains in a place named the Stripe Lands, where things really start to get messy. It's a place that can be found 30 million blocks from spawn, where every other strip of blocks doesn't exist. Take a trip to the Farlands and let me know what you find.
If you're looking for the ultimate survival seed, you've stumbled upon the perfect video. We've discovered 15 game-changing seeds that contain every biome as close to spawn as possible. So if you're ready to start a new world that promises endless adventure and limitless possibilities, you've come to the right place.
Seed 15 is an incredible seed where every biome and structure in the game can be found circling a large, deep ocean at spawn. In the middle of that ocean, you can find a mushroom island. It's the perfect opportunity to build a unique central hub with underwater tunnels that lead to all the surrounding biomes. So whether you're on the lookout for woodland mansions, desert temples, peaceful villages, ancient cities, or even ice spikes, they can all be found from the ultimate exploration starting point. Seed 14 also contains every overworld biome within 1,360 blocks around spawn, but this time you spawn right in front of a cherry grove village that is perfectly centered between the hot and cold biomes. Build a chill starter cottage under the falling petals, and you can decide whether you want to trek over the jagged peaks to reach the snowy white forests or head through the savannah to explore warmer climates. As well as super easy accessibility to a wide range of resources, this seed also gives you convenient access to the end portal, as you can find a stronghold village just 600 blocks from spawn. Seed 13 offers another unique exploration starting point, this time in the form of a woodland mansion. From this mansion, you can easily reach every biome that Minecraft has to offer. You could turn the mansion into an adventure museum and fill it with all the unique blocks and resources that you find from all the surrounding biomes. Try to survive in this world until your museum is complete with every item in the game. The mansion also sits on a river that conveniently guides you through the biomes. It flows from the Badlands Mountains, past the jungle temples and villages, all the way to a huge frozen mushroom island. What will you discover? Seed 12 spawns you in the middle of an amazing multi-biome island continent. It's the most colourful and varied continent you'll ever spawn on. From south to north, you'll be able to explore mushroom fields, eroded badlands, deserts with coral reef shores, bamboo jungles, forests of all kinds, and even some snowy plains. The continent is full of structures too, from an igloo basement at the very north peak of the island to a stronghold village in the southern deserts, and loads more in between. It's the perfect seed for building a biodiverse kingdom surrounded by ocean. Seed 11 caught my eye because of its incredibly straight biome boundaries, as well as the fact that there's a woodland mansion right at spawn. When you fly over this world, it looks like these straight strips of forest were purposefully planted and not randomly generated. Perhaps this mansion was the home to some long-lost tree farming civilization. Whatever the story is here, you'll have a convenient transition through the biomes. From desert to snowy in only around 800 blocks. Exploration couldn't be easier. Imagine a railway that cuts right through these forests with custom biome-specific stations along the way. So many possibilities. Seed 10 offers another unique all-biome survival experience. Have you ever thought about connecting biomes with underground tunnels and cave systems? This seed provides the perfect opportunity to do just that, as you'll find a huge dripstone cave that's surrounded by every biome in the game. Rise above the cave to take in the incredible amount of variation that this spawn has to offer. There's a huge desert full of villages, a jungle full of temples, cherry mountains to climb up, and one of the biggest snow biomes you'll ever come across. Whether you decide to explore this world from above ground or below ground, I'll leave that up to you. Seed 9 spawns you on the edge of a meadow crater. It's such a beautiful center point to your new world and the perfect location for your starter base. Rise above the meadow walls and you'll fall in love with the incredibly colorful landscape that surrounds you. Every biome you could ever wish for is within your reach. From the heights of this meadow, you can plan wherever you want to go, and whenever you're done exploring, you'll always have this beautiful spot to come back to. Seed 8 spawns you in the middle of another multi-biome continent. This giant island, if you can even call it that, has so much to see and do. There's a woodland mansion, 3 jungle temples, 4 desert temples, 10 villages, 6 ancient cities, 4 trail ruins, and 3 strongholds. There's a wide range of variation in terrain on this continent too. There are some beautiful places to build, jagged peak mountains, winding bamboo rivers, inviting caves to explore, and so much more. If you've ever dreamt of a continent with every climate, this is the one for you. Seed 7 spawns you by the coast just down the hill from a cherry grove and abandoned village, a rare starting point to another rare all-biome world. Behind you is a giant frozen ocean packed with 3 large mushroom fields. It's so big you could slide along the ice in a straight line for over 4,000 blocks. If that's too frosty, just head in the opposite direction from spawn to find all the warm biomes, where you've got a village with jungle villagers and crazy exposed caves in the Badlands. In the middle of it all, craft a mountain retreat where you can watch over all the creations you decide to build in each region. Seed 6 positions you in a cherry grove mountain valley that acts as the perfect passageway between climates. Heading through the valley towards the ocean will lead you to a snowy biome where you can find igloos, the Titanic, and mushroom fields off the coast. Heading through the valley in the opposite direction will send you through mixed forests that lead up to a stony peak and Badlands mountains. With all the other biomes in between, this seed would be perfect for building picturesque paths that lead to every biome in the game. Seed 5 gives you an incredible amount of features right at spawn, packed between all the major cold and warm biomes. Begin your journey with a cherry grove and savanna village that sit between two rivers that flow all the way from Badlands to snow. You've got a tall woodland mansion, a ruined portal, and a jungle temple really close by. You'll struggle to find a seed with desert and snow this close together, so to have this many features packed between them makes this seed really special. There's also an igloo village in this seed, where the igloo's basement leads you directly into a stronghold. If you're down for an epic snowy adventure to kick off your all-biome world, it doesn't get much better than this. You spawn next to ice spikes that point you in the direction of a snowy mountain range that you need to explore. You'll come across this beautiful area where a giant frozen peak mountain valley combined with a taiga forest and a large exposed cave. This is definitely where I'd be building my main base on this seed. Climb over the mountains and you'll be able to spot Cherry Grove, a jungle coast, savanna and Badlands all waiting for you on the other side. Seed 3 is the most colourful spawn in Minecraft. The contrast of all these biomes at spawn is sure to fill you with inspiration. We've got a huge snow biome just a stone's throw away from an equally huge Badlands biome, flower forests nestled into the riverbanks, a sparse jungle river island perfect for building on, and a beautiful combination of ice spikes and cherry blossom. Combine all that with meadow villages, ancient cities, whatever you decide to build, and you've got a survival spawn that you'll never get bored of. C2 spawns you on a mountain that is once again positioned perfectly in the center of Minecraft's biome spectrum. Take a look around from your mountain peak spawn and you'll see there's so much to explore. You've got another woodland mansion close by, an attention-grabbing jagged peak mountain on the snowy plains, a village to settle in before adventuring through the Badlands, and even a large flower forest to chill in. If an all-biome seed is what you're looking for, it's going to be hard to choose one from this list. But this last seed might just be the best. Seed 1 has a huge mushroom field that is visible from spawn. It's special because of its size, its close proximity to spawn, but most importantly, the fact it's surrounded by every overworld biome in the game. Plains, forests, swamp, savanna, desert, badlands, jungle, cherry grove, taiga, mountains, and snow, all accessible from your world's center mushroom island. Maybe see if you can gather resources from each biome and build yourself a huge biodome city on the mushroom field where each district represents a different biome. A biodiverse city where no mobs can spawn? Sounds like a good project to me. Hey seed hunters, here are the top 50 best seeds found this year in Minecraft. Seed 50 is the best village island ever found. Sitting next to an ocean monument and a mushroom island, it's what's under the village which truly makes this island special. Dig down below where you can find an ancient city combined with a stronghold, a mineshaft, and a ruined portal. Seed 49 is home to a multi-biome crater that would be a dream building location. With meadow on one side and snow on the other, I'd love to see a peaceful town built around this secluded lake. There's even an exposed cave which contains a hanging igloo basement. Seed 48 spawns you just steps away from the pit. The ginormous open cave that is filled with stone pillars, a giant lava lake, and 2 ancient cities. This is the most impressive cave entrance found this year for sure. I love how you can so easily fly down to your ancient city. Seed 47 has one of the most colourful and breathtaking mountain landscapes in Minecraft. Imagine if this was the backdrop to your survival base. You would never want to leave. The Badland Peaks extend all the way to height limit, making this the steepest mountain slope I've ever found. Seed 46 has a village that sits right above my personal best cave find of the year. Head down the small ravine right next to the village and you'll find yourself in a spacious deep dark cave that contains 2 ancient cities and a stronghold. The end room is exposed and easily accessible from one of the cities. Seed 45 is the best jungle mountain seed found this year in my opinion. With an alluring valley that leads directly to a temple and a dense bamboo forest, I think this would be an ideal location for a jungle kingdom. Seed 44 is one of my favourite survival seeds. We found a lot of amazing multi-biome spawns this year and I think this one is one of the best. I just love the biome distribution. You spawn in a magnificent mountain range that separates all the cold biomes to the northeast and all the warm biomes to the southwest. Seed 43 has an incredibly rare desert village. Mangrove to the left, bamboo to the right, a crazy mansion directly in front, and a stronghold below to top things off. Make your way up to the top of the mansion where you'll spot loads more villages and temples. Seed 42 has one of my favourite villages of the year. This snow village is towered over by this insane windswept stone statue, a unique piece of terrain generation that you really have to check out for yourself. Seed 41 spawns you in the Love Heart Mountains. It's such a beautiful spawn with an abundance of different wood types. You could happily settle here for a long time before moving on. The heart is surrounded by jagged peak and you can bet you'll find some ancient cities beneath too. Seed 40 has 4 combined ancient cities. I don't think I need to say much about this one. If you're brave enough to explore an ancient megacity, you'll find it harder to find a bigger one than this. Seed 39 has a village that climbs up another unique piece of windswept terrain. With incredible views like this, I couldn't help but show you this one again. With blacksmiths high above ground and a perfect hole in the middle, this terrain is really one of a kind. Seed 38 spawns you on the shore of a huge lake surrounded by amazing mountains in all directions. Head round to the ocean to find out what made this seed stand out this year. A frozen cliff with exposed caves ready for you to move right in. A frozen base builder's fantasy. Seed 37 is where you'll find the Eye of Nature, the only perfect and natural oval ever found in Minecraft's infinite terrain. The eye contains a small aquifer with a waterfall that leads you into a cave with an exposed abandoned mineshaft. Seed 36 spawns you on a mountain island. We showcased over 40 mountain island spawns this year and this was one of our favourites. I could have included any of them to be honest, so if you're an island survivor, feel free to go check back through the catalogue. Seed 35 spawns you stranded in the middle of the ocean. Swim to land where you'll come across the biggest mushroom island found this year. This thing literally goes on forever. Mushrooms as far as the eye can see. Seed 34 is possibly the best end spawn seed ever found. Defeat the dragon, make your way through the end gateway and you'll spawn right above an end ship. The easiest elytra you'll ever find. Seed 33 spawns you at the base of a monstrous mountain range that is home to my favourite valley of the year. 2 max height mountains sit side by side, separated by this long and winding valley. The visuals here are just magical. I'm sure this one will spark your imagination. Seed 32 has a meadow where the terrain feels alive. 2 eyes have formed right next to each other, but they're also complete opposites. One has a central island and the other has a central lake. Drop down into one of the pupils where you'll find an incredible cave with an ancient city and a mineshaft. Seed 31 is where you'll find one of the best lush caves found this year. You'll start on a coastal mountain where heading through a lush cove will lead you to a hollow mountain. Make your way through the gap by the river and your mind will be blown by the endless possibilities this cave possesses. Seed 30 spawns you on the perfect survival island. Simple, but the best. Its simplicity is what makes it the best survival island found this year, because that's what survival islands are all about. You'll have limited limited resources, no mainland in sight, just survive and relax. Seed 29 has one of my favorite base locations found this year, an exposed cliffside cavern that's so big you can spot it from a mile off. There's so much space to make it your own, you can't complain with that ocean view. Seed 28 has a secret woodland mansion hidden away in a large open cave. There's been loads of amazing mansion seeds found this year, but this one is one of my favorites. I love how there's a secret entrance around the back of the cave. I just think this would be an amazing hidden base. Seed 27 spawns you in a beautiful meadow right next to another mansion, but it's the underworld where things get interesting in this one. Inside the ancient city, you can find a giant ruined portal that leads you directly to a nether fortress. Seed 26 makes its way onto the list for breaking the record of the highest dungeon I've ever seen. It sits at Y172. There's a house just above it which towers over the rest of the village, which scales down this epic terrain. This could be the most epic spider farm ever. Seed 25 spawns you on one of the best coastal landscapes ever found in Minecraft, with cliffs that stretch forever, mountains that extend through the clouds, and beautiful valleys filled with forests of all kinds. You really couldn't wish for a better start to your adventure. Seed 24 has a 239 block drop all the way down into an ancient city. I challenged my viewers this year to find the longest drop in Minecraft, and this is the seed that came out victorious. The surrounding terrain, not too bad either. Seed 23 spawns you close by to some of the best warm biome terrain I've seen this year, but it's once again an ancient city that makes this seed extra special. Tell me this isn't the best ancient city cave you've ever seen. I just love how it sits right on the fiery shore of this lava lake. Seed 22 is another incredible survival spawn with almost every biome you could wish for within close proximity. What I love about this one is that there's a mansion in the center which sits on a river that leads you to all the warm biomes and all the cold biomes depending on which direction you follow it. Seed 21 spawns you in the infinite mineshaft. You heard right, infinite wood, infinite loot, infinite rail. It really does go on forever. There's so much mineshaft to explore, but I actually just really love the spawn area. Seed 20 spawns you next to some of the sharpest jagged peaks you're likely to find. Use this cave entrance that leads you through the intimidating slopes and leads you to a dripstone village. Head above the houses to find the rest of the village with another beautiful backdrop. Seed 19 is the very first seed that was uploaded to my channel this year, and the tallest mansion I've ever found. I'm so proud of this find, and I was so excited when I stumbled across it. There's so much to see around this crazy mansion, but my favorite feature is this lush cave. This has been one of my favorites to survive on in 2022. Seed 18 is another seed that would be perfect for a long-term survival adventure. You spawn right next to a large lake which is surrounded by almost every biome you could wish for. The seed is also home to one of the best Badlands biomes we've seen this year. Seed 17 comes from one of my favorite videos of the year, where I showed you 20 of the biggest mountain ranges ever found. I think this one is the most impressive. Just check out that valley. Seed 16 is one of the most craziest seeds of the year for sure. Right by spawn, this one has a 5-structure collision that includes an outpost, a shipwreck, a desert temple, a ruined portal, and a village. There's even some ocean ruins trying to join in on the fun too. Seed 15 spawns you right by some more jaw-dropping cliffs, this time in the form of Badlands cliffs. The views from the coral reef below are incredible. I think this area would be perfect for a cliff-faced town. Seed 14 has got to be the best double mansion seed found this year. You've got one mansion sitting in the ocean on an island, with another mansion directly opposite over on the mainland. The perfect seed for two friends to settle in competing mansions, or maybe even connect them together. Seed 13 has my personal favorite lush cave of the year, and it's right by spawn. It's absolutely huge. The view of the lush ceiling from the depths below is really something you have to see for yourself, and the lush ridge that circles the cave really makes the layout of this one unique. Seed 12 spawns you right next to this epic Badlands crater, another dreamlike building location for those of you that love Badlands. The crater is surrounded by loads of different structures and biomes to explore. So many memories have been made in this crater, and I'm sure there are still more to be made. Seed 11 is possibly the best seed for a long-term survival experience. It has every single biome within plus or minus 1,104 blocks from spawn. To top off the incredible biome diversity, there's also loads of cool features, including this village that sits above a cave that's ready for you to call home. Seed 10 has the most picturesque terrain of the year, in my opinion. This stunning terrain allowed for my favorite thumbnail of 2022. The mountain provides a beautiful backdrop to this plains biome. Imagine being a Minecraft villager and waking up to this view every morning. Seed 9 has got to be right up there in terms of features right at spawn. Not only do you spawn in an amazing mountain crater, but it's packed with rare structures including a mansion, an outpost, and a village. There's even an ancient city somewhere under here too. Seed 8 is a strong contender for the most beautiful building location of the year. Check out this mountain island, which has mountain slopes that lead you down through a forest to a small patch of grass surrounded by water. The perfect place for a quaint, cozy cabin. Seed 7 is where you'll find the best village I have ever personally found. I just love how it climbs up this frozen slope to a magical snowy mountain crater. These villagers really couldn't have picked a better spot for their blacksmith. Seed 6 has another one of the best mountain craters found this year, as well as some of the best lush caves we've seen this year. This beautiful village crater is right by spawn. Okay, maybe this is the best place to live as a villager. Follow the mountain valley where you can find this exposed mountain cave and another amazing lush cave by the ocean. Seed 5 wins the award for the most broken seed of the year. An incredibly tall outpost towers over a mansion village that sits right on top of an ocean monument, and there's even a stronghold down here too. This is the craziest seed you'll ever play. Seed 4 is another perfect survival seed with a perfect world center. You spawn right next to this meadow crater where you can set up camp. Surrounding the meadow is almost every biome you could ever wish for. If I had to choose a new survival world right now, it would be this one. Seed 3 has the most exciting start to a Minecraft world ever. You spawn on top of a mansion, which is right next to both a village and an outpost. This crazy combination is made even better by the fact it's elevated up on a beautiful meadow. Seed 2 has my favorite piece of terrain found this year. You spawn right next to this snowy mountain sinkhole, which has the most incredible lush cave that cuts right through it. This seed is truly the definition of caves and cliffs. I'm not sure any seed will ever be able to beat this cave entrance. Seed 1 is home to the most beautiful meadow crater I've ever stumbled across. This may not be the best seed overall, but it certainly had the most influence. This crater alone pulled in over 2 million views for my channel this year, now my most viewed video ever. I'm confident that this seed has made so many memories for Minecraft players, and that's what really counts. When you hit that create new world button, the opportunities are endless. Sometimes the Minecraft gods are on your side. Sometimes your adventure is over before it even begins. We hit that create button more times than we can count in order to find the luckiest and unluckiest Minecraft spawns ever. Here is what we found. If you're loading up Minecraft for the first time in a while with the intention of a chill, relaxing playthrough, the last place you dream of spawning is right beside a pillager outpost. Well, this seed is even worse because you actually spawn inside of a pillager outpost. You will immediately be caught in crossbow fire when you're most vulnerable. If somehow you manage to survive this less than ideal start, you'll find 5 allays, a shipwreck, a village, and an ice spikes biome all at spawn too. We actually stumbled across a few other outpost spawns that you may wish to try if you're brave enough. This one spawns you right at the base of an outpost opposite a large mushroom island. This one spawns you next to an outpost that sits on some epic coastal cliffs, and this one spawns you right in the middle of a brutal war between pillagers and an iron golem. I'm not sure it's possible to save this village with only your fists. It'd definitely be a difficult survival challenge, but if you think it's too easy, slide that difficulty up to the max with the next seed that spawns you on a secluded outpost island. Surrounded by water, it's not going to be easy to escape the crossbow fire. Don't bother heading to the mainland for help because the closest village is abandoned and full of zombies. You'd be crazy to try this one. Not interested in an insta-death spawn? I don't blame you. Luckily, we managed to spawn on some other structures that are a tad more convenient. This spawn spawns you on the steps of a ruined portal. You'll have instant access to a chest where I found a pretty nice pair of boots. If you prefer your portals a bit bigger, don't worry, we've got you covered. Here's a seed that spawns you on a giant ruined portal on a mountain overlooking a village. Maybe you'd like some spawn loot that comes with a bit more shelter. Check out this seed that spawns you right on a jungle temple. No need to trek through the dense jungle looking for this rare structure. You literally spawn right on it. We've gone from 1 chest spawns to 2 chest spawns. Let's double it again. Here's a seed that spawns you on top of a desert temple surrounded by coral reef and eroded badlands. Instant access to 4 treasure chests? Don't mind if I do. The same can be achieved with this seed that spawns you on a desert temple on the edge of a bamboo forest. Dig down under the treasure to find yourself in a lush temple basement. What if I told you there's a structure spawn with even more chests and even better loot? Sounds amazing, right? Wrong. Do not try this seed.
will not last long. I think I'd rather spawn in the ocean than right next to the warden. Maybe I spoke too soon. How am I supposed to survive here? There's literally no land in sight. Here's another ocean spawn, but this time there is some land. It's just really hot and it might burn your feet. Do you think you could survive on a ruined portal island? It could get pretty lonely, so maybe you'd like to spawn next to some friends. Time for some incredible village spawn seeds. This one has a shipwreck docked on top of 2 houses. If you fancy a ready-made boathouse as soon as you start, give this one a go. This seed spawns you in an extremely rare abandoned village that combines with a basement igloo and outpost and even another shipwreck. This one spawns you on the peaks of a mansion village crater. This has to be one of the best spawns I've ever seen. How would you react if this was the first thing you saw in your world? Fancy a more tropical village spawn? Try this seed where you'll begin in a bamboo village that combines with a ruined portal and even a desert temple. Here's a seed that spawns you with some familiar features. They're just a bit colder. Another shipwreck village with a portal that sits in front of some ice spikes. From one rare biome to another, this seed spawns you in a coastal village right next to an enormous mushroom island. Here's a seed that spawns you in a maze-like mangrove village that is towered over by some incredible windswept terrain. There's even a broken ruined portal house too. This mangrove village spawn doesn't have a ruined portal, but it does have an end portal. And if you build your own nether portal here, you'll spawn right next to a bastion and fortress combination. It's time for us to spawn a little lower. Is Y12 low enough for you? That's exactly where you'll spawn in this waterfall-filled dripstone cave. Here's a couple more cave spawns you could try if you're down for an underground survival challenge. This next one might top the lot for cave spawns. Under a jungle mountain, you'll find yourself in a large, lush cave that gets better and better the further down you go. Make your way through various levels of lush cavern and you'll find 2 ancient cities joined together. Sometimes you spawn just above the best caves too, like this seed where just a short jump down from your spawn tree will lead you into one of my personal favorite caves ever. Or maybe this one, where inside of a jungle mountain crater, you spawn on the edge of a mesmerizingly large cave comprising of lush dripstone and deep dark. You can also spawn next to this lush cave, but I'm not sure you can even call it a cave when it's this exposed. If those spawns were too dark for you, maybe try these seeds where Minecraft's most beautiful landscapes are only a click away. The most beautiful meadow mountain valley we've ever seen, a breathtaking bamboo coastline, or even this unrivaled Badlands cliff face. I'd travel far and wide for these, but you don't have to. They're all right at spawn. You can start on this mountain where this view is the very first thing you'll see, or on an ice spike in front of Minecraft's most magical snowy mountain valley. Begin an adventure with your friends in this enclosed meadow valley and never leave. Speaking of friends, this spawn might be good for you and a buddy. There's a jungle temple here for both of you. You spawn right between them. Feeling hungry? Treat yourself to an enchanted golden apple in this seed that spawns you right next to a bamboo desert temple opposite another mushroom island. This seed spawns you on a Minecraft landscape that is wallpaper worthy. Just click Create New World and let it take your breath away. Max height mountains, stunning valleys and cliffs that stretch as far as the eye can see. It's all a stone's throw away. We've had outpost spawns, village spawns, shipwreck spawns, ruined portal spawns and even temple spawns. Why not just combine all of them together if you're feeling a bit chaotic? What do you think's rarer? Spawning right by this 6 structure combination or spawning right on top of Minecraft's rarest structure? I'll let you debate that in the comments.
I collected Minecraft 1.20's 50 rarest seeds. From the best village spawn ever to the most perfect survival island and everything in between, there's not a single seed you can afford to miss. Starting with Minecraft's most beautiful Cherry Lake spawn. The giant lake is surrounded by sunflowers and steep cherry blossom hills. It's the perfect place for your long-term survival base. You'll share this stunning location with some villagers. This double blacksmith village climbs up and over the cherry wall and has unbeatable views of the lake. The villagers couldn't have picked a better spot for their farm. There's loads more beautiful places to build outside the cherry walls too. Talk about luck. Up next is an exciting structure-filled spawn that is packed with brand new features for the Trails and Tales update. Right on the edge of the jungle, you'll find a ruined portal, a pillager outpost, a desert temple, a village, and the newly added trail ruins all in the same spot. And if that wasn't enough, right outside the village are 2 desert wells. It's the perfect spawn for all archaeologists out there. And don't forget the buried treasure underneath the portal. This seed gives you such a great head start. Here's a seed with another beautiful village perfectly nestled into a cherry grove crater. It's the dream location for enjoying a chill and peaceful Minecraft life. But this village hides a deep, dark secret. If you dare, make your way into the dripstone caves and behind the houses, and you'll be steps away from a 140 block drop into an exposed ancient city. With the underlying threat of the warden, maybe life here won't be as chill as we first thought. This seed spawns you by a bamboo valley just over the river from another insane cluster of structures. This crazy meadow contains a pillager outpost and a woodland mansion that has collided with both a village and partially buried jungle temple. It's an ideal spawn to gather loot, but also for gathering XP. Just break a few blocks under the temple and you'll have yourself a unique location for a skeleton farm. You'll notice a cave next to the outpost that spits you outside of the meadow and heads you in the direction of another Cherry Grove village. Things are about to heat up. With this seed, you'll step foot into the most incredible Badlands you'll ever set your eyes on. Check out this unbelievable wooded Badlands mountain ring that extends all the way from the lake at the bottom, all the way up to Minecraft's max height limit. Take in the jungle and ocean views from the very top, or even explore the exposed caves found throughout the peaks, where you can build a unique base high above the clouds. This seed tells its own story where you sail in, crash land to become part of this ocean fishing town. This island far out from sea contains a village, a shipwreck, and even a ruined portal, as well as great loot. There's adorable turtles laying their eggs along the coast. It's the kind of place that just brings a smile to your face, although that smile might turn into frustration if you were crazy enough to try and complete this underwater giant ruined portal. Continuing with the theme of islands, we've got another fantastic seed to share. This time, this island is massive, boasting towering mountain peaks blanketed in snow. On one side of the island, the mountain has collapsed, allowing frozen aquifers to flow down into a large open lush cavern. But that's not all. There's a village here too, giving the island an extra touch of charm. It's as if you've stepped into a fantasy movie, the perfect place to kickstart your medieval kingdom. There's even a generously sized mushroom island close by too. Minecraft never ceases to amaze, and this seed right here is no exception. Just take a look. You spawn right in the middle of a gorgeous cherry grove that almost completely surrounds this mountainside lake. And if that's not stunning enough, there's a mind-boggling sinkhole right in the middle. Within that sinkhole, there's a naturally generated cherry tree. We're not sure how this is possible. A falling sapling must have caught a strong breeze and planted itself. Imagine one of Minecraft's rarest structures being right under your feet as soon as you start the game. It's possible with this seed that spawns you right on top of a woodland mansion. Just don't get too close to the edge, because this mansion sits high up on a cobblestone tower thanks to generating in a windswept forest. It's truly a sight to behold. This would make a great mega base right at spawn. Circle around the mansion to find floating islands and epic cliff faces. This seed gives off strong, amplified vibes. It would be an incredibly rare occurrence to spawn on a village island. This seed takes that rarity to a whole new level by spawning you on an island with an abandoned village combined with a brand new structure. Behind one of the houses you can find some exposed trail ruins, treat yourself to some archaeological treasures, and then try out your best to bring this village back to life. We've still got 40 seeds coming up that are really going to blow your mind. The best cherry spawns ever, insane structure combinations, and villages that really shouldn't exist. But first, if there ever was a seed for an epic castle build, this is it. It literally gives you the mountains inside of mountains. There's a ginormous triangular mountain range that is so big, it's able to fit in a separate set of mountains and its own forested valley. Imagine how incredible your castle is going to look built on the inner mountains, protected by both the deep valley and the outer peaks. Build a drawbridge over to the frozen peaks and you'll find yourself a nice cherry grove on the other side. Maybe your castle could use some pink wood for that extra touch of charm. Jungle temples and woodland mansions are notoriously hard to find, but not here. In this incredible seed, you spawn right on top of a jungle temple, and if you dig down directly under the temple, you'll stumble upon a mind-blowing surprise: a fully fledged woodland mansion. This is already one of the rarest spawns in Minecraft, but there's still an additional structure here to show you. Put the claustrophobia to the back of your mind and make your way through this tiny gap that leads directly to an exposed spider dungeon wedged between the surface and the mansion roof. Fancy a seed that's already done all the hard work for you? This seed has a fully complete 12-eye end portal. It doesn't get luckier than that, and with being only just 1,000 blocks from spawn, you couldn't ask for an easier ride to the end. 160 blocks above the portal is a serene meadow village surrounded by rivers, forests, and even another village with a cherry grove. It's a great combination of convenience and chill. This seed has one of the longest drops ever, but first, check out what's at spawn. You first step foot in a bamboo forest by the coast with loads of amazing features close by. Most notable, there's an amazing cherry hill with breathtaking views of a max height mountain range. While you're taking the view, explore the cherry slopes where you can find an outpost, a village, and even an exposed zombie dungeon under the village farm. Get your hiking boots on and head up through the mountains where you'll come across a 200 block drop into an ancient city. We would highly recommend an elytra for this. We're turning the temperature down a notch with this seed, but the structures are only just heating up. Here you spawn in an ice spikes biome right next to 4 structures in a square formation. It's not often you find 4 structures equally spaced apart like this. There's a pillager outpost with a cage packed full of allays, a giant ruined portal that positions you directly above a nether fortress, a fully intact shipwreck, and a village. This is the best snow spawn we've seen in a while. Here's another seed that forces you to experiment with one of Minecraft's newest wood types by spawning you on a bamboo survival island. Jungle islands are super hard to find, especially this far away from the mainland, so to have one right at spawn covered in bamboo is incredibly rare. Literally the only other land in sight are the 4 mushroom fields surrounding the island. If you want an isolated bamboo survival experience, you won't find better than this seed. This seed has a village that has slotted perfectly into a cherry blossom crater. This village could have generated anywhere in this world. What are the odds that it would completely fill the hole created by the cherry grove? Jump down from the houses above to find villagers going about their lives while being showered with petals. The cherry walls are also littered with exposed caves. This is such a fun village to check out in the new update. If you want to be considered the greatest of all time in Minecraft, then you have to survive on this seed. It's a seed where you'll be forced to live the life of a mountain goat, thanks to this gigantic max height mountain range that takes up 4,000 chunks around spawn. Spawning high above the clouds, all you'll see is frozen mountain peaks as far as the eye can see. You could build an entire mountaintop city. The sheer size of these mountains result in some stunning views and valleys that will take your breath away. When you think of Minecraft's rarest spawns, you might think of spawning in a village or spawning on an island. So imagine the rarity of spawning right in between 2 island villages. That's exactly what this seed gives you, with the 2 villages only being 13 blocks apart. An unlucky number for some, but certainly not for you if you were to pick this seed. Grab yourself some gear from the blacksmith and then hop on over to the other village where you can find some ocean ruins that have collided with some houses. See what you can brush up from the suspicious gravel and let us know what you find. From lucky villages to a very unlucky village where you'll have to fight off both pillagers and skeletons. But at least there's a temple and a camel to make up for it. The outpost towers high above the houses, making this quite an intimidating village to live in. And right next to the temple, you'll spot an exposed skeleton dungeon. These poor villagers will have to duck from arrows firing from both above and below. push pillagers off the tower, farm some bones and do some archaeology. There's so much to do in this village. That's another 10 seeds down. We're not even halfway through. Still to come, there's insane terrain, unique islands, and even a village that's been hit by an earthquake. But first, here's a seed that spawns you in an amazing dark oak valley, which contains a woodland mansion, a village, and some incredibly sharp, jagged peaks. The village's path conveniently leads you right to the mansion entrance. It's such an eye-pleasing spawn to look at, and there's even more exciting features to find close by. Just over the peaks, you'll find a jungle which has a jungle temple right next to some trail ruins. There's more to see underground too, with this ancient city that's directly underneath spawn. This seed spawns you on one of the best jungle survival islands ever found. It's not often you get to survive on an island with jungle villagers. The island even has its very own temple, which could be your starter base while you plan out the rest of your adventure. There's so much to do with this survival island. Trade with villagers, loot the temple, build a bamboo treehouse, and maybe even dock in the middle for when you're ready to sail away and explore. This next spawn is a builder's dream. This seed spawns you in this huge cherry and ice spikes crater, which has an insane amount of building room. Surrounded by cherry blossom, buzzing bees, and frozen spires, the opportunities are endless in this isolated and spacious plain. It's so beautiful in here, and there's loads to do as well, so you'll never have to leave. There's a small quaint village to trade with, plenty of pumpkins to pick, loads of exposed caves to explore, and even a small pond for fishing. What more could you possibly need? This is the deepest snowy mountain crater in Minecraft. These frozen slopes are absolutely jaw-dropping. They're some of the steepest slopes we've ever seen. If you and your pet goat were to live in a log cabin down here, you'd have the most protected base in all of Minecraft. It might take a while to climb out though, but when you do, you'll find a village climbing up the mountain where you can truly appreciate the scale of the frozen peaks above. Who's up for the ultimate survival challenge? This seed drops you stranded on a small pile of rocks right in the middle of the ocean. To make it worse, there's not even a glimpse of mainland in sight, only water as far as the eye can see. It's the ultimate test of your survival skills. If you were a stranded castaway here, how would you survive? We've seen a few structure combinations already, but this one truly takes the crown. Brace yourself while loading up this seed, as you'll encounter a 5-structure combo that combines a pillager outpost, a desert temple, a village, a shipwreck, and a ruined portal. Everything is connected, so maybe you can ship all the pillagers off to the nether while you try and restore this church. The structures sit on a colourful combination of biomes too, so you'll have plenty to explore. Let's go to a place that is sure to captivate you. This seed features a windswept bamboo biome that you simply have to experience firsthand. This unique bamboo mountain reaches high above the clouds, giving you an unmatched view of the surrounding jungle. It's mesmerizing and a fascinating environment. If you can manage to build something that spirals all the way up to the top, it would undoubtedly look truly awesome. Welcome to Alligator Island. It's got an elongated tiger tail that leads up to a wide open cave facing the ocean. Make your way through the stony teeth and you'll find a large, lush cave inside of the alligator's mouth. Tame the beast by making the island your own, and you're bound to have a unique survival experience. And if you like islands with exposed caves like these, you'll be happy to know we've got an even crazier one coming up soon. There's so much going on in this next seed. While most Minecraft seeds feature end portals, it's quite rare to come across a broken one. This one has been totally destroyed by a mine shaft, and a spider spawner has replaced the silverfish spawner. Luckily, a full intact end portal isn't too far away, as this village sits above 2 end portal runes. This seed also has a beautiful ice spikes and cherry combo that looks over a village with a path that leads you directly into a ravine with a mine shaft. There's also a stronghold village closer to spawn, which has both a basement igloo and a double dungeon inside of the stronghold. If there was ever a perfect survival island seed for 2 friends, it's this one. This tropical island spawn gives you not 1, but 2 beach shipwrecks, meaning you'll both have a shipwreck each. There's even 2 coast armor trims, so you can both represent your island in style. The small jungle gives you some exotic wildlife to keep you company, and 1 cane of bamboo to get a farm started. To top it off, there's a good-sized beach area to chill on, and maybe build yourselves a bamboo fishing shack. Here's another double village spawn seed.
This one is extra special because the surface beneath the villages is entirely hollow, with the two villages being separated by a massive cave opening. If you're any good at building bridges, this seed provides a fun village connection project. Once you're done turning these villages into a town, head to the coast where you'll find an ocean monument within jumping distance. You've been sending in a load of comments lately asking for mangrove seeds, so here's an interesting one for you to check out. It's a small mangrove island spawn in the middle of the ocean, and if that wasn't unique enough, it's even got a desert temple floating in the water for you to loot and call home. Mangroves have always had a mysterious allure, as if they're hiding something. What that something is, we'll leave that down to you. This village has been hit by an earthquake. Minecraft's tectonic plates have been pulled apart, resulting in 6 houses falling down into a dripstone cave. Luckily, there's plenty of survivors down here, so maybe you can help get them back to the surface because this village is in such a beautiful location. It's surrounded by dark blue rivers, light blue frozen peaks, pink cherry blossom forests, and yellow, white, and purple meadows. I guess this village wasn't a mistake after all. It's a happy little accident. We all love sinkhole seeds. They're great for adding an extra layer of allure and adventure to your journey. This is possibly one of the best yet, as it's generated on an extraordinarily rare double village lake right at spawn. These villagers might need you to come down to be their lifeguard because this lake looks dangerously deep. What's even more worrying is the fact that the villagers farm their beetroot while hanging over the edge of the pit. Someone, please build them a fence. Mushroom fields are a super rare biome. Many players haven't even encountered one before. However, in this seed, the mushroom biome is so vast that it's impossible to miss. There's over 5.4 million blocks of mycelium, making this the biggest mushroom continent ever found in Minecraft. That also makes it the biggest hostile mob-free zone in Minecraft, so if you want to feel safe, this is the place to come. If you're a builder, you're going to adore this seed thanks to the diverse range of wood types you'll have right at your fingertips. You spawn in a village that's surrounded by every overworld tree type in the game, so you'll have an abundance of resources to work with. But the village you spawn in is pretty rare too. There's a pillager outpost, a jungle temple, and 9 allays that need to be freed. There's also a deep dripstone pit where some villagers have opted to escape from the pillagers. A 1.20 playthrough wouldn't be complete without a visit to the cherry grove, and this seed has you spawning right in the middle of one. Rise above the pink spawn crater and you'll see a second mountain crater directly opposite. You could have a base in each one with a tunnel through the mountains connecting them. With the tall, jagged peaks and cherry grove surrounding the entire mountain range, the scenery is simply unparalleled. There's loads of villages around too, and a couple of lakes that look like eyes. This is Minecraft's most incredible Badlands Island spawn. The wooded Badlands sit high above one of the biggest coral reefs you'll ever see. Drop down and you'll notice the island is completely hollow, housing a lush cave within its depths. The lushness covers the entire cave, and with the addition of these amazing ocean views, you get a mesmerizing and immersive environment. With an island as unique as this, the possibilities for building something one of a kind are endless. Here's another incredible mountain seed that you have to experience for yourself. The scale of these max height mountains will seriously blow your mind. Ever since the Caves and Cliffs update, we've been treated to some incredible mountain ranges, but this one takes the cake. This one again stretches over 4,000 chunks around spawn. It's so massive. It'd be the perfect seed for a mountaintop only survival challenge. The Cherry Grove biome is undeniably picturesque with its enchanting pink colours and never-ending petals. But when you add a giant lake to the mix, it becomes an absolute masterpiece. Even if your building skills aren't top-notch, the stunning scenery here would make any creation shine, even if it was just a dirt hut. And this spawn doesn't just have the looks, it's got great personality too. There's a village on one side of the lake and a ruined portal on the other. Thanks for making it this far into the video. As a reward, we've saved the most amazing 10 seeds for last. If you like that last one, you won't believe where you'll spawn in seed number 1.
But first, check out these amazing jagged peaks. They are some of the sharpest peaks we've ever seen. There's loads of flat plains and cherry groves around the mountains, giving you an excellent opportunity for building. And whatever you choose to build here, you can guarantee that it will have the most eye-pleasing backdrop in Minecraft. Who wouldn't want to live where they get to look at this every day? Maybe you could build a majestic castle that spirals up the peak, where you can rule over your kingdom and live amongst the clouds. We all love village island seeds. Unbelievably, this island spawn comes with 3 villages super close together. On the main spawn island, there's 2 villages, with one of them nestled into a charming cherry grove, and just off the coast is where you'll find a smaller island with a 3rd village. It's rare enough to find 3 villages this close together, so to have them on islands that spawn in the middle of the ocean is absolutely insane. Prepare for your jaw to drop when you spawn in this next seed. You'll be astounded by the glitched phenomenon that lies before you. The crashing waterfalls flowing from the sky-high aquifers look as though someone intentionally created this spectacle, but it's actually a natural occurrence. At the very top, it looks like there are some village paths without buildings. That'll give you a clue for what you can find inside of this craziness. It's a completely waterlogged village where the villagers and their camel have been trapped behind the falls. It's pretty dark in here. Wonder when was the last time they got any sunlight? This seed has an awesome tiger village that has loads to offer, including trail ruins attached to one of the houses. This village seed would be great for your first archaeological dig. One of the houses has opened up a gap in the hills that leads you to a spacious, lush cave that would be perfect for a cave base. A further drop down into the cave even leads you to a mine shaft hanging from the lush ceiling. This seed offers the ultimate cherry grove experience, spawning you right next to the longest cherry valley in Minecraft. This seed is really a must-try for everyone. This incredible vast cherry grove seems to stretch endlessly. Jump down in between the cherry walls and you can start to imagine the possibilities. You could fit a long and thriving civilization in here, surrounded by the beauty of the cherry blossom. But maybe you prefer a more simple and solitary experience. This seed is ideal for that. Welcome to Minecraft's perfect survival island spawn. With this seed, it's like the game has gifted you a haven all to yourself. The tiny island village has no villagers, meaning this is all set up especially for you. You've got your own house, your own iron golem, some pet cats, one singular tree, and a farm that is ready to go. If you ever wanted a seed to just chill on, this is the one. This outpost village seed has something that is nothing short of extraordinary. Although the trail ruins next to the village is pretty cool, there's something even more special. Dungeons are typically known to spawn mobs deep underground, but this seed has an incredibly rare occurrence where the dungeon has generated on the surface. When was the last time you were able to walk up to a zombie spawner as easily as this? Here's a seed with an amazing jungle village that has a surprise feature that you may not even notice unless you were told about it. The village floats upon a large lake where there's another crazy sinkhole underneath the houses. There's even a shipwreck floating above the water too. Cast your gaze upwards and you'll spot a floating island high in the sky. Fragments of the village have again generated at the very top. This floating island has incredible views and would serve as the perfect location for establishing a sky base. Here's another amazing survival island for the Trails and Tales update. It once again comes with a village, but more impressively, a cherry grove combined with ice spikes. There's never been an island this small with ice spikes ever on this channel before, and we've showcased thousands of seeds, so the fact that this one also comes with a brand new biome and a village makes this incredibly hard to come by. The final seed spawns you in a double cherry grove village crater. The odds of finding 2 villages this close together at spawn are low enough, so to have them inside of a cherry crater separated by a charming lake makes this possibly the best village spawn for Minecraft 1.20. Could you imagine a better village location for the new update? If somehow you can, let us know and we'll find it. Today, we unveil the 50 rarest and most extraordinary Minecraft seeds you've ever seen. Get ready to discover cherry groves that you'll fall in love with, structures like you've never seen them before, caves you'll be dying to explore, portals that are ready to jump into, and landscapes you could only dream of. Our epic journey of discovery starts right now. Let's dive in. Starting with the most beautiful bamboo lake ever found. It's the perfect spot for a lakeside town deep in the jungle. This absolutely stunning lake is surrounded entirely by dense bamboo forest and steep jungle hills. There's even a jungle temple for you to hang out in while you plan your builds. While you take a stroll around the water's edge, surrounded by exciting jungle wildlife, the urge to forge a civilization becomes undeniable. Just imagine a treehouse city looking down over the lake. Up next is a seed that combines a soothing overworld with a terrifying underworld. You'll be able to find Minecraft's most peaceful village. It sits in a colourful valley that combines sunflowers, a flower forest, a flowing river, a poppy-filled meadow, and even a cherry grove. But there's more to this village than just looks. Dig down and you'll be able to find an end portal. As well as the end, the village also leads you up into the nether, where you'll spawn inside of a fortress that's right next to a piglin bastion. Here's a seed that will give you the best secret base ever. Take a trip to this insanely deep lake where you'll find a double blacksmith village floating directly above an ocean monument. Being right in the middle of a lake, the monument stretches all the way down to bedrock, and the outpost even reaches extraordinary depths too. Add some windows to this cobble tower, and you've got a fun opportunity for an underwater base. Or simply jump down through the monument entrance where you'll be sucked down into a secret hidden cave. Let's take a trip to a spawn that will take your breath away. As soon as you launch this seed, you are greeted with the most incredible mountain views, towering snowy peaks, mesmerizing valleys, and dense forests all around. But the caves inside the mountains are just as beautiful as the outside. Right at your feet when you spawn, you'll notice a dark opening. Head inside where you'll find a ginormous lush cavern where dense vegetation, aquifers, and cascading waterfalls create an enchanting underworld for you to explore. Carve out your own mystical civilization down here, and even journey down to the ancient city. It's time to feast your eyes on Minecraft's most magical snowy terrain. Right at spawn, you've got a towering tundra where you can embark on an awe-inspiring journey through windswept overhangs and snowy white forests that climb up into the clouds. This untouched natural beauty is just waiting for you to come along and unleash your imagination. Whether it's a frozen waterfall retreat or a snowy lodge with sky bridges, you'll have help from two sets of villagers who also call this natural wonder home. This seed spawns you right in front of a jungle temple that's suffering from nether rot fever as it's been infected by a ruined portal. You'll have to break apart the temple if you want to find the portal, but luckily the loot chest has generated on the outside. What's even luckier is the fact that this crazy structure combo comes with a desert village. You'll have villagers to trade with, open lush pits to explore, and jungle overhangs to build around right at spawn. Here's a seed that will get your mind racing with build ideas. You spawn between Minecraft's two newest wood types, with bamboo and cherry blossom only being separated by a river. You'll have plenty of new resources to gather, and luckily this seed has the perfect location for trying them out. Head into the cherry grove where you'll find a winding pink valley that leads to a flower forest island on a small lake surrounded by steep cherry hills. It's a beautiful building location with an equally beautiful entrance. Are you ready for a Minecraft seed like you've never seen before? This world contains a broken jungle village that gives you rare jungle villagers, houses hidden between waterfalls, and an unbelievable drop down into the planet's core. What's even more unbelievable is what you can find at the top of these waterfalls. Rise up the sky tower and you'll encounter an upside down levitating shipwreck. This is definitely a first. Imagine having this as your sky base and riding down the waterfalls when you're ready to explore. If you're afraid of heights, the next seed might not be for you. It's one of the highest spawns ever found in Minecraft, spawning you all the way up at Y240. Climb even further and you'll find yourself in a wooded badlands high up in the heavens. Standing upon this tree positions you at Y263, the highest point you can possibly reach in the game. From here you can take in the incredible views of the surrounding mountains and far off desert. It's gonna take some brave Minecraft mountaineers to try this one out. Take a trip to Minecraft's most epic mountain cliffs and you won't be disappointed. This incredible coastal landscape brings you never-ending mountain valleys that are begging to be adventured, an inviting lush cave that you need to explore, and a cliffside village that rises from the ocean up to the cliff tops. Head into the cliff's caves and you'll discover a spacious, lush cave to build in, an abandoned mineshaft to restore, and even an ancient city to loot and conquer. Here's a seed that spawns you just down the hill from a super rare village. Not only is the village abandoned, but it's also generated inside both an ice spikes biome and a cherry grove. There's even an exposed spider dungeon under the frozen part of the village. Take a look around and you'll see that there's plenty more to explore. There are some unique places to build, some mushroom fields close by, and a huge wide open plain full of villages. If you're down for a long Trails and Tales expedition, this seed provides the ultimate destination. Who wouldn't walk over 2,500 blocks for a meadow as beautiful as this? The white speckled field matches perfectly with the sharp snowy peaks above, and the varying forest types within the crater give a nice choice of wood types. Take some time to stand on the edge of this masterpiece and just imagine the creations that you could fill this place with. What would you build inside of here? Check out this incredible seed that combines a desert village with eroded badlands and an abandoned mineshaft. Railway tracks run through the village and even some of the houses. This could be a good opportunity to set up a thriving gold mining community. Around the village you can find loads of amazing loot from the mineshaft and loads of ways to gain XP. There's a ton of cave spider spawners, and if you head down this long tunnel, you can even find an exposed skeleton dungeon. And don't forget the fossil you can find inside of the mineshaft too. This seed has everything you need for a quick and easy speedrun. Well, almost everything. You spawn in a peaceful village on the coast where you can spot an ocean monument and some trail ruins. Once you've brushed up enough treasure and looted the village, head on through this ruin portal where you'll spawn right on the top of a bridge bastion and only a jump away from a blaze spawner. The last thing we need is an end portal. Dig down under the village to find the stronghold, but unfortunately the trail ruins have overridden the portal. I guess this spawn was too good to be true after all. If you want some never-before-seen structure combos, this spawn doesn't disappoint. You start your adventure on a nice little village island with a giant ruin portal. Not sure the nether will be as good as the last one we saw, but the overworld here is really interesting. Right next to the village, you can find an ocean outpost that's combined with a shipwreck. I think it's safe to say these pillagers never went to boating school. In the opposite direction, you'll come across a huge ice spikes biome with one of the tiniest cherry grove biomes. Up next is an island continent that contains an incredibly diverse range of biomes. This huge island is a patchwork quilt of Minecraft's brilliance. Embrace the cold biomes to the west of the island and the warmth of all the hottest biomes to the east. At the heart of it all, you'll find grassy plains, dense forests, and the delicate beauty of the cherry grove. There's even a mushroom field to the north and a jungle island to the south. There's so many structures too. Challenge yourself to bridge the gap between biomes with harmonious builds, or maintain distinct zones that celebrate the island's diversity. Check out this village that climbs up a windswept savanna on the edge of a mangrove swamp. It's actually the perfect village for farming XP, thanks to it to having not one, but two exposed dungeons. Having two open dungeons this close together inside of a village is incredibly rare. Trade with villagers, gather loot from the mobs, and then head through the mangrove where you can take on some witches and even enter the nether. Now it's time for a seed that spawns you next to a brand new never-before-seen structure. It's a basement igloo and a ruined portal that have merged to create something extraordinary. The igloo's ladders have been chopped in half by the portal. Luckily, the igloo's basement is still entirely accessible with a bit of digging. Quickly gather resources from the loot chests and venture into the nether, or maybe head through the windswept forest and embark on a snowy adventure. Holy shit! Is that a church in a boat? We've seen loads of shipwrecks attached to other structures, but don't think there's ever been a structure actually inside of a shipwreck as perfectly as this. It looks like these villagers are worshipping the floating blocks of dirt above the village, and they're going to embark on a missionary voyage across the ocean to spread the word of their religion to the jungle and badlands on the other side. This seed spawns you right next to an amazing quintuple blacksmith village inside of a cherry tree mountain circle. Unfortunately, the village comes with some dangers, which makes sense due to how much loot there is. There's an outpost on the edge of the mountains where pillagers are plotting their next move, and directly under the village you can find an ancient city with a huge lava lake and a mineshaft. But first, check out this breathtaking spawn where you'll embark on a journey through the very heavens of Minecraft's terrain. Max height mountains in all directions, from insanely steep badland slopes to deep, dense bamboo valleys and even some sharp, stony peaks. You can't help but be inspired by the towering presence of these ginormous creations. Each peak gives you a different perspective of this incredible spawn, and there are so many paths for you to explore. Just looking for a chill plain spawn with a village? You won't get better than this one, as you actually spawn right in the center between 4 villages that form a perfect square. Build your base right in the middle and then slowly fill the square to create one big city on this wide open plain. Or maybe this could be a fun seed for 4 friends where each person could become mayor of their own town right at spawn. Check out this seed that spawns you high up on the jagged peaks of an epic snowy mountain. With pristine blankets of snow, waterfall-filled forest valleys, and stunning snow-covered peaks, this spawn is truly a frozen masterpiece. But there's 3 amazing caves in this seed that you need to explore too. There's a ginormous lush cavern with a lava lake, a deep dripstone cave exposed to the surface, and this insane hollow mountain that gives you easy access to an ancient city. Whether you're above or below ground in this seed, your inspiration juices will definitely be flowing. Up next is a unique survival island that is half badlands and half plains. Right in the center of the island is a village that touches both biomes. It's not often that you're able to find a wooded badlands village, so to have this on an island is pretty cool. You'll also find yourself surrounded by mushroom fields, coral reef, and endless ocean. Plus, the island even has a tiny patch of jungle and a ready-made gold mine. This seed spawns you on the roof of a woodland mansion, and that's not even the best thing about this seed. Run across the roof and you'll find a meadow village attached to the mansion. The 2 structures meet at the entrance of a cave, resulting in some interesting generation. Hop down the hole next to this house and you'll enter a magical, lush underworld full of waterfalls, dense vegetation, and floating lava lakes. The ruined portal next to the mansion even positions you right next to a fortress. This seed just keeps getting better. 25 seeds down, 25 to go. Stick around for cherry hearts, unbelievable villages, and even an already completed end portal. From a mansion at spawn to a mansion in totally the wrong biome. In this seed, the mansion finds itself buried under crazy bamboo terrain, and there's even a desert village right next to it too. Connecting the village to the mansion is a lazy jungle river that could act as a great secret entrance to your new home. This mansion has another secret too. Head through the gap by the mansion's roof and you'll be able to find an exposed spider dungeon. Also, you might need some shears because the inside of the mansion is getting a bit overgrown. It's time to check out one of the craziest villages you'll ever set your eyes on. You spawn on the edge of a jungle river valley, which contains a jungle village outpost and temple combination like you've never seen before. The temple has generated almost entirely inside of the outpost's cobblestone support, allowing only the wooden beams to extend down into the houses below. The village also comes with cozy waterfall caves, exposed aquifers, and directly below the village, you can even find an ancient mine shaft. Let's calm things down a bit with a beautiful spawn that positions you high up on a daisy-covered meadow. The plateau gives you picturesque views of the surrounding forest rivers, and there's even some trail ruins ready for you to excavate. Head down the slopes and this seed gets even more chill, with a small forest island surrounded by a river. There's a village here too, but the villagers have been kind enough to leave the island just for you. Think you're brave enough to take on a double ancient city mega cave? Head through the Badlands Mountains near spawn and you'll enter a realm full of fiery fury and forgotten civilization. With a lush ceiling and lava floor, this incredibly spacious cavern glows from all angles. Head right down to the bottom where you'll spot not 1 but 2 ancient cities. With mending books now having a high chance of generating an ancient cities, this could be a great seed for making sure all your gear lasts forever. Who's down for a Don't Leave the Jungle challenge? This seed has a huge, dense mangrove swamp that contains a few small, sparse jungle islands. Pick one of the jungle patches and try to limit yourself to survive there without leaving. If you touch any part of the mangrove, it's game over. Maybe you could even craft some bamboo bridges to reach the other jungle islands safely. Here's a seed that spawns you on a savanna village island, surrounded by endless ocean and mushroom fields. What sets this village island apart is what lies beneath. Once you've fully transformed this survival island, you've got a whole new island to explore. Follow the waterfalls down into a sizable and spacious cavern, perfect for storing materials for your island, hiding your most valuable treasures, or even crafting your underground base. This seed spawns you in a meadow village with a pillager outpost. Climb up the steep meadow hill and you'll find a partially buried woodland mansion in a dark oak crater waiting for you on the other side.
This spawn has some really fun terrain. This dripstone cave acts like the perfect secret entrance to the mansion from the outside meadow wall. There's also a really weird dungeon which has a layer of dripstone surrounding the spawner. We've never seen this happen before. This seed spawns you in one of the craziest Badland villages ever found. The village has generated on a steep Badlands cliff, where the highest house and lowest house are vertically separated by over 70 blocks. It's gonna be a hard one to navigate, but it might be a fun challenge to somehow reconnect the village and let this camel climb its way to safety. Or, if you prefer to hang out with these villagers down the bottom, there's a cool cove down here that could be an interesting spot for a base. Here's a seed with an underground realm like no other. It's a lush underground jungle with vibrant grass covering the cave's floor. It's a fun and challenging survival experience below the surface. When was the last time you had a cave with bamboo, melons, and jungle zombie villagers? You'll never find a better cave to build a thriving underground jungle colony. Venture deeper into the earth and you'll stumble upon a breathtaking lush cavern filled with aquifers. This could be home to your dazzling underground oasis. It's time to spawn on Minecraft's most epic structure-filled island. It's got a woodland mansion, a pillager outpost, a village, and even a ruined portal, all on the same spawn island. You even spawn right at the top of the mansion, making this one extra special. With each of these structures containing loot chests, you could find yourself a very rich player before you even step off the island. All you need to do is take care of the pillagers, and this could be the perfect spawn. Looking for a multi-biome spawn seed that's perfect for a long-term survival adventure? Look no further than this seed. You begin your journey surrounded by dense forest of every kind that separates all the warm biomes from the cold. In the center of the map, you can set up camp on a frozen peak mountain where you'll have the perfect vantage point for watching over all your biomes. Are you ready to embark on a tale of survival, exploration, and creativity that spans the entire spectrum of Minecraft? This next seed has such a beautiful spawn for building. You start next to a small snowy hill surrounded by flowers. Build your base at the top, and you've got an epic view of the surrounding cherry mountains. Head on over the sharp frozen peaks and you'll find not one but two large cherry blossom craters. Rise up even higher, and you'll see that the cherry trees surround the entire mountain range. It's the ultimate cherry mountain spawn. This seed has a plains village that bridges the gap between two flower forests. But there's something underneath this village that makes it truly remarkable. Dig down and you'll enter a stronghold with not just one but two fully functioning end portals. What are the odds of that? What makes this one even rarer is the fact that the end portals are directly on top of each other, so they're super easy to find. From one rare stronghold seed to another, this village sits next to a dripstone ravine where part of the stronghold is exposed to the surface, something that's very uncommon in 1.20. Grab your shovels and pickaxes and get ready to dig out the rest of the stronghold. With enough effort, this is what you'll end up with. Your very own open-air stronghold. This fun excavation project will allow you to be able to jump from the village all the way into the end dimension. This seed has some really unique biome generation at spawn. It's the longest and thinnest stretch of cherry grove that anyone has ever seen. Have you ever seen a biome shaped like this before? The delicate petals and vibrant colors stretch as far as the eye can see, creating a spawn landscape that is far from ordinary. We're dying to know what kind of creations this biome's able to inspire. What could you imagine building along this thin strip of cherry blossom? You'll find even greater building potential in this next seed where you spawn in this gigantic double mountain dome. Each dome provides unique building potential within this enormous enclosed mountain realm. One has a lake with towering frozen peak views and the other has a separate smaller mountain where you could build a castle surrounded by the outer mountains. You could even settle in this igloo right in the middle while you plan your builds. Here's another double end portal seed, but this one's even better because they can be found below a cozy little island village. Dig down below this house to find the first end portal, and then if you're up for the challenge of completing a second portal, you can find the other one just a short swim away. Or if dragon fights aren't your thing, you could always just get toasty next to this island's campfires and pretend the portals aren't there. This seed spawns you in a cherry grove, but you need to head towards the desert because there's another incredible village calling your name. This one has a pillager outpost, a desert temple, and villager houses all combined into one Megazord-like fusion. But the structure fusions don't stop there.
Dig directly below this chaotic cluster and you'll find a mineshaft entangled with a stronghold. Imagine you're just casually looting a mineshaft and you walk into an end portal room. Up next, step into a world with an even crazier combination of rare structures. There's a woodland mansion and a pillager outpost that have taken over a once beautiful, peaceful meadow village. This spawn already seems exciting, but there's so much more to this seed. The real treasure lies in the abundance of XP-laden dungeons awaiting your exploration. There's a spider dungeon behind one of the houses, a double zombie dungeon directly underneath spawn, and even a quadruple dungeon that includes 2 skeleton and 2 zombie spawners. Here's a unique seed that would be perfect for 3 friends or a large build with 3 separate locations. The meadow contains a never-before-seen occurrence of 3 craters that are perfectly aligned one after another, and it's just a bonus that they're surrounded by cherry trees. The terrain offers a fun opportunity to tunnel through the hills so that you can reach each crater in no time at all. The middle crater even has an exposed mine shaft, and there's also a village nearby at a multi-river junction, which is also pretty cool. Time for another ultimate survival world. This seed has every overworld biome in the game within plus or minus 1,360 blocks around spawn. If variety is what you're looking for, you won't find much better than this. You start in a flower forest with plenty of villages, cherry groves, flat plains and even mushroom fields just off the coast. A short adventure to your left will take you through the jungle, desert and wooded badlands, while a journey to your right will lead you to a vast winter wonderland. We've seen lots of crazy stronghold seeds in this list, but this one has to be the best. You'll find the stronghold in question below this really beautifully located village. It's surrounded by cherry trees, ice spikes, snowy slopes, and open ocean. Dig deep below this one, and you'll be excited to find out that the end portal has already been completed for you. 12 eyes already filled in. The life of a Minecrafter has never been easier. This seed spawns you next to a gorgeous cherry grove mountain range, a cherry blossom village, and a small flower forest river island that would be perfect for building on. Once you've explored spawn, head up through the mountains to find something incredible. It's an 8-structure combination nestled into a meadow mountain crater. Above ground, you've got an outpost, a village, an igloo, and a ruin portal. And there's even an exposed zombie dungeon close to the surface too. Head down under and you can find an ancient city, a mineshaft, and a stronghold. That's 8 structures at roughly the same coordinates. Imagine a Minecraft world where nature itself expresses the language of love. What are the odds of finding a randomly generated Minecraft biome perfectly shaped as a love heart? And imagine if that biome was also the closest matching color. This cherry grove biome offers a symbol of affection that transcends both pixels and reality. What would you build in this enchanting heart-shaped biome? Welcome to the craziest village ever found. This unbelievable chunk of steep frozen terrain is home to a village, a fully exposed basement igloo, and a pillager outpost right at the top. Have you ever seen an igloo as exposed as this one before? It even goes right through one of the houses. The pillagers are claiming this house and the igloo as their own, but there are plenty of houses down the bottom that are yours to save. This definitely goes down as the most mind-boggling frozen island of all time. Today I'm showing you 20 incredible Minecraft seeds that would be perfect for your next snowy adventure. Starting with the perfect seed for a snowy mountain survival challenge. You spawn high up on the frozen peaks where you and the mountain goats share a breathtaking view of the valley below. Carefully make your way down these steep slopes and attempt to survive on this snowy plain without ever leaving the mountains that surround it. It may be difficult, but the satisfying crunch of snow with every footstep makes everything worth it. There's a small cherry forest on the slopes, so you'll have plenty of resources to build with, and if you ever need shelter from the snow, there's loads of caves for you to chill in and wait out the blizzards. If you fancy a bit more room to stretch your legs, this seed provides you with the ultimate snowy adventure. Over 10,000 blocks long and wide, this could be one of the biggest snow biomes ever found. With almost 100 villages and snow as far as the eye can see, this biome is ready for you to transform it into the greatest winter kingdom Minecraft has ever seen. If you started exploring this world now, you still wouldn't have seen it all by the time spring rolls around. There's far too much for just one person to uncover, so if you discover anything interesting in these endless snowy plains, let us know in the comments. If you're down for a snowy speedrun, this seed gives you a really fun way of getting to the end. The closest village to spawn comes with a basement igloo attached to one of the houses. Just don't ignite the furnace, or the igloo might melt. Make your way down the ladders into the waterlogged basement. Now grab your pickaxe and extend the ladders directly down into the stronghold that lies below. Libraries, loot chests, and the end portal have now all been unlocked thanks to this conveniently placed igloo. There's even a piglin bastion not far beyond this portal, which may help you on your journey to the end. This next winter world spawns you in a snow village that spirals all the way up an insane windswept mountain. At the very top, you'll find an iron golem and a villager with the best views that this spawn has to offer. Jump down to the houses below and just imagine how you're gonna reconnect all the houses that climb this terrain. Do a little exploration of the frozen land and you'll find half a shipwreck close by. Grab yourself a treasure map and then glance up to the sky where you'll spot an island floating above the clouds. Could snowy skyblock survival be the challenge for you this winter? From incredible heights to terrifying depths, check out this insane frozen lake sinkhole. It's one of the biggest frozen sinkholes ever found, so if you want some added danger to your cozy snow world, then this could be a good seed to try. As well as its size, it comes with loads of great features too, including some floating treasure, remnants of a mine shaft, some trail ruins hanging over the ledge, and even a village just a few steps away. I love frozen lake villages like this where you can slide across the ice. Maybe you could build something on the opposite side of the lake and bridge across the sinkhole to get to it. Up next is a seed with an amazing village that has generated right where some ice spikes meet a cherry blossom forest. There's something about an icy blue pink petal combination that really brings a Minecraft world to life. Head into the village's caves and you'll find something even more special. 2 zombie dungeons that are close enough together to turn into an XP farm with double the rewards. It's the perfect village to settle in and prepare for a long adventure through the snow. But maybe you're looking for a village that you can call home for a little longer. This seed spawns you right next to a snow village with the perfect place to take shelter from the snow. Get cozy and build yourself a campfire. Watch the snowfall and maybe even the stars. Explore the cavern more and you'll find that it never ends. It's perfect for a long and winding mega base with a village entrance. When the blizzards have calmed down, head up above ground and check out all the other structures close by and maybe even trek through the mountain valley off in the distance. This is the most jaw-dropping ice spike spawn in Minecraft. Imagine building your base under this overhang, guarded by spikes that rise all the way up into the clouds. I can't think of a more inspiring location to build this winter. Climb to the very top and you'll notice that the ice spikes lead you to even more incredible terrain. If you want a world that's really going to ignite your imagination, it'd definitely be worth giving this one a try. How about trying a snowy survival island challenge this winter? If you thought survival islands were relaxing before, just wait until you've added snow into the mix. It seriously doesn't get more chill than this. You'll be surrounded by ocean with no mainland for miles. It's just you and your small cozy paradise. Build yourself a small cabin on the island, break open some ice for fishing and maybe build a cold storage room inside of an iceberg to store all your fish. Just imagine how you could transform this island over the next few months. From the simple life to a bit of chaos, let's check out another amazing sinkhole discovery. The aquifer above this sinkhole is actually so high that if you're quick enough, you can get here before the water reaches the lava below. Something else that extends all the way down to the lava is this crazy ocean monument. The village's path even puts you 2 steps away from the monument so you can easily say hi to the guardians. And there's even some trail ruins in the village too. With all of these incredible structures and unbelievable sights, this frozen lake is a place you have to see for yourself. Inside of this mountainous snow biome, you'll be able to find one of the best lush caves ever found. Right at spawn, a cave opening that will take your breath away. From inside the cave, you can watch the snowfall and build the best lush base that anyone has ever seen. If you manage to pull yourself away from this magical location, take a trip through the White Forest and Ice Spike valleys till you come across more exposed caves and this incredible mountain view. Welcome to another amazing spawn where you'll find yourself stranded once again on a survival island in the middle of the ocean. This time, your island comes with a village that climbs up some steep windswept terrain. From the house at the very top, you get a real sense of how isolated your island is. Back down the bottom on the frozen ocean,
You can also find an igloo and a giant ruined portal, which would be a good challenge to try and complete. On the opposite side of the island, I also spotted some ocean ruins. This is such a fun island to chill and explore on. If you're looking for something chill for those dark winter nights, this peaceful village is a must. Listen to the crackles from the campfire as you watch the stars and go for a slide on the large frozen river that's right next to the village. The houses are split into 2 levels, but this super convenient igloo allows you to easily get from one part of the village to the other. All you have to do is break a few blocks. The frozen river is also really long and completely circles the village. Maybe you could set up a course and see which of your friends can complete the loop the fastest. Up next is an extremely rare spawn that is perfect for those looking for a challenge this winter. You spawn on an ice spikes island surrounded by frozen ocean and mushroom fields. With no mainland in sight, the only resources you'll have to start with come from a fully intact shipwreck close by. Use some of the wood to craft yourself a fishing rod and either set up camp in the ship or even high up on one of the spikes. Luckily, there is loads of buried treasure and even some dungeons below the island which could be your key to survival. If you're down for an adventure through the best snowy valleys that Minecraft has to offer, this should be your #1 choice. Right at spawn, you'll be greeted with a winter landscape like no other. The beautiful open plains and towering slopes are so white that it almost blinds you. Make your way through the valley and see where your journey leads you. No one can tell you what you can or cannot do. This snowy adventure? It's up to you. If you're on the lookout for a warm winter cabin, you won't find better than this house, which is generated on the edge of a giant frozen peak mountain crater. This has to be the village with the best snowy views in Minecraft. With these mesmerizing peaks on one side and frozen ocean sunsets on the other, I couldn't think of a more chill place to live this winter. The rest of the village climbs down a steep stony slope where each house is on a different level. Maybe you could build these villagers new houses along the edge so they can also enjoy these amazing views. This seed spawns you in an ice spikes biome right next to 4 structures that have almost generated in a perfect square. There's a pillager outpost, a fully intact shipwreck, a village, and a giant ruined portal. This snow spawn is packed with loot, but the fun doesn't stop there. If you manage to complete this giant portal, you'll be teleported directly on top of a nether fortress, so if you need a place to get away from the cold, this double blaze spawner will definitely keep you nice and warm. This is one of the deepest snowy mountain craters in Minecraft, and you spawn inside of it. It's a dream location for a snowy starter base where you'll be protected by giant max height mountains in all directions. For an extra layer of protection, you could even head through the waterfalls and build super secret storage room in the spacious stripstone caves. With a stunning location and some white furry creatures for company, I'm sure anyone would enjoy spending the winter months here. What could you imagine building inside of this deep crater? If you'd rather chill in a warm and luxurious mansion getaway while it's cold out, this seed is perfect as it's the only snowy mansion seed ever found. Put your feet up and watch the snowfall from your new home that's ready to move into as soon as you start the game. There'll be foxes running across your roof, and there's even some villagers here to hang out with too. Just a short slide across the ice and you can also find a shipwreck. Head through the valleys in the opposite direction and you can find 2 more exciting villages. One has some trail ruins with an exposed lush cave, while the other sits on the edge of another snowy crater. The final seed spawns you on a large snowy island, perfect for building a winter castle surrounded by ocean. After surviving here for a short while, you'll soon realize that there's a whole other realm to explore beneath the snow. A giant lush cavern with the most impressive cave entrance you could ever find. I couldn't imagine a better spot to watch the snow from than within this awe-inspiring lush cave.
Here's 23 brand new Minecraft seeds that you have to check out in 2023. Seed 23 kicks off what I'm sure will be an exciting year for Minecraft seeds with a special spawn that is almost indescribable. This unique segment of windswept forest contains waterfalls, secret hideaways, and multiple levels of floating forest. The perfect spawn for igniting your imagination right off the bat. Hang out with the baby turtles while you figure out how you're going to turn this into your home. Or if you're a bad builder, like me, you may prefer the next seed, where there's an unusually positioned home waiting for you right at spawn. Seed 22 begins your adventure on top of a woodland mansion that has submerged itself into a dark oak hill. Follow the village path into a large exposed dripstone cave, where you can find the rest of the mansion and a bravely positioned house. If you'd rather not move into one of these, there's plenty of room back here for your own secret base. The rest of the village sits high up on the hill where you can spot dramatic meadows, dark oak valleys, and even a bamboo jungle surrounding spawn. Seed 21 combines the unique biomes and structures of the desert, jungle, badlands, and nether into a single exciting location. This jungle temple portal village can be found right at spawn with the desert temple just a short walk away. Choose to explore the warm biomes that surround you or the large spacious caves beneath you. The rest of the desert temple has submerged deep into this aquifer, but there's an even more exciting water feature in the next seed. Seed 20 brings us to the soothing and peaceful atmosphere of a flower-covered meadow crater. These steep meadow walls protect two large lakes from the outside world. The smaller lake is home to a village, while the larger lake contains a pillager outpost. If you manage to contain the pillagers, you'll have a dream build location on your hands. While you plan your next big project, take a walk atop the meadow walls where you'll spot open plains, dense forest, and loads more villages all waiting for you on the outskirts. Let's go from double lakes to double temples. Seed 19 spawns you right next to a coral ocean village that is positioned right in between two perfectly aligned desert temples. Two temples and a village so close together at spawn will give you plenty of looting opportunities to get your adventure started. And in a beautiful location too. Build yourself an underwater tunnel from temple to temple and take in the coral wildlife. Take your treasure and explore everything this world has in store for you. You might not want to adventure far in the next seed because the spawn is too beautiful. Seed 18 spawns you in flat plains with bees buzzing through oak and birch trees with an ocean in the background. Immediate impressions point towards a simple spawn, but a simple turn of the head changes everything. Your starting field sits right at the base of a ginormous mountain range. After just creating the world, this view blew me away. I can imagine some peaceful farmland with a path wandering off through the valley. Things get even better once you adventure over the peaks. There's so many more amazing views, building locations, and exciting structures to be found. I'll let you do the rest of the exploring. Seed 17 has a cave that is definitely worth exploring as it's home to a fossil that contains 16 diamonds. Before you jump down into the cave, check out this double desert village, two of the very first structures you'll see in this world, and they're only 20 blocks apart. Right next to the villages is where you'll find a huge tiered cave that is certainly big enough for an underground desert headquarters. Make your way down to the very bottom where you'll come across an exposed fossil that brought me 16 diamonds. Let me know if there's just as many for you. Seed 16 combines exciting spawn structures with beautiful landscapes, making this an all-round amazing world for your next adventure. You'll begin right in a snow village with a ruined portal and a frozen lake that has collapsed into a dripstone cave. Could be an interesting spot for your starter base under the village. Slide along the ice and you'll quickly come across a pillager outpost and a frozen basement igloo, both surrounded by a backdrop of wonderful windswept terrain. The landscape gets even better in the opposite direction to the spawn village too. There's something about this scene that really caught my eye. The transition from the river's shore, through the forest and up to the mountains provides a gorgeous spectrum of Minecraft. Seed 15 spawns you by the coast amongst some sleepy foxes. Just just a splash away from an ocean ruins platform. A short swim around the corner will bring you to some magical mountain cliffs. Between dense dark oak and frozen jagged peaks, you'll find the cliffs covered with exposed lush caves. The caves are spacious and glowing with life. Perhaps bridge the gap between these caves with a lush rope bridge. Climb above the peaks to explore some magnificent mountain valleys. There's plenty more structures and caves to be found around this mountainous spawn. Seed 14 spawns you on a tropical jungle survival island. This might be the most exciting island spawn for 2023 because right next to it, you can find an outpost village floating on the ocean. You can almost jump from your island to this ongoing war between pillagers and villagers. If you want a peaceful island experience, you might need to give this golem a hand. To make this spawn even better, there's also an exposed shipwreck just a short swim away on its very own tiny island. I found a few items in this ship that might come in handy. Seed 13 is a seed that I know a lot of you have been asking for. While there's still a lot of amazing mountain seeds to come, I know some of you prefer some nice flat terrain to start things off. Jump into this world and it's like you're back in 2012. This 2,000 block long stretch of flat plains is full of rivers, lakes, sunflower fields and flower forests. The perfect world if simplicity is what you're after. When you eventually come across some hilly terrain, you'll also find a double village as well as a beautiful meadow valley. Now you've had some peace, it's time to get back to the chaos. Seed 12 has another insane structure cluster that you need to check out. It's a great multi-biome spawn with badlands, jungle, desert, ocean savanna, and plains all visible. You'll immediately notice an incredible 4-structure combination that includes a village, an outpost, a desert temple, and a ruined portal. The spawn is topped off by a nice flat area of badlands for building, and a shipwreck lake just around the corner. Further away from spawn, this seed also has a large mineshaft cavern worth exploring. Seed 11 spawns you along an amazing stretch of coast with warm biomes to the north and snowy mountain cliffs to the south. Right in between, being towered over by some stony peaks, you'll find a village climbing up a steep valley right next to spawn. It's here where you'll find the exposed dungeon underneath one of the houses. This spawn offers some great building potential too. This cliff plains above the village is begging for an ocean outlook. Or maybe check out this cave that is a ready-made base from where you can watch over your village and develop routes through the mountains or into the badlands. Seed 10 spawns you right next to a woodland mansion, hidden away in an open dripstone cave. Usually towering above the trees, it's rare to find a mansion in a cave like this, especially at spawn. Use it as a base to start an underground survival adventure, or carry on up where you'll find a village sitting directly above the mansion. This village sits high up on a meadow with amazing views of the surrounding terrain. You'll spot forests, jungle valleys, and even more villages. Up next, we've got another mansion village spawn, but this time it's got a quadruple dungeon. Seed 9 has another mansion buried in a dripstone cave. This time the cave in front of the entrance is super spacious, allowing for an epic secret base. Above the mansion is where things get a bit weird. I've seen structures on the side of mansions, inside of mansions, and even under mansions, but it's not often you see a village generate on top of a mansion. It's sure an interesting location for a potato farm, but if you'd rather farm some experience, this seed has the perfect location. Here's the coordinates to 4 different dungeons, all close enough to be joined together into one efficient farm. Seed 8 brings us back to the peace of a flower forest. I think we need a break from the crazy structures for a little while. This flower forest is right at spawn and sits right in the middle of an open-ended mountain valley. With ocean at one end and a colourful flower floor leading to jagged peaks at the other end, you'll struggle to find a more beautiful spawn. This rainbow plain is full of bees and streams leading you up to the snowy peaks. I have fallen in love with this location, but there is an even greater mountain spawn still to come later on. Seed 7 spawns you on a nice section of plains by the ocean with a village up on the hill. This chill start to the game quickly gets exciting with an adventure over the river and through the woods. A swift walk through oak, birch and spruce brings you to a pillager's mansion, an insane combination that will definitely keep you on your toes. There's a great feature below the mansion too. Dig down through the layers of wood, stone and lush to find a double zombie and skeleton dungeon. Close by, you can also find a crazy exposed cave full of aquifers next to a village on the shore of a large lake. Seed 6 has one of the most picturesque village locations I have ever seen. Check out this incredible mountain valley with a ton of exposed caves and frozen peaks piercing the sky. The village is generated perfectly in the most spacious part of the valley. Despite this, you can still find houses climbing high up the slopes. With so many mountain caves surrounding the village and so many amazing valley views, this would be a really nice place to settle. There's plenty to see underground too. Making your way through this lush caves gives you an easy route down to an ancient city. Seed 5 is another useful one for all you that like a mob grinder. This seed has another quadruple dungeon, except these ones are pretty much all joined together. This time you've got 3 spider dungeons and 1 skeleton dungeon to keep you busy. If you're interested in dungeon seeds, make sure you act fast. Dungeons always seem to be the first structures to change location when a new update rolls out. Seed 4 is another chaotic spawn with a mansion, a village, an outpost, and even a ruined portal all situated together on this meadow. I don't know how you can even think of where to start with this one. I might avoid the chaos and head over to this large open lush cave. This cave system is a really big one. There's so many directions for you to explore. Seed 3 has even more going on in regards to biomes. This epic multi-biome survival seed spawns you right next to this stony peak crater. This will act as the center hub to your new world, with wooded badlands to the left, snow to the right, and lengthy jungle-filled mountain range in the middle. This variety in this world is really something else. There's a huge badlands mountain that reaches as high as it can possibly go. After you've conquered that, cool down by an ice bikes village and check out all the building possibilities that this seed has to offer. Seed 2 is the spawn you'll never want to leave. It's the biggest mountain dome in Minecraft, and you literally spawn inside of it. The meadow enclosed between the mountain walls is truly gigantic. Would you ever need to adventure over these mountains when you have this much room? You could fit an entire kingdom in here. I'd love to see someone completely fill this area in survival. Would really be a sight to see. There's even a village inside of the crater if you're on Java Edition. The possibilities are endless with this one. What are you going to build here? Seed 1 needed to be extra special to beat that last seed to the top spot. Thankfully, it is home to a feature that is my favorite thing found so far in Minecraft 2023. It's a mountain right at spawn that has been completely hollowed out by a dripstone cave, creating this epic looking cave entrance. The cave system is huge too. I got lost trying to explore it. It's us Bedrock players that get the village benefits this time. There's a plains village that climbs up the left hand side of the cave with a singular house that has made its way all the way to the very top. I'm definitely moving right into this one. Just check out that view. Hey seed hunters, here are 10 broken Minecraft seeds with features you didn't think were possible. Seed 10 spawns you literally steps away from a woodland mansion. If you didn't think that was rare enough already, just wait till you see the structure that has generated inside of the mansion. With allays and pillagers roaming the corridors, it quickly becomes obvious which structure has made its way inside. This is the last place I ever expected to find a pillager outpost. I thought mansions were hostile enough already, but this just takes things to another level. You would have never even known it was here unless you were brave enough to enter. It's going to take some real bravery to survive the next seed if you're afraid of heights. Seed 9 spawns you in a beautiful frozen windswept forest. Take a look around and you might just notice something a little out of place. One tree has somehow managed to grow on 3 floating dirt blocks, 114 blocks high in the sky. There's 68 blocks separating this tree from the forest below that it was probably supposed to spawn in. This tree gives you some absolutely incredible views. If you're down for a natural skyblock survival experience, this could be the seed for you. But if you've got intense acrophobia, maybe try surviving closer to the ground in a jungle temple village. Seed 8 spawns you right next to just that. A plains village where a jungle temple has combined with one of the houses. What came first, the house or the temple? Break your way inside and you'll find 2 villages trapped inside the temple due to the fact that there's no entrance to the temple or the house. Super broken, but I think it's a nice addition. Could make for a great custom jungle house for your jungle villagers. Sometimes when things are broken in Minecraft, they're so cool you wish they were features. Like an outpost in a mansion, a house in a temple, or maybe an end portal in a monument. Seed 7 has a very special ocean, where an ocean monument's entrance has fused perfectly with an entrance to a stronghold. Take a few breaths in this air pocket before following the water that flows down to the stronghold staircase, leading you directly to an end portal. Broken, but convenient. This would be an interesting monument to drain. A guardian farm with access to the end is a combination you never knew that you needed. To be fair, you probably don't need that, but you do need to see the crazy desert temple in the next seed. Seed 6 spawns you on an epic warm biomes coastline with a unique desert village that sits on the edge of a cliff over a large exposed cave. On the top level of the cave, you can find one of the village's farms.
drop down a level further to find something even more unexpected. There's a single village house that has made its way all the way down to sea level and combined with a secret desert temple. This has got to be one of the stranger temple locations I've seen. The entrance to the temple was surrounded by aquifers, which is actually really cool. I love it when Minecraft tries to hide structures underground like this. An even bigger structure is almost completely buried in the next seed. Seed 5 has one of the most annoying structure placements in Minecraft. Imagine traveling 1600 blocks trying to find a woodland mansion, and it's almost completely buried underground. I might fancy my chances at finding another one before trying to dig out this thing. Part of the mansion has made its way into a large, lush cave that goes all the way down into an ancient city. Maybe the warden was the reason for the landslide that buried the mansion years ago. Let's go from something underground that should be above ground to something above ground that should be underground. Seed 4 has an igloo basement that is almost entirely exposed to the elements. Usually hidden away, this uniquely broken feature could provide you with a nice hillside base start to your adventure. Maybe give the basement some windows. It's not often that this villager and zombie villager get to see the outside world. They'll have a pretty good view of the surrounding ice spikes valley too. You don't realize how long these igloos are until you see them like this. Speaking of long, check out the outpost's legs in the next seed. Seed 3 spawns you close to an abandoned zombie village combined with a desert temple. The temple has managed to fuse with and break 5 of the houses. They were already pretty broken to start with due to being abandoned for so long. I love how this tower lines up perfectly. It'd be a fun little project to connect this village staircase with the temple staircase directly below it. Head for the savannah where you can find another temple next to an outpost with 2 very long legs. These are my favorite type of outpost seeds. It's just so satisfying pushing pillagers off the edge. The next seed is far from satisfying. In fact, it's so broken, it might stress you out. Consider this a trigger warning. Seed 2 has an end portal that has been rendered useless thanks to an ancient city. There's 2 missing end portal frames. This would be such a disappointing journey if you traveled here trying to beat the game. Just walking up the end portal steps could be enough to summon the warden, or maybe even 2 wardens. Break open the walls on the stronghold and you'll find yourself in a double combined ancient mega city. It might have been worth traveling to this end portal after all. You're gonna have to travel a really long way to find the broken feature in the next seed, but I think it's the most broken feature found so far in Minecraft 1.19. Seed 1 has a woodland mansion over 8,000 blocks away from spawn. At first, it just seems like an ordinary mansion, but it's underneath where things get interesting. Dig down under the carpet of this mansion's corridors and you'll drop into an underground jungle temple. This is the first time I've ever seen a jungle temple completely underground, and it's directly under a mansion. It gets crazier. Walk down the steps, take a right, break a couple of blocks and you'll find a skeleton dungeon has also joined in on the action. I never thought I'd be showing you a mansion temple dungeon combination.
Since recording this video, there's been an explosion in Minecraft. Seeds being found that are even more broken than the ones you've just seen. Insane sinkholes are starting to pop up all over the place, and structure combinations are breaking every Minecraft generation rule ever written. I'll quickly show you a few. Check out this ocean monument which has generated in a sinkhole, causing it to extend down pretty much all the way to bedrock. This feels like something you would only find in the Farlands, and it's only around 800 blocks away from spawn. Here's another one that has no structures this time, just an empty void for you to fill with whatever your heart desires. These sinkholes were a lot more impressive on Java Edition, but it looks like they were quickly fixed. Act fast if you want to try these ones on Bedrock, because they're still working as of this recording. Finally, this seed gave me no choice but to extend this video because it's probably the most broken seed ever found. I don't think there's any way to explain why this seed exists. You've got an absurdly tall outpost towering over a mansion village that sits directly above an ocean monument, and even a stronghold. I don't know how it's possible to have so many structures stacked on top of each other.
Imagine if your Minecraft world had the perfect location for a castle, a cozy cabin, or even a secret village. Here are 25 seeds that will inspire you to build in Minecraft 1.18. Seed 25 spawns you right on the edge of the most impressive cliffs I've ever seen. Topped with a forest and max height mountains, these cliffs make for some incredible scenery. This would be the perfect location for the ultimate cliff face base. These cliffs stretch so far that you could even build yourself an entire cliff city. Above the cliffs, you can find beautiful valleys and stunning mountain ranges. The possibilities are endless with this seed. Seed 24 spawns you on some amazing Stony Peaks mountains. There's a central Stony Peak mountain surrounded by more Stony Peaks that act as a natural protective wall all the way around. It's like a mountain inside of a mountain. Build a castle on the middle section and set up some watchtowers on the outer ring. I'd love to see what you end up building here. Seed 23 has an island surrounded by a deep river valley, beautiful meadows, and waterfall mountains. I imagine someone building a house here in the middle with several bridges allowing the player to cross the river and reach their home safely. You definitely wouldn't want to end up down here. It'd be such a pain to get back up. What do you imagine building here? Seed 22 has one of the longest mountain valleys I've ever found. I love how this area looks with the jagged peaks closing the valley off in the distance. The valley opening begins here by a jungle coast. Head past the jungle temple and it will take you over 400 blocks until you reach the end. Build all the way through this valley and then build yourself a home at the end where you can look down over your kingdom. Seed 21 has possibly the best building location I've ever found. Check out this huge dome with a lake entirely surrounded by a Meadow Hills wall. This is one of the largest enclosed areas I've ever seen in Minecraft. Build yourself a settlement hidden from the rest of the world, or maybe even a tower in the middle with bridges that reach the meadows. Let me know in the comments what you're going to build in this unique landscape. How far would you travel for the perfect Minecraft landscape? Seed 20 has the most amazing jungle mountain that almost looks like it was custom made. Imagine building your base down here with views of both the ocean and jungle slopes. Check out the bamboo cliffs where you can find a jaw-dropping exposed lush cave. The combination of these two features make this a location with so many possibilities. Seed 19 has the perfect location for a peaceful lakeside fishing shack. I'd never get bored of fishing here. The mountain views around this lake are incredible. I'd recommend building right here for optimal views of the mountains, forest, and surrounding ocean. What's the luckiest item you've ever fished up in Minecraft? Seed 18 has a deep mountain dome with half frozen peaks, half stony peaks. You'll feel pretty safe and secure living down here. The mountain is surrounded by all 6 wood types. Collect all the wood you could ever need and bring your resources back to the dome to construct your build. I think it would look really cool if someone could build a really tall tower in the middle that's able to see over the top of the mountains. Seed 17 has a beautiful dark oak forest entirely surrounded by mountains. This would be perfect for a treetop village build, or maybe even a castle on the hill right here. Under the hill, you can find a large dripstone cave. Perhaps somewhere for your castle's secret dungeons. What would you build in this location? Seed 16 has a magical snowy mountain that would be perfect for building an ice palace. I love how the ice spikes and frozen peaks lead you to the top of the mountain. They're like a natural path and staircase that leads to whatever you decide to build at the top. Ice spike valleys like this are one of my favorite additions to Minecraft in recent times. Seed 15 has another beautiful mountain crater with colourful meadow and extremely tall jagged peaks. A complementing combination of both peaceful and intimidating terrain. Build down here amongst the flowers at the bottom or in one of the exposed caves on the slopes. I think I'd want to build tunnels through the mountain so I wouldn't have to climb over these peaks every time that I wanted to leave. Seed 14 has the largest biome boundary I've ever come across in Minecraft. On one side, you've got jungle, and on the other side, you've got badlands. A perfect opportunity for building up 2 competing colonies. On which side will your alliances lie? There's loads of exposed lush caves along this long boundary. Maybe the 2 sides could be fighting over who has control of the caves. Seed 13 has the perfect location for a cozy log cabin. Build here in between these 2 tall trees and you'll have an amazing mountain, valley and meadow views. I love the combination of the colours in this location. There's something about this location that just makes me want to chill and play Minecraft all night. Somebody please build a cabin here and show me when you're done. Seed 12 has an absolutely incredible spawn where you begin your adventure on top of these jagged peaks. The peaks surround this huge valley which would make for another amazing building location.
I'd love to build a mountain slope town with a railway system where you can ride all the way around this gigantic dome. Build a town hall right in the middle on this mound. This looks like a great spot to build the entrance to the town with a watchtower on each side. I've shown a lot of mountain locations, but I know some people just prefer some simple plains. I think Seed 11 is a great combination of both. Here you have a beautiful sunflower and flower forest plains with plenty of space for building. You'll have a great backdrop for your builds as these plains are surrounded by waterfall mountains and valleys. Seed 10 has two structures that I think you should connect by building a road. At one end of this spruce valley you can find a village, and at the other end of the valley you can find a woodland mansion. I'd love to see a winding country road with bridges across the river all the way through this valley to allow villagers to travel back and forth to the mansion. Seed 9 has a flower forest surrounded by flower hills. There's literally flowers in every direction that you look in this location. This is one of the prettiest and most colourful building locations you could ever wish for in Minecraft. I'd love to live here. Which Minecraft flower is your favourite? Seed 8 spawns you right next to this exposed lush cave with loads of waterfalls. I'd love to see someone build a lush base down here with some hidden rooms behind the waterfalls. The lush cave is bigger than it seems too. Make your way through the cracks and you'll find plenty of deep cave areas to expand your base. Seed 7 has a plains hill surrounded by a river and loads of different biomes. Build your house on top of the hill and bridges to connect yourself to the nearby jungle and savanna. Being up on this hill gives you some great views over the surrounding terrain. I love when locations are raised up and surrounded by water like this. Seed 6 has one of the most amazing spawns I've ever found. Imagine creating your new Minecraft world and this is the first view you see. You spawn on this savanna mountain with views down into the valley. It's nice to have such a beautiful building location right at spawn without having to travel. Seed 5 has a great location for a snow-themed build. Check out this area of snow plains surrounded by frozen river and ice spikes. Could be a nice place for a custom snow village. Having a feature like this around your build always makes it seem 10 times better. Close by, there's also this snowy mountain with an exposed cave that looks like an interesting place to build. Here's another amazing meadow crater for you to build in. This one again has a lake in the middle, but this time half of it is a jungle biome. Another location to seclude yourself from the outside world. Over the meadow hills you'll see plenty of flat plains for building too, and over the jungle side it looks like there's a large flat hill that could be a nice spot as well. Seed 3 has one of the most beautiful snowy mountain valleys I've ever seen. The forest combined with the steep wooden slopes and frozen peaks really makes for an incredible landscape to look at. There's plenty of building potential both in the valleys and on top of this max height mountain. There's another valley on the other side and even more amazing mountains. What would you build in these snowy mountains? Seed 2 has a jungle crater with a pillager outpost and exposed lush caves. Could be a great spot for your very own jungle temple, or maybe a jungle treehouse village protected by stony peaks. There's bamboo and streams flowing down the slopes too. Let me know, what is your favourite biome to build in? Seed 1 has a village and an outpost in a beautiful location with more beautiful mountains and rivers close by. There's an exposed cave in the mountain next to the village which could make for a unique base. Around the corner, there's a birch and oak forest with a huge mountain towering over it. Another great building location. Over the top of this gigantic mountain, you'll find another nice location with plains, cliffs and ocean. There's even 2 ocean villages close by.
If you're looking for a lush cave seed, it doesn't come much better than this one. Seed 11 spawns you right next to one of the most amazing lush caves I've ever seen. The combination of multiple levels and waterfalls just makes this cave so beautiful. I could spend all day in this thing. Seeds like this make me fall in love with Minecraft more and more each day. I'd love to build my base here, or even a lush underground city. So what would you build in this cave? Seed 10 spawns you next to the Badlands and a desert village. Under the village, you'll find a stronghold. Stronghold spawns are very rare in 1.18, so this is a great find. But this seed has something even more special. Set sail across the ocean and you'll find one of the biggest Mushroom Island biomes you're ever likely to find. Just look at this thing! I had to set my render distance to 60 chunks just to see the whole island. Seed 9 is an amazing seed. This is possibly one of the best villages found so far in 1.18. It's situated in a meadow with a blacksmith, an exposed cave and a tall outpost, and that's just what you see above the surface. Underneath this village is not just one, but 2 end portals. Build a nether portal in this village and you'll spawn right next to a nether fortress. This has to be one of the luckiest villages ever found in Minecraft. There's plenty of flat plains for building, a snowy valley off to the side, and further away you can find a village with ice spikes. It'd be hard not to choose this one. Seed 8 makes me cry thinking of all the times I used to spend refreshing seeds trying to find mansions. Having one mansion within 5,000 blocks used to be rare enough. This seed has 5. Yeah, 5 mansions within 5,000 blocks from spawn. This seed would be perfect for a group of 5 friends. You could all have a mansion each and not be too far away from each other. What would you do with these mansions? Here's another pretty cool stronghold village. Seed 7 has a snow village with an end portal and an exposed skeleton spawner. This could be a perfect village if you want an easy way to grind levels, farm bones and get access to the end. There's loads of ice spikes close by, including this patch surrounded by a river, which could be a cool place to build. Seed 6 is a good old-fashioned multi-biome spawn. If you want a nice and varied and colourful spawn, then this seed is for you. You've got an ocean, a mushroom island, badlands, savanna, jungle and even mountains off in the distance. This seed has the potential to be a fantastic long-term survival seed. When it comes to structures, you've got the temple, village and an outpost close by too. I love the seeds when you can see a large variety of biomes like this, so if you ever find something similar, let me know. The finder of Seed 5 has named this one the Eye of Nature. There's a weirdly perfect oval that contains grass, a tree, a lake and a waterfall that flows down into a lush cave. This is such a unique location. I'd love to hear your ideas on what you would build here. There's potential for so many unique builds and bases in this one. If you build anything here, make sure to send me a picture of the finished product. Seed 4 is rather similar, except this one is right next to a village and loads of biomes. Drop down into this one and you'll find yourself in a dripstone cave with a mine shaft. I love when these things have waterfalls. No risk of fall damage and free elevator access. Desert, ocean, savanna, plains, roof forest, jungle and badlands. Wow, this is a good seed. If you're a fan of this channel, then you know we love mountain craters. This one is extra special because it's got a meadow village. If I was a Minecraft villager, this is exactly where I'd want to live. A nice and quiet secluded area with a forest, flowers, flowing water and protection from raids. Maybe you could live alongside these villages and build your house right here. Outside the mountain walls, you've got more mountains, more villages and an ocean. An all-round great seed if you're looking for a peaceful survival experience. Seed 2 has the most amazing windswept desert island village. I've never seen anything like it before. Parts of this village just defy gravity. Would you rather be the villager living up here or the one living down here? I'm really sorry, I know you guys hate when I do this, but I just can't help myself. It'd be a real challenge to get this village functioning as it should. There's so many areas where villagers are trapped, but maybe you're up for the challenge. It almost looks like this house is being used as a support beam. Seed 1 is the reason we've fallen in love with the 1.18 Caves and Cliffs update. Right at spawn, you've got views of a beautiful mountain, but the magic of this seed lies right at your feet. You spawn right next to one of the biggest caves ever found in Minecraft. Many people would have walked straight past this, but drop down into the cave and let it blow your mind. I tried exploring this thing, but it's just so huge, I kept getting lost. There's this huge main part of the cave, but there's also parts of the cave that go off in all directions that just seem to go on forever. I'd love to just live in here, build an underground civilization, and be quite happy about never seeing the surface again. Seed 20 is the best Stony Peaks mountain spawn I've ever found. The terrain is absolutely breathtaking. Everywhere you go, you'll want to stop and stare. There are so many beautiful valleys that are just asking to be explored. Right by spawn, you'll come across this beautiful scene which includes a village on a mountain slope that meets a lake at the bottom. I mean, have you ever seen a village location more picturesque than this one? Head on over to the top of the mountain and you'll find one of the deepest mountain craters I've ever seen. Head towards the coast by spawn and you'll be able to find this little island village. With these two villages, I think this seed would be a fisherman's dream. Seed 19 has one of the craziest structure combinations ever. Check out this mineshaft that has tried to take over an ancient city. No wonder this mineshaft is abandoned. Whoever built this definitely didn't survive the warden. But maybe you'll have better luck and use this mineshaft to avoid the warden and capture all the treasures that lie below. Walk along the planks and you'll also be able to find an exposed zombie spawner. If you're wanting to try out this seed, make sure you do it quick because I've got a feeling that this one might get patched soon. Seed 18 spawns you on a large mountain island, which might be the perfect island seed for the new update. It has 2 mountain peaks, 3 different wood types, stony cliffs, and even has its own village. But the village is not the only structure on this island. Head around the back of the bigger mountain and you'll find a long, deep, dark cave that leads you all the way down into an ancient city. This city even has another exposed zombie spawner too. This has to be one of the best islands for 1.19. There's also some mushroom islands close by too, making it even better. Seed 17 is one of the best mangrove swamp seeds I've seen so far. This huge swamp biome completely surrounds you at spawn. Adventure deep into the mangrove and you'll find an overgrown village. The new biome really brings a whole new feel to the village.
I love watching the villagers navigate their way through the vines to find their farms and homes.
This could be a perfect opportunity to try out the new wood type. Maybe completely transform the village like my friend Kyle did. Would you like to see a real mangrove village added to the game? At spawn, there's also another village surrounded by loads of different warm biomes. Seed 16 spawns you on a jungle and dark oak snowy mountain with great views of the ocean. It's another spawn with loads of amazing Stony Peak mountains and there is plenty of insane jungle cliffs too. Close to the spawn mountain you can find this long and winding lush ravine that leads you down to a deep dark biome with an ancient city. There's loads of ancient cities in this seed too, including this lush city. I actually really love this combination. It gives the city a really cool overgrown feel. Seed 15 spawns you right next to something I've never seen before in Minecraft. It's a small isolated ice spikes biome that's shaped in a perfect circle.
This is some really unique world generation and I kinda like it. Would love to see someone build a dome over this and create their very own snow globe. I also really like that it's surrounded by vast amounts of flat plains, something that you don't see very often since the Caves and Cliffs update. Plenty of building potential in this one.
Seed 14 spawns you on a savanna coast with views of mushroom islands and eroded badlands. In each direction following the coastline, you'll find an interesting village. The closest is this savanna village with a shipwreck that almost fits in too well. I barely even noticed it was there. There's another mushroom island off the coast of this village too. Head in the other direction from spawn and you'll come across a desert village that's right next to this crazy outpost temple combination. These pillagers picked a very interesting location to build their outpost. Luckily, you're still able to find the treasure down here amongst the outpost's extended planks. Seed 13 spawns you in a desert right next to a temple and a bamboo jungle. A short distance away, you can find 2 villages separated by a thin strip of jungle. Desert on one side and plains on the other. Right in between the 2 villages is a jungle temple. Perhaps a meeting point where the opposing villagers can hold trade talks. Close by, there's also an outpost and a mangrove swamp. Head deep into the jungle and you can find this epic jungle mountain that sits above an ancient city. Another breathtaking landscape that has been ruined by these pillagers. Seed 12 spawns you in an epic Badlands biome full of beautiful red mountains. Within a short distance around this one wooded Badlands mountain, you're actually able to find 7 ancient cities. Head towards the desert and very close to spawn, you'll find a tall mangrove mansion. Another great combination of new mobs and a new biome. Take a short swim across the coral reef and you'll find yourself in a desert village with views of the mansion. This could be a good place to stop before you plan your alley rescue mission. Seed 11 has another incredible village location. Check out this plains village surrounded by frozen peaks. This crater is a really nice size and gives the villagers a nice sense of peace and security. There's an exposed cave that acts as a perfect exit and entryway to the village. It may be beautiful on top, but down below, it's very dangerous. Underneath this village mountain, there are 2 ancient cities. There's another mountain village close by with flowing streams, flowers, and a blacksmith. From this village, you can see one of the sharpest mountain peaks I've ever found. Look how pointy these peaks are. I really love how this looks. I mean, have you seen any mountains like this before? Seed 10 has a structure combination that I haven't seen in a while. There's an outpost inside of a woodland mansion. This evil structure combo sits on a beautiful meadow hill with fantastic views of the ocean. There's also views of this really nice river valley and more mountains, which means more ancient cities. There's an interesting cave down by the outpost too, which could be a cool place for a hideout. Could you take on both of these structures at the same time? Seed 9 spawns you in a huge 500 block long enclosed mountain valley. This is one of the most amazing landscapes I've ever spawned in. I think you should challenge yourself to build your way through this long valley and only leave once it's full of buildings. What would you build here? Looking over the valley's mountains, you can spot a mansion off in the distance. Just behind the mansion, there's an exposed cave which contains a lush mineshaft. I like the combination of waterfalls and stone pillars in this one. Seed 8 spawns you on a mountain in a spectacular mountain range that is home to 5 ancient cities. Here are the coordinates for all of those cities. Close to spawn, you can find this exposed, lush cave with a deep dark biome that leads you to your first ancient city. My favourite of the 5 ancient cities near spawn is actually this one that combines with a mineshaft and a lush cave. I wish all ancient cities were completely lush like this. Just down from the spawn, there's this large mountainside lake with icy lush cliffs and some stunning scenery. Seed 7 spawns you on a jungle coast within close proximity to 2 savanna villages. You'll definitely want to do some ocean exploring in this one because it has 2 incredible islands. The first one you'll come across is this woodland mansion and tall birch tree island. It's not often you see a mansion island this close to spawn. Head on past the ocean monument on your way to the next island, which I think is even better. This is a huge swamp island with the new mangrove biome and 2 witch huts. There's even a village which sits directly above a stronghold. I mean, this seed is packed with structure-filled islands. Seed 6 has one of the strangest igloos I've ever found. But first, here is where you'll spawn. Another jaw-dropping mountain range with a beautiful winding valley. At the end of the valley, there's a large exposed dripstone cave that leads you to an ancient city. Head on over the peaks and you'll spot a mountain valley meadow village with a ruined portal and very strange basement igloo. Head inside the exposed cave next to the village and you'll see the igloo basement hanging like one of these dripstone stalactites. I want to put some windows on this thing and use it as my cave base. Seed 5 is a great warm biome seeds with another amazing structure cluster. Check out this desert village which has an outpost and a temple. It'll be a difficult task to save both of these allays and the villagers. Once you've fought off the pillagers, dig underneath the village to find a skeleton spawner right next to the end portal. This would be a pretty cool place for a bone farm. I actually just realized that allays glow in the dark. That's so cool. Seed 4 spawns you on the edge of a huge mountain crater that is almost shaped like a love heart. Any Minecraft couples out there looking for a place to build? I mean, this really is a stunning location with flowers, exposed caves, tall peaks, and 4 different wood types. There's actually 3 ancient cities beneath this mountain spawn too. Here's one that's attached to a deep dark cave that leads you to an exposed mineshaft with a lush ceiling. It's a very interesting cave that combines light and life with eternal darkness. Seed 3 spawns you on an incredible coastline with breathtaking mountains on one side and large mushroom islands on the other. This mountain range provides you with some wonderful scenery and valleys that I never imagined would be possible in Minecraft. At the bottom of the spawn mountain, you'll find a village with an exposed cave. Drop down into the cave, through the deep dark tunnels, past the mine shaft, and you'll find an ancient city. That's not the only city you'll find. Believe it or not, underneath the village, there's also an ancient stronghold. When I was first introduced to ancient cities, I never dreamed that this would be a possibility. Seed 2 spawns you in a forest surrounded by 3 separate mountain villages. Here's the first, here's the second, and here's the third, which is my favourite. This one is right next to a pillager outpost, which is probably why this villager chose to rebuild their homes right at the very peak of the mountain. The villager must have the best views in this entire world. There's also a large exposed cave and some really nice flower plains for building next to the village. This seed also has a windswept ocean village, some truly unique village generations surrounded by water. I love how there's a waterfall that flows all the way through the middle of the island, so you have an easy route from the top all the way to the ocean below.
Seed 1 is a seed I found that I thought had some really amazing biome variety right at spawn. You begin in a flower forest mountain range with a variety of mountain peaks including stony, jagged and frozen. These spawn mountains include 2 blacksmith villages, a pillager outpost, a jungle temple and loads of ancient cities. Over the mountains to the north, you have cold biomes including taiga, snow and even ice spikes. Over the mountains to the south, you have all the warm biomes including jungle, badlands and desert. The only thing missing is a mangrove swamp, but there is one right here next to a witch hut village.
Seed 10 has all biomes within a plus or minus 1,104 blocks around the world's center, including a mushroom island off the coast from spawn. This perfectly diversified survival world has such a great biome distribution. Heading inland from the coastal spawn, you can find an immense mountain range that separates all the cold biomes to the northeast and all the warm biomes to the west. These mountains are packed with stunning valleys, ancient cities, and breathtaking views of all of your biomes. This seed also benefits from a ruined portal right at spawn, which positions you in prime location between a piglin bastion and a nether fortress. The closest village to spawn is a meadow village that sits above an incredibly spacious exposed cave that would be perfect for setting up a base. Other features include an igloo village surrounded by ice spikes and a stronghold village just north of spawn. Seed 9 would be the perfect seed for someone who can't decide between hot or cold biomes, as you spawn right in between ice spikes and eroded badlands that are only 600 blocks apart. These 2 biomes are on total opposite ends of the spectrum. Having them so close together makes this seed a must-have for those who enjoy survival adventures with plenty of variation. Between the hot and the cold, you'll find plenty of pleasing meadows, meandering rivers and plains perfect for building. Head for the cold and you'll come across ice spikes descending down into a dripstone cave. Once you're done exploring that, follow the ice spikes to this jagged peaked mountain that has been hollowed out by another amazing dripstone cave. Seed 8 has all biomes within a plus or minus 1,244 blocks of world center, this time with a unique spawn point. You'll start your game on an isolated flower island where you can sail to every other biome in the game. Sail south and you'll come across a mushroom island off the coast of the warm biomes, including badlands, desert, mangrove and jungle. In the opposite direction, you'll find a village within close proximity to mountains, river valleys, ice spikes and a tall outpost overlooking a hilly plains area where you can find up to 5 ancient cities. When you're ready to leave your island, you'll have plenty of options. Seed 7 spawns you on a beach close to a mushroom island. Following the coastline around this mushroom ocean, you'll be able to find every biome you could ever wish for. Starting with spawn, features include 2 giant portals and a series of rivers separating meadows with an outpost and villages. This is bordered by an ice spikes biome that seems to go on forever. The snow biome is actually one of the biggest I've ever seen. It spans over 8,000 blocks on either axis. Return to heading clockwise around the mushroom ocean and you'll come across old growth pine mountains, a mangrove temple village, jungle mountains with ancient cities and even a river mansion. These seeds would be absolutely perfect for people who enjoy their map walls. It would be so satisfying having a large map wall with a world as diversified as these. I would love to see one of these maps actually in the game if anyone is up for the challenge. Seed 6 spawns you on another island with all biomes within a plus or minus of 1,248 blocks of world center. This time the island comes with a shipwreck, an ocean monument, and a large mushroom island close by. Head over to the nearest mainland and you'll find a jungle with all the rest of the warm biomes, as well as some interesting features including an igloo mountain and a cliffside outpost overlooking a village. Northeast of the mushroom island, you can find an ice spikes village with a ruined portal and a stronghold. Seed 5 spawns you on the coast of another ocean that is surrounded by every biome. It could be a cool project to build some underwater tunnels that connect all the biomes. North of the ocean you'll find all of the cold biomes, as well as an ancient city-filled mountain range. South of the ocean is where you'll find all of the warm biomes and loads of temples. You'll first run into some windswept terrain that provides great potential for a base and views of an ice spikes outpost village. There's more building potential in the opposite direction where you can find large plains accompanied by an abundance of meadows, mountains and forests. Seed 4 has every biome within a plus or minus of 1,265 blocks from world's center, with the main hot and cold biomes just over 600 blocks apart. You spawn in an old growth pine taiga right next to another colossal snow biome that stretches over 6,000 blocks. A short trip in the opposite direction is where you'll find the warm biomes. With good travel infrastructure in place, you could be in any biome you choose within no time at all with this seed. Thankfully, all of these biomes come with plenty of great structures too, loads of villages, and even a mansion on the edge of a bamboo jungle with a jungle temple. Seed 3 is another seed that brings the warm and cold biomes together with only 560 blocks to separate them. Climb atop the meadow at spawn and you'll find it easy to spot all of the different biomes. Despite having so much variety, there's also a large stretch of plains in between the two extremes that provides plenty of simplicity. Other interesting features include this snowy crater near spawn and a triple blacksmith village near a mangrove swamp. Seed 2 spawns you on a jungle coast by a 600 block wide ocean that separates the cold biomes from the warm. The closest feature to spawn includes this village, which is close to a jungle temple and loads of witch huts. Follow the river through the jungle and you'll quickly find another village with an outpost, temple and badlands. And I can't not show you this ruined portal village on the shore of an ice spikes lake. Seed 1 is our final perfect survival seed for you to choose from. This one has every overworld biome within 1,239 blocks of spawn, the biggest of which is the Badlands biome that stretches over 3,000 blocks. Jump in the warm water at spawn and set off along the coast. You'll quickly transition through all the ocean types and find a frozen ocean with all the cold biomes. Here's a jungle temple close to a mangrove and an incredible lush cave system because why not?
Here are the top 25 most amazing village seeds for Minecraft in 2023. Seed 25 spawns you on top of a woodland mansion. Peek over the edge to find a tiger village attached to the mansion. Sitting on the riverbank and surrounded by serene forests, it's a crazy yet inspiring start to your adventure. You may notice that the village seems quite small. Well, that's because some of the houses are actually inside of the mansion. Your first mission in this seed will be to grab your pickaxe and free all the houses and farms that have been engulfed by the mansion. Seed 24 has an incredibly rare spawn, situating you in an unforgiving Badlands Valley. As soon as you load into this world, you'll be starting directly at this desert village that contains a pillager outpost. Following the houses up, avoiding the pillagers will bring you to a small, warm ocean sinkhole with exposed caves. The villagers and pillagers must be fighting over this water source, or maybe the treasure you can find at the bottom. Protect the villagers, raid the temple, build your base in the caves, and then explore the mountainous valleys surrounding you. Seed 23 spawns you in a peaceful meadow in front of a snowy mountain. You're probably asking, where's the village? Just take a few steps forward and you'll come across one of the most unique village locations ever. This plains village is floating on a lake so deep that you'd probably need a water breathing potion to get to the bottom and back. The way that the lake is generated perfectly in front of the mountain provides for a truly special and scenic village location. Seed 22 introduces us to the farmland in the sky. This wheat and beetroot farm has made its way up to the very top of this windswept hill, over 100 blocks from the village below. I don't think you'll ever be able to harvest crops with a better view than this. Drop down and you'll find multiple other parts of the village scaling their way up this crazy terrain. Head down to the rest of the village by the shore for an amazing view of the farm. Seed 21 spawns you right next to a desert impact crater from where you can spot an outpost temple village island just across the river. There's pillagers to fight off, 6 allays to free, treasure to loot, and even a shipwreck just a short distance into the coral reef. If only there was a way to move the outpost down into this pit. Seed 20 has another outpost village temple, but this time it's right at spawn and has a jungle temple instead of a desert temple. The outpost has completely taken over the temple, so it might be a little hard to get down to the jungle treasure. Once you've fought off the pillagers, you've got a really nice village location with a bamboo river, a mangrove swamp, and another exposed cave. And if you like mangrove, you're gonna love the next village. Seed 19 has a large tropical mangrove island surrounded by warm ocean. It's almost like 2 mangrove islands that have been joined together by this desert village. If you can manage to navigate your way through these swamps, it would be a great project to expand this long forgotten civilization into a thriving fishing town. Use the tower in the middle to look out for any unwanted visitors. Seed 18 is another mansion village spawn where a villager's path lines up perfectly with the entrance to the mansion, making it seem like an intended feature and not an incredibly rare occurrence. The village climbs up a forested meadow hill right above the mansion. You can almost jump from this church roof to the mansion roof. Up on top of the meadow, you'll find the rest of the village in a really peaceful location with amazing views of a river valley and a large meadow crater where you could stamp your creativity on this exciting spawn. Seed 17 has a coastal desert village with a jungle temple completely floating in the water. There's literally nothing supporting it, so I'm not sure how it's managed to generate here. There's so much you could do with this rare phenomenon. Build platforms over to the temple and set up a dock with jungle boats ready for expeditions into the jungle just across the sea. Or even use it as the hub for your turtle rescue sanctuary, or an entrance to your underwater base. The possibilities are endless. Seed 16 has 2 mountain villages along the same stretch of coastline. This plains village climbs up a snowy mountain with wonderful wintry views from the top. Head to the mountain to the right where you can find another village that slides down the slopes and into the forest. You'll notice a gap in the mountain behind one of the houses. Jump down into this huge dripstone cave where you'll be excited to find 2 more houses. It looks like the villagers have barricaded themselves in with pumpkins so the zombies can't break down their door. Seed 15 brings us another jungle temple village right at spawn, except this time it's a double temple village. The first temple has fused with some of the houses and the second temple is just a short sail up the river. With sparse jungle, badlands and more temples and more villages all around you, this seed gives you a great warm biome spawn with lots to do. Seed 14 is one of my favourite broken finds recently. It sits on a giant frozen lake underneath some impressive and imposing waterfalls. The water flows down from several frozen aquifers floating way up in the sky. Follow the village underneath the crashing water to find the villagers that are in desperate need of your help. Their houses are being flooded and I've even seen villagers being swept away by the water down into the lava pit below. It's a unique yet terrifying village location that you have to check out for yourself. Seed 13 could have the best village spawn for the 1.20 update if you'd like a village with some sniffer eggs. This plains village has generated in a huge lake, acting as a bridge to get from one side to the other. In the middle of the village is an ocean ruin that surprisingly fits in quite well. The village has been built around it, giving you easy access to all the treasure inside. Once you've looted all the chests, turn this ruin into your starter base and decide which side of the lake you'd like to explore first. Seed 12 is one of the craziest village spawns I've ever seen. It's a multi-biome village that touches desert, badlands, jungle, and even a gravel shore. Just like biomes, it's got multiple structures too, both of which have destroyed parts of the village. To the jungle side, you've got a temple, which is fused with a desert village tower, and to the badlands side, you've got a pillager outpost. We've got another multi-biome village coming up next that's a lot more peaceful than this one. Seed 11 is home to a large plains village that connects to 3 different forest types. You've got part of the village which leads you through the jungle, another part which ends up in a dark oak forest, and a third section which reaches some birch trees. The calm atmosphere of this village is a nice change from the rest of the villages seen so far. The flower-filled meadow combined with the vibrancy of the jungle floor really brings this village to life without any added structures. Thankfully, the next village is just as beautiful. Seed 10 has a village that you can find near spawn in a stunning flower forest mountain valley. The houses travel from the flowers below all the way up to the jagged peaks above. There's even streams flowing down past the houses, adding to this colourful, eye-pleasing scene. You'll notice loads of exposed caves behind the houses as you climb up the mountain that lead you into a spacious dripstone cavern. With so much building potential in front of and behind the village, these villagers really did pick an attractive location. Seed 9 has a village that is dominated by an all-powerful desert temple. Believe it or not, you can actually use this door behind one of the houses to dig directly to the treasure room. But that's not the only special feature this temple is hiding. Dig straight down below the layer of TNT and you'll drop into a stronghold. After you've found the end portal, head to the nearest village which has yet another temple, an outpost and a stunning eroded badlands background. Seed 8 contains an island far away from spawn, but it's definitely worth the travel. On the island, you can find a special village that combines with a pillager outpost and a ruined portal. Not only can you access loot from the portal in the outpost, but there's 5 blacksmiths here too. It's actually a really nice island as well. Plenty of wood types and space for building. There's even a naturally generated footpath,
so you can easily cross the river. Seed 7 has a village inside of an inspiring jungle crater surrounded by steep forest walls. There's a really nice transition from forest and plains to sparse jungle and bamboo. If you lived here, you could become the village's resident melon farmer. The tall bamboo and surrounding walls make sure the village is safe from intruders. I'm willing to bet the villagers in the next seed wish they built their village here too. Seed 6 brings us another village that has been taken over by pillagers. It sits on top of a beautiful snowy meadow, so it's definitely worth saving. Right next to the village is a jungle temple and a large sparse jungle for you to explore. Make it a priority to beat these pillagers as fast as possible, but if you're too late, you're guaranteed at least one villager will survive because he's trapped inside of the house. Seed 5 spawns you near a village that is attached to a feature that I've only ever seen once before, an ice spike circle surrounded by plains and ocean. Usually accompanied by a large snow biome, it's rare to see ice spikes on their own like this. Being right at spawn too makes this one lucky village. The villagers' crops might not be too lucky though. Expand the village into the ice spikes or turn this one into a giant snow globe. Seed 4 is in such a cool location. I was so close to using it for the thumbnail. You'll find the village in a mountain crater full of flowers and surrounded by intimidating jagged peaks. Two of the houses have taken over one of the peaks. Chill here with the goats or jump down to the blacksmith that sits right in the middle of the crater. Use the tunnels through the peaks to adventure into the surrounding mountain valleys and bring back all of your goodies to the village. Seed 3 did make the thumbnail and contains a blacksmith in the craziest location ever, which I'll show you very soon. You spawn right next to another mansion village, this time on the edge of a beautiful meadow and tall birch tree valley. It's strange how some houses are stronger than cobblestone, but some are weaker than wood. Heading along the village path will lead you to a gorgeous building location with views of your mansion village. Head down into the exposed cave round the back of the mansion to find the blacksmith that is generated underneath the mansion's cobblestone support. I've never seen anything like it. Seed 2 has a village that is generated on a windswept desert island. Surrounded by warm ocean, the houses climb all the way from sea level up to Y155. It's up here where you can really appreciate the size of the coral reef around you. I love when villages generate vertically like this, but this horse is way too close to the edge. It's making me anxious. Seed 1 is one of the more simple villages, but that's what I like about it. It's literally just a village in the middle of the ocean. And it's not a small ocean either. Standing atop the houses, all you'll be able to see is water in all directions. Living in this village gives you a real sense of isolation, but I'm sure these villagers must like that with all the threats we've seen on the mainland. With all the crazy villages in this list, I thought it would be nice to end with something chill.
Today I'm showing you 20 insane Minecraft seeds for the new update that you won't believe exist. Starting with the most breathtaking spawn ever. This Minecraft seed stands you right in front of a mesmerizing windswept forest that is bound to leave you speechless. These large floating islands are sure to fill you with inspiration if you can manage to connect them to the waterfall-filled caverns below and the cloud-piercing trees above. You'll have an exciting build location on your hands. But if you'd like to build in Minecraft's newest biome, this next seed is perfect. This is the biggest cherry blossom mountain crater spawn in Minecraft. Surrounded by pink falling petals and snowy white peaks, is the best possible start to your 1.20 adventure. This mountain dome is huge. You could build an entire cherrywood city in here. The new biome extends beyond the frozen walls, where you can also find a ton of villages close by and loads of other interesting structures. You'll have to wait for the update to play this one, so here's an unbelievable seed that you can play right now. This is the most insane ice spikes terrain spawn ever. You won't believe this one until you try it for yourself. Imagine building your starter base in this cave where you'll be protected by giant ice pillars that extend over 120 blocks in the sky. It's an unbelievably special spawn that you need to experience, but maybe you prefer something in a warmer climate. This seed has another incredible windswept terrain spawn at the total opposite end of the biome spectrum, this time in the form of a bamboo jungle. Challenge yourself to try out the new wood type here and you'll end up with a bamboo build that's truly one of a kind. There are gravity-defying overhangs and cozy caves for you to relax in. The next seed would be the most relaxing seed ever, but there is something not quite right. This is Minecraft 1.20's most beautiful lake spawn. Well, it would be if it wasn't for the sinkhole in the middle of the lake. It might take a few water buckets to fill this up, so you may as well build a unique base deep inside of it, or even in the spacious exposed caves found around the steep cherry walls. Surrounded by mountains and a blossoming new biome, it'll be hard to find a more eye-pleasing lake in the new update. The most unbelievable Minecraft seeds are still yet to come. There's ginormous exposed caves and islands like you've never seen before, but first, check out this insane village seed. Inside of this stunning jagged peak crater is where you'll find one of the craziest villages you'll ever see. Water flows down from the broken mountain peak above, right through the center of the village and into the surrounding exposed caves. The village even makes its way into the caves too. This must be the holiest dripstone cave in Minecraft. There is so much room to build above and below here, it's perfect. You might struggle to build in the next location though, because it's the steepest slope in Minecraft history. This has got to be one of the most intimidating mountains ever found. Even goats find it difficult to navigate this thing. If you manage to make your way to the top of here in survival, you'll be rewarded with amazing views of the frozen ocean below. There's an opportunity here for a dramatic mountain slope base, or the most thrilling log flume drop ever ridden. From the greatest heights to the darkest depths. This seed has a giant cavern spawn where you can jump from a peaceful meadow all the way down into a terrifying ancient city. This loot-filled cave is absolutely ginormous, and it's all easily accessible thanks to this large hole right at the start of your adventure. If you're not ready to take on the warden right away, there's some stunning places to build right at spawn too. And up next is another open cave, but it's 10 times the size and right next to a rare structure. It takes a special cave to make traveling 6,000 blocks worth your while, but this seed certainly doesn't disappoint. The new update is all about exploration after all. If your trails and tales led you to this enormous open-air lush cave, I'm sure you'd be pretty happy. It's so big you'll probably spend more time exploring it than the time it took you to get here. There's even a mansion right next to it for you to move into, so you can always have this spectacular cave right on your doorstep. There's some amazing lush caves in the next seed too, but it's the best mountain island spawn ever. This is the most incredible mountain island in Minecraft, and it's right at spawn. Mountains this impressive, emerging tall from the middle of the ocean, will be enough to take your breath away, but it's what's inside the island that makes this seed extra special. Jump through the cracks in the mountain slopes to find yourself in the most spacious, lush cave you'll ever enter on a survival island. There's also a large hole in the mountain peaks that winds down to even more amazing caves. You'll be happy to know that there's even more insane island spawns on the way,
and landscapes that will really blow your mind. But first, here's a build location for the new update that's bound to flood your mind with ideas. It's an ice spikes and cherry grove island surrounded by a frozen river. With these two rare biomes perfectly meeting on the island, it'd be the perfect place to build a home where you can bridge over to the neighboring villages to trade. But if you want to see one of the most unbelievable villages ever, check out this next seed. This village has generated perfectly right on the edge of these stunning snowy mountain cliffs. The cliff top houses and frozen ocean houses below are separated by an epic multi-tiered lush cave. Just when you thought you'd seen it all in Minecraft, this has to be the best lush cave village combo ever. There's even villagers farming inside the cave, and it looks like you might need to rescue this house. There's still so many amazing caves to show you, including this seed that spawns you super close to a meadow which has been hollowed out by a giant dripstone cavern. There is a breathtaking open entrance which combines with spiky dripstone overhangs to create some jaw-dropping visuals. If you fancy a dripstone cave base, you won't have to do any digging to find this one. There's a village and ruined portal close by too for your convenience. The next seed has one of the most conveniently positioned villages we've ever seen. This seed spawns you on another insane mountain island. The island is so big it's able to contain a mountain that reaches height limit. There's a beautiful forest valley that cuts right through the center of the island that leads you to a village perfectly positioned between two mountains. You won't find an island village with better scenery than this. There's more amazing lush caves to be explored around the coast of the island too, if you like mountains like these. How about a seed with a mountain range bigger than you've ever seen before? Spawn high up in the frozen heavens where you'll look down on a village trying to scale its way up the deep valley slopes. This has got to be the biggest max height mountain range ever found. It extends for thousands of blocks, giving you those better than real life views in every direction that you look. Build high up in the clouds or on the flat plains looking up into the valleys. The possibilities are endless. You've almost made it to the most unbelievable island spawn in Minecraft, but there's still 4 seeds you need to see before you get there. This is the tallest ice spike you'll ever come across in Minecraft. The very tip of the spike reaches an incredible height of Y227. It might be a bit difficult to climb up here in survival, but the view at the top is definitely worth figuring it out. It'd make a great watchtower to keep an eye on the village below. Let's go from freezing cold heights to lively lush depths. This seed spawns you in another enchanting mountain range surrounded by seas of dark oak trees. One of the closest mountains has collapsed, opening a large lush cavern for you to explore. One singular tree with sleeping foxes has managed to grow down here. This could be the start of a magical underground forest. You know a seed is good when it looks just as good from below as it does from above, but there's a crazier spawn coming next. This woodland mansion spawn seed is out of this world. Not only is it overlooked by a quaint meadow village, but it's also combined with a giant ruined portal. It looks like they ordered the wrong size portal but couldn't be bothered to send it back. The warmth of the portal fire makes up for the cold caused by the missing roof. Just be careful if you have your fire spread turned on. Rise above the meadow village and you'll see that it's a great all-round seed too, with ice spikes in one direction and jungle in the other. It looks like there's a great variety of biomes. This island hides one of the most deceivingly big caves in Minecraft. What first looks like an ordinary island cove quickly turns into one of the most epic caves ever. Once you've transformed the island above, you'll have a totally new world to play around with down below. It's such a nice looking cave that combines a load of features including lushness, waterfalls, aquifers, deep dark, and a large lava lake. If you're after an island with a cave, it's hard to believe there'd be a better seed choice than this, but this seed exists. The most insane island you'll ever spawn on. This has got to be the most impressive lush cave entrance that anyone has ever found. If a lush cave survival base surrounded by ocean and shipwrecks is what you're dreaming of, this is the best possible spawn. It's so spacious, you can even use it to get from one side of the island to the other. Stand on the lush floor and watch the snow fall, or sail away with the giant lush mouth behind you and explore what else this seed may have to offer. Imagine if your Minecraft world had everything you needed for beating the game right at spawn. Some of these seeds have even done the hard work for you. Here are the top 20 speedrun seeds for Minecraft 1.18. Seed 1 is currently considered the best for speedrunning as of this recording. A speedrunner recently broke the world record on this seed with a time of 2 minutes and 10 seconds. You spawn in a snowy taiga village surrounded by snowy forest and frozen ocean. Below the village you'll find the stronghold. This one has an end portal with 10 eyes already filled in. You'll have help completing the portal with the pearls you can find in the stronghold and the fortress you can find once entering the nether. I've linked the world record route in the description so you can see how this is done as fast as possible. Once you're done beating the game, check out these 2 iceberg shipwrecks right next to the village. There's a mushroom island really close by too. There's also a dungeon inside the stronghold which may come in handy. If you want an easier route to the end, Seed 2 is for you. This seed spawns you by the coast, 300 blocks away from a plains village. Below the village you'll find something I thought would never be possible this close to spawn. A fully completed end portal. The portal is already lit before you take one step in this Minecraft world. All you have to do is jump right in. This seed also has a mushroom island close by, although this is probably one of the smallest ever. In this video, I'm going to be showing you a lot of sister seeds. Sister seeds are seeds that share the same structure locations, but have some differences in biome and terrain generation. That means we can have the same amazing speedrun features from Seed 1 with varying biome generations that may suit different players. For example, Seed 3 has the same end portal, the same nether fortress, and the same village location. But this time, the village has generated on this insane windswept terrain. Finding structures on windswept terrain is one of my favourite things at the moment, so I'm in love with this seed. It's nice to have an interesting feature like this to explore after you've beaten the game. Here's another 12-eye portal for you. Again, this one has a plains village with a fully complete end portal super close to spawn. Another seed ready for you to jump straight in. After you beat the game, check out this cave next to the village and maybe turn it into a base. There's a mixed forest hill close by too, which I think would be a nice peaceful place to build. Seed 5 has an 11-eye end portal. Only 1 eye left for you to fill in. You can find this end portal in the village, which is situated on the boundary of a meadow and ice spikes biome. 2 of my favourite biomes. I really love this combination. Close by, you can also find this Meadow Valley village with a pillager outpost. Seed 6 is another sister seed. Once again, you'll spawn in this snow village with everything you need for your speedrun. The 10-eye portal, the fortress, the loot, it's all here. I chose to show this one because of the amazing snowy mountains you find off in the distance, a perfect place for your after endgame retreat. While exploring this mountain range, I found another village with an exposed lush cave. You'll be pleasantly surprised by the size of this thing. It's one of those lush caves that goes on forever. Here's a sister seed for those of you that don't like snow. It's got the exact same features as the record-breaking snow village seed, just without the snow. Behind the village, you'll come across a beautifully picturesque taiga landscape. On the slope of the hill, you can find another lush cave where you could build a cozy little cave base. Seed 8 has a really beautiful village location. You can find this one in a large meadow with views of the ocean and mountain peaks off in the distance. If you're after a really aesthetically pleasing speedrun, this could be the one for you. Underneath the village, you'll find a 10-eye end portal, so only 2 left to fill in. Close by to the village, you can also find this really tiny jungle biome. Here's another 10-eye sister seed for Seed 9. This one looks very similar to Seed 1, but this time we have a basement igloo, ice spikes, a second village, and one of those shipwrecks has crashed closer to the mushroom island this time. Seed 10 has another plains village with a full, complete end portal. I can't believe how many of these are right at spawn. Credit to Cracked Magnet who found all of these. I've linked his channel in the description, so please go and check him out and say thanks. Next to this 12-eye village, there's plenty of flat plains that would be perfect for building. There's loads of beautiful hills too. I'd love to see someone build a big bridge connecting these 2 meadows. Seed 11 is another sister seed, except this time, the 10-eye stronghold village is completely surrounded by frozen ocean and seems a lot closer to the mushroom island. Close by, you can find a shipwreck on land next to this crazy snow and flower hill slope village. This one has plenty of caves for you to explore. check out this blacksmith hidden at the back of the hill. Seed 12 once again has all the same structures, but completely different biomes. This 10-eye tiger stronghold village spawns in some pretty interesting terrain next to a swamp, a beach, and another coastal village. It's amazing how a seed can have structures all in the same place, but look so much different at the same time. Seed 13 will yet again spawn you in the perfect speedrunning village. This time, you'll come across some of the biggest ice spike biomes I've ever seen. Ice spikes as far as the eye can see. There's also this large dome with a village which would be a cool place to build. Seed 14 is another perfect speedrun village spawn. As soon as you spawn into the village, you can see a shipwreck balancing on the very peak of an iceberg. An amazing sight to see. This time, the hilly terrain is a lot closer to spawn as the village generates right at the bottom of a slope. Head up to the hills and you'll find great places to build, including this island surrounded by a river. Seed 15 has the same features you've come to expect with the perfect speedrun village, as well as a shipwreck close by. This time, there's loads of flat plains close by too, probably the flattest of all speedrun sister seeds. You can find an exposed mineshaft, a small second village, and a mushroom island. Seed 16 only has an 8-eye end portal. Not too great, but still amazing compared to most seeds. The main reason I wanted to show you this one is because the stronghold village is not too far away from this incredible bamboo mountain. I saw this thing while looking for more 12-eye seeds and just wanted to find a way to squeeze it into the video because I just think it's really cool. I'd love to build a base here. Seed 17 has the familiar speedrun spawn you know and love. This time, head east and you'll come across 2 ice spike biomes separated by a village with exposed caves. Head under the village to find a large open cave with a lava fall. Seed 18 has a non-snowy village, this time with the shipwrecks beached instead of frozen. Still a 10-eye portal, still a nether fortress at spawn, but this time, head inland to find a meadow biome with a thin ravine that leads you into a huge cave. This place reminds me of one of those big Star Wars Death Star hangars. Seed 19 has a 10-eye end portal in a unique gravel and swamp village with plenty of exposed caves. There's a witch hut really close by too. If for whatever reason you wanted swamp villagers for your speedrun, this is for you. Finally, Seed 20 is our final sister seed of the video. You've got the village spawn, you've got the nether spawn, and the 10-eye portal, but this time you've also got a really beautiful meadow landscape. Check out this forested valley. Head further into the meadows and you can find this extremely deep cave as well as loads of more wood types. Seed 14 has some of the most amazing cliffs I've ever seen. Check out this spawn that has a large lake surrounded by mountains, cliffs and forest. The mountains here at spawn are just breathtaking. I think I would build my base right in the middle of the lake just so I could look at them all day. Check out the other side of this mountain and you'll see some insane frozen cliffs with exposed caves. I've never seen anything like it. Imagine living inside of it. I would love to see how you guys would transform this one into a base. Seed 13 has an incredible village that has somehow managed to make its way up this windswept mountain. I love how you find loads of different parts of the village the more you explore this place. It's not the easiest village to navigate. Check out the views from this blacksmith. I wouldn't mind working up here if I was a villager. There are so many amazing views from both the top and the bottom of this thing. If you find any more windswept villages, please let me know. I love exploring these things. Seed 12 is a double-end portal seed. Below this small, quiet village, you'll find a stronghold with not one, but 2 end portals. They're close together and almost on the same level. It only takes 5 seconds to run from one portal to the other. I challenge you to complete both of these portals. This seed also spawns you right next to this windswept savannah village. Such an amazing village to spawn next to. You can use this waterfall to reach the different levels of the village. You might not believe me at first, but what if I told you Seed 11 has a village inside of a lush cave with an exposed mineshaft plus a stronghold? This village is situated in a beautiful meadow with a river valley and mountains close by. Drop down into the cave and you'll see 2 identical houses. Off to the side of the houses, you'll find some lush waterfalls, and underneath the houses, you'll see a mineshaft. Drop down further into the mineshaft and you'll see the walls to the stronghold. Some of the villagers even managed to get down here by themselves. Seed 10 is a seed with great variety. Within 250 blocks from spawn, you're able to find all 6 different types of wood in this seed. If you want a seed where you can immediately have all the different wood types, this may be the one for you. Maybe you could do a build made of each wood type in all the different biomes. It looks like there's plenty of flat areas for building, a few villages, and even 3 different coloured lakes. Seed 9 has an amazing double blacksmith village surrounded by mountains and a tall pillager outpost. The valleys around this village are beautiful, but I'd hate to wake up and see this outpost looming over me every morning if I was a villager. Just as I was looking up at the outpost, I noticed that there's also an exposed skeleton dungeon in the village. Make your way through this beautiful valley and you can find more villages and an ice spikes biome. There's a couple of ruined portals on the mountain slopes too. Seed 8 brings you a buried woodland mansion with exposed dripstone and a bamboo jungle. Looks like mansions are popping up in stranger places each day. Where do you think we'll find the next one? Imagine that you're casually exploring this jungle hill and you're suddenly greeted by exposed dripstone and the top floor of a mansion. And my mind would be blown. Further away on the same seed you can find 2 villages super close together, only 80 blocks between them. Can you find a closer set of villages? Seed 7 has a jaw-dropping dripstone cave with mineshaft. Unfortunately, this one is quite far away from spawn, but I still wanted to show it as I'm sure someone would be willing to travel for this amazing feature. You can find this huge exposed cave in a bamboo jungle, and there's a large waterfall for a safe route to the bottom. There's something about dripstone, lava and mineshafts that goes so well together. I love this cave. Is it worth the travel? Seed 6 has a windswept village island surrounded by vast ocean. I've seen lots of village islands, but not many as amazing as this one. I love how this terrain looks with the 3 houses on the very top and the hole in the middle with the village well. I bet someone could build a nice staircase up to the houses at the top. Close by, there's another small island with a fully intact shipwreck. Go get yourself some treasure and bring it back to the village. Seed 5 has a woodland mansion that is almost completely buried. Why do you think they chose to build their mansion here? Who are they hiding from? There's some great mountain views, and if you're not claustrophobic, you can just about squeeze yourself through here to find other parts of the mansion. Very close to this mansion, you can find a lush dungeon inside of a stronghold, and if you build a portal at spawn, you'll find yourself right above a nether fortress. Seed 4 has one of the coolest double dungeon locations I've ever seen. Close to this plains village, you can find 2 dungeons right next to each other inside of a stronghold library. This would be an amazing location for a mob farm. One of them is a skeleton spawner and the other is a zombie spawner. Once you've grinded plenty of levels, you'll definitely have enough books for your enchanting table. Seed 3 has one of the rarest islands I've ever seen on Bedrock Edition. I've seen plenty of village islands, but this is a double village island that even comes with an outpost. Hopefully the villagers can combine forces and overcome the pillagers and turn this outpost into a lighthouse. Close by, you can find 2 ocean monuments that lead you to a mushroom island. Have you ever wanted a woodland mansion right at spawn? Well, here's one better. Seed 2 spawns you directly on the top of a woodland mansion. I don't think there's anything else I really need to say about this one. Enjoy! Seed 1 is a fantastic snowy spawn seed with amazing cliffs and villages close by. There's loads of exposed cliff caves around for you to explore. Check out these incredible cliff caves surrounding a lake, another unique base location that also has beautiful mountain views. Make your way to this beach village which has a stronghold underneath with 2 end portals. Here's the first, and here's the second. There's a stronghold dungeon that combines with a mineshaft, and there's even a triple library. Imagine if your Minecraft world had a beautiful Badlands crater, a windswept ice spikes village, or even a 228 block drop into an ancient city. Here are the top 20 seeds for Minecraft 1.19. Seed 20 spawns you on the shore of a lake that is surrounded by loads of different biomes, including taiga, snow, plains, savanna, jungle, and badlands. I love how there's warm biomes on one side of the lake and cold biomes on the other. Head south of spawn and you'll come across a village on the slope of some incredible mountains. Drop down through the mountain's caves and you'll find a large, lush cave system that leads you directly to an ancient city. Close by, you'll notice some of the most impressive Badlands mountains I've ever seen. 2 gigantic mountains with a huge crater and a valley that runs through the middle. I'd love to see someone build a rope bridge or a railway connecting these mountains. Seed 19 spawns you by a frozen coast within close proximity to an ice spikes outpost valley and this peculiar floating island. The main feature I wanted to show you on this seed is very far away from spawn but definitely worth the travel. Head to this wooded mountain top with an exposed lush cave and you'll find the longest drop I've ever jammed down in Minecraft. From height 174 all the way down to minus 54, this jump drops you 228 blocks all the way down into an ancient city. If you can find a longer drop, please let me know. Seed 18 spawns you next to a seaside village with a shipwreck, mountain cliffs, and beautiful flower forest slope. I love this spawn so much, it's so pleasing on the eye. Over the flowers in the valley, you'll see some really nice plains for building. This spot right here is ready-made for your starter house. Head to this savannah village where you'll find a truly spectacular exposed cave. This huge dripstone cave features stone pillars, waterfalls, lava lakes, and even an exposed mine shaft. I love that this jaw-dropping feature is right next to the village. Seed 17 has a village island right next to spawn with 4 blacksmiths. You couldn't ask for a better spawn if you're looking for some quick early game loot. I was able to suit up with full iron gear and tools after looting this quadruple blacksmith island. Once you're ready, head over to the mainland where you can take on this pillager outpost. Seed 16 spawns you in a snow biome right next to a village that is being towered over by this incredible windswept ice spikes terrain. Look how tall this thing is. Let's hope there's never an earthquake because if this thing fell, the village would be flattened in seconds. I'm sure someone could turn this into a unique mega base, or maybe just a house at the very top for someone to rule over the village. You couldn't ask for better views if you chose to live up here. Seed 15 spawns you on a coastal meadow with plenty of ocean and jungle close by too. This would be a really peaceful beginning to your Minecraft adventure. Just a short walk through the woods, you'll bump into a woodland mansion less than 150 blocks from spawn. This seed also has an ancient city which is packed full of interesting features including a skeleton dungeon, a giant ruined portal, and even an exposed geode. Challenge yourself to complete this portal and you'll be pleasantly surprised when you spawn right next to a nether fortress. Seed 14 spawns you on the slope of a mountain with plenty of open plains for building. Head to this beautiful taiga forest surrounded by mountains and ocean and you'll find this absolutely ginormous lush cave. Another cave big enough to build your own underground city. Speaking of which, you'll notice there's a deep dark biome at the bottom of this cave. Head down the waterfalls into the deep dark and you'll find yourself in an ancient city that has been infiltrated by a mineshaft. If you don't like cave spiders, then you're in luck because this city also has a normal spider spawner too. Seed 13 spawns you in another incredible Badlands biome with these two amazing mountains right at spawn. This seed is also home to loads of unique villages. Here are just a few of them. Right on the edge of the Badlands, there's a double blacksmith village that even has a jungle temple. There's also a giant portal meadow village, a village in a cave, and 2 coral coast villages. Seed 12 spawns you in a forest of varying wood types. Close by, there's 2 mountain villages. The first one has great views of the ocean and a nice little valley for building. The second one sits on some frozen peaks with a beautiful meadow crater, a ruined portal, and tall basement igloo. Just over from the igloo, there's another village surrounded by plains and mountains. Here's another mountain crater close by which has an exposed dripstone cave. The cave leads you down to a large waterfall, exposed mineshaft, and a huge deep dark cave that is attached to an ancient city. There's loads more cities in this seed, but this one is my favourite. Seed 11 has a really interesting village that has formed on the side of this collapsed tiger hill. The villagers have built their houses on these flat stone platforms. I've never seen a village like this before. What makes this village even more special is the scenery that surrounds it. This has to be one of the most beautiful village backdrops I've ever seen. There's a large lake with huge mountains and valleys. This is definitely a village I'd want to live in. Seed 10 is a really amazing survival island seed. This spawn island includes both a village and beach shipwreck. I love when island spawns are packed with features like this. There's also some bees flying around, a small forest, and a nice sized flat area for building. Across from this island, there's a small mountain island which would be perfect for building a lighthouse. Another great thing about this island is that there is no mainland in sight, making this a great survival island experience. Seed 9 spawns you in a flower forest with loads of flat plains surrounded by mountains. One of the mountains is a Swiss cheese-like mountain which contains a large exposed dripstone cave with a deep dark biome that isn't very deep at all. Follow the deep dark down to a mineshaft which is right next to another ancient city. This city may have never been found if the mountain's caves weren't exposed like this. Seed 8 spawns you directly in front of a tall Jagged Peaks mountain with an exposed dripstone cave that will lead you to an interesting surprise. Head around to the left of the cave and you'll find 3 village houses inside of the cave. It's not often you see houses this deep into a cave. Make your way up and you'll find yourself in a large meadow mountain crater with the rest of the village. This is such a beautiful area and I love how the village cave connects you to the outside of the mountain. Seed 7 has a great spawn for a survival adventure. Begin your game amongst some coastal mountains with 3 valleys to choose from. One has a beautiful taiga biome, one leads you to a jungle biome, and the other leads you to another ocean and a woodland mansion. I just love how the spawn terrain only gives you these 3 directions of travel. The woodlands mansion contains 22 allays in one room, so there's plenty of rescuing for you to do. The seed also has an amazing windswept bamboo mountain with a great spot for a unique jungle base. Sticking with the bamboo theme, Seed 6 spawns you on a bamboo beach. Take an adventure into the ocean and you can find this large mountain island with amazing cliffs and a village. Dig down under the village and you can find another ancient mineshaft, an ancient city, a mineshaft, a village, and mountains all on one island. Seed 5 spawns you in a mangrove swamp biome on a lucky patch of grass. I dare you to try and survive on this seed without touching the mud. Make your way through the mangrove and you'll encounter a rare structure combination with a village, an outpost, and a ruined portal. These villagers and Delay desperately need your help. The outpost has destroyed a lot of the houses. Once you've taken down the pillagers, maybe use this tall jungle tree in the middle to build a treehouse. Seed 4 spawns you on a flowery meadow next to the mountains and beautiful Birch River valleys. Next to this scenic mountain lake terrain, you can find a tiger village which is situated above a surprising combination of structures. Below this village, you'll find a lush cave combined with a mineshaft, an ancient city, and a stronghold. There's a convenient entry to the stronghold right by the city centre. The portal room is exposed too, which is pretty cool. To add to this seed's amazing features, you can also find a double mineshaft dungeon with a skeleton and zombie spawner. Seed 3 spawns you a short swim away from 2 very unique islands. One is a small jungle island that is completely covered in bamboo. The other is a small desert village island that also includes a desert temple that has merged with some of the houses. You can find these 2 islands just off the coast of Spawn, and they're right next to each other. C2 is another incredible multi-biome spawn that would be perfect for long-term survival. You have almost every biome available within close proximity to spawn. There's a strip of plains and forest down the middle with the warm biomes on one side and cold on the other. Every wood type is visible from spawn, so you definitely won't be short of building materials. Head on over to the jungle and you can find a double blacksmith village that is just around the corner from a woodland mansion. This mansion could act as a great central hub to this seed because it lies on a river with one end leading to the warm biomes and the other leading to the cold biomes. Ride your boat in this direction and you'll come across the snow biome. Head in the opposite direction and you'll sail past a jungle temple and end up next to a desert stronghold village. Seed 1 spawns you right next to this huge badland and forest crater with a lake in the middle, which I think would make for an amazing building location. Let me know what you would build in this location. Perhaps a long-lost civilization or a secluded Wild West town. There's loads of biomes surrounding the crater and loads of structures too, including villages, outposts, and both types of temple. Not too far away, you can also find a shipwreck within viewing distance of a mansion, and if you're wanting a snow biome, here's the closest one that I could find.
Hey Seed Hunters, here are the top 50 best seeds found this year in Minecraft. Starting with the seed that spawns you inside of the biggest mountain dome ever found. The snowy mountain walls completely surround a giant flat meadow. Look how much room you have for building. You could fit an entire kingdom in here. It's a spawn you'll never want to leave. There are animals roaming the meadows, streams flowing through the forested slopes, and even some caves to explore too. Just imagine what this spawn is going to look like once you've filled it with all of your creative ideas. Up next is a seed that spawns us on top of a woodland mansion, but that's not even the best part. The mansion has been built next to the entrance of a cave where you can find a bravely positioned house that sits in a large dripstone cavern alongside the rest of the mansion. Use this as your starter house and then head off exploring the amazing lush caves. There are some great places for building around spawn too. There are dark oak valleys, bamboo rivers, and even a second mansion only 700 blocks away. This seed gave us the perfect start to the Trails and Tales update, spawning us in the biggest cherry grove biome ever found. This pink forest stretches over 2,000 blocks and you spawn right in the middle of it. In every direction that you turn, you're greeted with falling petals, fragrant life and beautiful places to build. Standing on the treetops is like floating above a sea of pink trees. It's just cherry blossom as far as the eye can see. As well as the biggest, we've also found a lot of the tallest this year. This seed spawns you on top of the tallest survival island ever found. Imagine trying to survive up here above the clouds with all your friends. The vertical terrain will provide a challenge, but the ocean views from the top are definitely worth it. Whether you decide to build a cabin at the very top or turn the whole thing into a giant ocean tower, you're sure to have a survival island experience like you've never had before. We've also found a lot of insane structure combinations this year, but this one was one of the craziest. It's a 5-structure combo that combines a pillager outpost, a desert temple, a village, a shipwreck, and a ruined portal. And what's even better, it's right at spawn. This structure cluster also sits on a colourful combination of biomes, giving you desert, badlands, jungle, and coral reef. It's the perfect start for looting and exploring. A bunch of completed 12-eye portal seeds were found this year too, and this one might be the best. It's relatively close to spawn and gives you a super easy route to the end dimension, but it's also found in a stunning location, which makes this one even better. Rise up through the dripstone caverns and you'll find that the stronghold has generated below a plains village inside of a cherry grove and sunflower-filled crater. The combination of a village, a completed end portal, and a beautiful spot for building makes this one of the best locations found this year in Minecraft. 2023 was also a year for crazy sinkhole seeds, so I've included a few that I think were the most mind-blowing. This one was found in the middle of a huge Badlands lake, where a village can be found floating above an ocean monument completely defying the laws of physics. There are also houses hidden by the waterfalls, parts of the village high up in the sky, and even part of the village hidden below the monument. It's an unexplainable village seed that you have to check out for yourself. This seed had one of my favourite build locations of the year. It's a huge meadow island full of flowers, bees, and even a giant ruined portal. It's almost entirely surrounded by a river and cherry grove in all directions, giving you incredible vantage points from wherever you stand on the meadow. The only exit from this location is through a thin strip of flower forest that runs perfectly through 2 cherry grove hills. It's the perfect natural pathway that would lead up to whatever you decide to build here. This seed also has a lot of building potential, but the structures take it to another level. You spawn directly on top of a mansion, facing a village that climbs up a dark oak hill. The village is so close to the mansion that you can almost jump from this church to the mansion roof, and the village's path even leads you perfectly to the mansion entrance, making it seem like these structures were meant to coexist. You can find the rest of the village in a really peaceful location on top of the meadow. There are amazing views of the forest, river valleys, and a large meadow crater that's ready for you to stamp your creativity on this amazing spawn. This seed begins your adventure inside of one of Minecraft's most beautiful mountain domes. This ginormous enclosed mountain spawn is full of flat, spacious plains and cherry forest, giving you incredible building potential as soon as you start your game. Plan your build from high up on the snowy peaks, or even explore the structures before you get started. Around the slopes, you can find a basement igloo, a ruined portal, and a village. You could use these structures as the starting point for your protected cherry grove town. Up next is one of the most unbelievable villages found this year. It's generated perfectly on the edge of these snowy mountain cliffs. It's like this segment of terrain has extended out into the ocean especially for the village. The clifftop houses and frozen ocean houses below are separated by an epic multi-tiered lush cave. You can find the villagers farming inside the cave and even villagers stuck inside the icebergs. Maybe you could build a base in the bottom layer that extends up through the caves all the way to the houses at the top. If bamboo and badlands are your vibe, this is the perfect seed for you. You spawn right at the edge of a deep lake that is perfectly shaped as a love heart. The lake is surrounded by jungle and badlands, giving you a great place to test your building skills in a warmer climate. There's plenty of building potential over the lake's walls too. There are open flat badlands, structure-filled deserts, and a spacious, sparse jungle. There are loads of temples and portals to check out too. It's a perfect warm biome spawn seed. Welcome to Minecraft's most beautiful Cherry Lake spawn. This giant lake is surrounded by sunflowers and steep cherry grove hills. It's a perfect spawn for a long-term survival base, but you won't be alone in this stunning location as there's a double blacksmith village on top of the cherry walls. With incredible views of the lake, these villagers couldn't have picked a better place to build. You could join these villagers and share this amazing view. Build next to the lake in the sunflower fields, or even build outside of the cherry crater. You'll be spoilt for choice with this seed. Up next is the most breathtaking windswept terrain spawn ever. You start your adventure facing this mesmerizing windswept forest that's sure to leave you speechless. The terrain is full of floating islands, waterfall-filled caverns, and cloud-piercing trees, giving you an exciting build location that will fill you with inspiration. Just imagine crafting multiple builds throughout this terrain and connecting them all with bridges. You could have the most epic windswept town in Minecraft. This seed has a truly remarkable combination of structures not too far away from spawn. You can find the structures in the middle of a lake surrounded by meadows and mountains. You'd never expect to find something so crazy somewhere so beautiful. There's a pillager outpost inside of a mansion, a village with destroyed houses, an ocean monument directly under the mansion, and even a stronghold if you can manage to swim even deeper. You won't find a Minecraft seed with this amount of structures in a more beautiful location. This seed spawns you next to an amazing village right in the center of a cherry grove tree mountain crater. The village comes with 5 blacksmiths, so your inventory will be stacked as soon as your adventure begins. Just keep an eye out on that outpost that's watching over the village. If you want even more loot, this spawn has even more for you. Dig down under the village and you'll drop into an ancient city which also has a huge lava lake with a mine shaft. If you want a get rich quick seed, give this one a try. In amongst all the rare structure seeds found this year, we also took time to appreciate many of Minecraft's simpler seeds which can be just as amazing. This seed spawned us close to a perfectly circular mixed forest island surrounded by a river. Build your base right in the center and craft bridges around the island to allow you to easily cross the river when you're ready to explore. In Minecraft's infinitely generating world, it can be hard to choose where to live, but this seed makes that decision very easy. It's like this small segment of isolated island has generated especially for you. Village seeds went to another level this year with the discovery of a few double village spawns. This one spawns you next to 2 villages super close together inside of a peaceful mixed forest mountain crater. You'll never find a seed with 2 villages this close together in a more chilled location. It's the perfect opportunity to build yourself one big mountain city with double the amount of villagers. There's loads more to see around the mountains too, including large forest, mountain valleys, and even another village nestled into the side of a cherry grove. This seed spawns you next to a chill meadow village that gets a lot more exciting when you look down into the cave. Inside of this exposed dripstone cave, you can find more parts of the village, a woodland mansion with an epic lava-lit entrance, and a giant ruined portal deeper into the cave. Head past the portal and you'll find loads more spacious caverns to explore, and there's loads more to check out above ground too. Right next to these structures, you can also find a stunning multi-forest valley and even a double dungeon inside of a mine shaft not too far away. One of the rarest biomes in Minecraft is the mushroom fields, and this seed has the biggest mushroom field ever found, with over 5.4 million blocks of mycelium. It's the biggest hostile mob-free zone in Minecraft, so if you ever need a break from the dangers of night, this is the place to come. Although this one is the biggest, we've got an even better mushroom field coming up later in the video that's surrounded by every biome in the game. It takes a special seed to make traveling 6,000 blocks worth your while, but this seed has a destination that is definitely worth a trip. Welcome to Minecraft's biggest open-air lush cave. It's so big that it probably takes more time to explore than the time it will take you to get here. It's got a beautiful lush overhang, a vibrant floor full of life, and even a hanging mineshaft. There's even a mansion right next to it for you to move into, so you can always have this spectacular cave right on your doorstep. This seed spawns you on the edge of Minecraft's most beautiful mountain lake. In the middle of the lake, you can find a village with the most amazing backdrop that any villager has ever had. The mountain forms in a circular formation and has cherry forests on the outskirts. It's truly one of the most stunning village spawns found this year. Climb up the slopes and there's a perfect spot to build a base to watch over the village, and there's also some exposed caves that can lead you all the way down into the deep dark. Now let's take a look at the best Badlands seed found this year. You'll step foot into an unbelievable Badlands mountain range that extends all the way from a small lake at the bottom all the way up to Minecraft's max height limit. From the very top, you can appreciate some really incredible views. There's loads of exposed caves around the peaks too, giving you the perfect opportunity to build a base and live high above the clouds. It's the most amazing Badlands mountain ever found in Minecraft. Up next is one of the best island spawns in Minecraft because it's packed with rare structures. All on your starter island, you've got a woodland mansion, a village, and a giant ruin portal, with your own luxurious home ready to move into, a bunch of villagers to hang out with, and a whole other dimension to explore. This could be the best island you could ever spawn on. As well as 3 different structures, your island also comes with 4 different wood types. You'll never get bored of this island. From the best structure-filled island spawn to the best structure-filled snow spawn, this seed begins your adventure in an ice spikes biome right next to 4 structures that almost form a perfect square. There's a pillager outpost with a bunch of allays, a fully intact shipwreck ready to loot or move into, a village to trade with, and a giant ruin portal that provides a getaway to a very exciting nether. Hop through the portal and you'll find yourself directly above a nether fortress with a double blaze spawner. For those who love dark oak forests, 2023 brought us the best dark oak forest seed ever. You spawn by an X-shaped river intersection. Imagine building 4 treetop villages connected by suspended walkways that cross the rivers. Hop across the river and you'll find a beautiful large lake surrounded by dark forest hills. If you were to build your base around these cliffs or even in the exposed lush caves, you'll have one of the best lake views in the game. Minecraft is all about making memories with your friends, and this seed has given our Discord community the funnest multiplayer experience ever. We spawned in a super deep mountain dome with the most incredible views. One half is Badlands and the other half is stony peaks, and right in the middle is a large flat area of mixed forest that's perfect for building. Look how much we've transformed this place in only a couple of weeks. We've built an entire town inside of the dome where everyone has their own unique home. We've got 4 tunnels that help us easily leave the crater to explore, loads of farms and resources of all kinds, a villager trading hall, and even a Christmas tree with loads of free goodies. If you need a seed for a bunch of friends, we highly recommend this one. If you're down for a challenge of extreme difficulty, this seed was found with the hardest to complete end portal ever. The end portal room has been collided with an ocean monument, so you'll have to somehow dig the portal out with mining fatigue while battling guardians at the same time. I'm sure someone watching this is crazy enough to beat this seed. Just be thankful that you didn't run into this in your latest random seed speedrun attempt. Here's a seed with an amazing jungle lake village at spawn with the most unbelievable surprise feature. Head to the village in the middle of the lake and you'll notice a sinkhole under the village and also a shipwreck floating on the lake too. But the best feature is floating high in the sky. Look up towards the clouds and you'll spot a sky island that somehow contains some of the village's paths. You get so many amazing views from up here. It's the perfect seed if you ever dreamt of your sky base for your survival world. Up next is a seed that spawns you next to a super rare biome combination. It's a small section of ice spikes that are almost entirely surrounded by cherry grove. The pink petals and light blue ice just go together so well. The only part not surrounded by cherry grove leads you through a winding meadow valley with loads more beautiful building locations. Just imagine a snow globe city surrounded by cherry forest with a gate that leads you out through the valley to all of your other builds. If simplicity is what you're looking for, you won't find any better than this seed. It's the perfect one-tree survival island. With a tiny mound of dirt, ocean as far as the eye can see, and one singular tree, it doesn't get any simpler than this. This seed provides you with possibly the chillest survival experience you could ever have. Just relax under your tree and do some fishing. Cook your fish on a campfire while you watch the waves and the stars. What more could you want? Check out this mouth-watering seed that spawns you on a cherry grove donut surrounded by a river. You'll find 2 layers of cherry grove and a small lake right in the middle. It's the perfect place to build a cozy circular town that's showered by falling petals. The way the donut is separated from the rest of the terrain makes it really stand out. The fact that this amazing terrain is right at spawn makes this a seed you have to try. This seed spawns you on a village island in the middle of the ocean with no houses. It's one of the biggest island mysteries found this year in Minecraft. Who would set up farms in the middle of the ocean and then just abandon them? Whatever the story is here, it's all yours now. It's just you, your crops, and your single island tree. It's the perfect starting point for your lone island farming experience. This is the most incredible Badlands Island seed ever found. You spawn in a wooded badlands high above the ocean with views all around of one of the biggest coral reefs you will ever see. Drop down into the core of your hollow island and you'll enter an amazing lush cave. It's not often you spawn on a survival island with 2 amazing sections to survive in. Build all of your farms on the top and then build an epic lush cave base below where you can look out over the ocean. We are always on the lookout for survival islands that come with shipwrecks. This year, we finally found an island spawn with not 1 but 2 beached shipwrecks. It's the perfect survival island spawn for 2 friends. This tropical island comes with some jungle trees, exotic wildlife, and even some bamboo. To top it off, there's a really good-sized beach as well as some coastal armor trims so you can represent your island in style. This woodland mansion spawn seed is out of this world. Not only is it overlooked by a peaceful meadow village, but is also combined with a giant ruined portal that has destroyed the mansion's roof. Just make sure you get here quickly before the entire mansion burns down. Rise above these amazing structures and you'll see that this seed is a great all-round survival seed too. With ice spikes in one direction and badlands in the other, it looks like a great variety of biomes to be found around spawn. This seed spawns you in a virtual paradise. It's the ultimate spawn for building. You awaken inside of a gigantic mountain dome with the flattest meadow center you'll ever find. There's so much space to build in here. It's a perfect blank canvas for your Minecraft builds. With such a spacious open area inside of these mountains, there's no limit to what you could build in here. If you've ever dreamt of chilling in a warm and luxurious mansion while you watch the snowfall, this is the perfect seed for you. This year, a woodland mansion was discovered in a snowy biome for the first time in 1.20. If you love watching Minecraft snowfall as much as me, this is the perfect home to do it from. There are snowy foxes running across your roof and even some villagers for you to hang out with too. A short distance away, you can also find a shipwreck, a village with an exposed lush cave, and another village on the edge of a snowy crater. Here's one of the more incredible sinkhole seeds found this year. At the bottom, you've got a rare jungle village, houses hidden behind waterfalls, and a terrifying drop down to the lava below. What you can find at the very top is even more unbelievable. Rise up the crashing waterfalls and you'll come across an upside down levitating shipwreck. This could be one of the most unique sky bases you could ever have. And whenever you want to go out and explore, you just get to enjoy this insanely fun jump down to the village below. This seed spawns you in a double cherry grove village crater. The odds of coming across 2 villages this close together are low enough, so to have them right at spawn inside of a cherry crater makes this one of the best village seeds ever. It's a truly remarkable seed that gives you a perfect opportunity to build one huge cherry city right at spawn. This seed is extremely hard to beat, but there's still 10 amazing seeds coming up that you have to see. This is the most jaw-dropping ice spike spawn in Minecraft. Imagine building your base under this frozen overhang where you'll be protected by giant ice pillars that rise all the way up to the clouds. There's no better place to build yourself a frozen base. Climb to the very top and you'll see that the ice spikes guide you to even more incredible terrain. If you want a snowy seed that's going to ignite your imagination, you need to give this one a try. This seed contains the longest cherry grove valley in Minecraft, a remarkable piece of terrain that has generated over 2 million views this year. It's the ultimate cherry grove experience that you can find right at spawn. When you're down inside the valley, it feels like it stretches forever. You could fit so many builds in here, and you could even build a large community with all of your friends. Whatever you decide to build down here, you've got the benefit of being constantly showered by cherry petals. Welcome to the craziest village island ever found. This unbelievable chunk of steep frozen terrain is home to a village, a pillager outpost, and a fully exposed basement igloo. It's not often that you get access to underground structures as easily as this. The igloo even goes right through one of the houses, so you've got a second entrance down to the basement, which is helpful because the pillagers are guarding the entrance at the top, as well as one of the houses. There are also some villagers stuck in the ice, so you've got plenty of rescuing to do. The next spawn is a builder's dream. It's one of the biggest craters you can spawn in, and it's entirely surrounded by cherry grove and ice spikes. With this huge spacious plain surrounded by rare biomes, there's an insane amount of building potential right here at spawn. You won't truly appreciate how much space there is until you try this one for yourself, and there's loads to do in here too. There are villagers to trade with, pumpkins to pick, and loads of exposed caves to explore. What could you imagine filling this space with? This is Minecraft's most perfect village survival island spawn. With this seed, it's like the game has given you your very own personal heaven right in the middle of the ocean. The tiny ocean village has generated with no villagers, so you've got this all to yourself. You've got your own house ready-made to move into, your own iron golem, a singular tree to get you started with building materials, and even your own farm that's already set up. If you ever wanted a seed to just chill on, this is the one to play. This seed spawns you in front of one of the most jaw-dropping mountains you'll ever see. The mountain has an unmissable entrance into a huge dripstone cave that takes up the entirety of the mountain. It's got the most epic cave entrance ever, and if you adventure even deeper, you're bound to get lost in this never-ending cave system. To make this cave entrance even more remarkable, there's a plains village that climbs up the slope with a singular house which has made it all the way to the peak of the mountain. Let's take another look at Minecraft's most breathtaking island cave. I never get tired of exploring this one. You spawn on a large snowy island surrounded by frozen ocean. After surviving here for a while, you'll soon realize that there's a whole other realm to explore beneath the snow. A giant lush cavern with the most impressive cave entrance you've ever seen. If there was ever a spawn for building an epic lush cave base, it's this one. It's the best lush cave found this year, and maybe even of all time. This seed is home to the largest lake-filled meadow crater ever found. It's truly one of Minecraft's natural wonders that has formed thanks to two giant lakes merging together. Whether you decide to build around the lake or go on top of the meadow walls, you can be sure that you're building in a location like no other. It's hard to explain how amazing the views of this lake are. In Minecraft's infinite universe, it's difficult to find terrain as unique as this. This is Minecraft's most insane structure spawn. There's a village, a woodland mansion, a pillager outpost with an alley trapped in a house, and even a shipwreck down by the shore. And that's just what you can see above the surface. There's still so much more to uncover down below the mansion. Jump on down into the opening by the mansion and you'll find 3 houses that have generated deeper down in the cave. Sitting below a mansion and just blocks above a lush cavern is certainly an unexpected place to find parts of a village. Drop down even further to find that the mansion's cobblestone points you directly to an ancient city that is exposed to the surface. Before we get to the final and best seed of the year, there are 18 more seeds that I feel deserve an honourable mention, but don't worry, we're going to rapid fire through these. This seed was Minecraft's answer to a tabletop mountain, and look how flat that summit is. This seed spawns you on a jungle temple and ruined portal combination in the middle of the ocean. This seed has the tallest double structure combination ever found. It's got a long outpost on top of a long desert temple. This seed has the most epic exposed dripstone cave. Imagine building a base in here. This seed has a house inside of a desert temple where the door leads you perfectly into the treasure room, and the treasure room itself leads you perfectly down to a stronghold. This seed has a woodland mansion, a floating jungle village, an ocean monument, a ruined portal, and even some trail ruins, all at spawn. This seed has a giant sinkhole in the middle of a giant frozen lake. It's one of the few places where you can find snow falling into lava. On the edge of the sinkhole, you can find a village, some trail ruins, and even a trial chamber in the new update. This seed spawns you on a sparse jungle survival island which has formed in a perfect circle. This seed has a village and an outpost next to a badlands sinkhole. At the very bottom of the sinkhole, you can find a secret hidden desert temple. This frozen ocean island village has been taken over by ocean ruins. You'll have plenty of suspicious gravel to brush up on this one. In this village spawn seed, you can walk through a house directly into a jungle temple. This seed has a village inside of a cherry grove donut. Could this be the most peaceful village in Minecraft? This seed spawns you next to a ginormous lake with an equally huge sinkhole right in the middle of it. Right on the edge of the lake, you can also find loads of cool structures. This seed has a mountain surrounded by more mountains and a perfect route out to the sea. It's the perfect location to build a jungle kingdom. This seed has a cherry grove biome perfectly shaped as a love heart. This seed has a beautiful mountain range right at spawn, and the cave entrance right at your feet leads you into a breathtaking lush cave. This seed has an insane village valley where an outpost sits on top of a jungle temple high above the ground. There's also some interesting caves here too. And this is the most amazing bamboo lake you could ever build around. The final seed has a large mushroom field just off the coast from spawn, and surrounding that mushroom field you can find every overworld biome in the game. If you want a long-term survival world full of variety with an epic world center point, this is the perfect seed. Around the island you will see plains, forests, swamps, savanna, desert, badlands, jungle, cherry grove, taiga, mountains and snow. Everything you could wish for can be found circling your world center mushroom island. From the perfect 2-player survival world to the most incredible lush caves, here are the top 20 best Minecraft seeds for building in 2024. Starting with a seed that spawns you in a cherry grove mountain crater, the perfect start for a quaint cherry starter base fully protected by frozen peaks. And while this seed gives you the perfect start, there's so much more building potential around your spawn mountain too. Head down the slopes and you'll come across a flower forest with a beautiful meadow mound entirely surrounded by mountains and cherry forest. Whatever you decide to build here, it's certain to have some of the most peaceful surroundings you could ever wish for. Up next is a seed that spawns you on a snowy forest island in the middle of the ocean with unbelievable potential for an epic underground base. Drop off your island's cliffs and you'll find a huge lush cavern that goes all the way through to the other side of the island. The ocean's waves crash into the cave, resulting in loads of waterfalls that lead down to even deeper lush layers. The further down you explore beneath the island, the bigger the caves get. It's the perfect spawn for building an enchanting underground civilization. If you'd prefer to build in a lush overworld, try spawning right on the edge of this amazing bamboo lake. Surrounded by stony peaks and towering trees, it's the ideal spawn for all of your bamboo build ideas. Just imagine a town made up of tree houses that circle around the lake, and once you finish constructing your town, head down to the coast where you can build a bamboo beach resort for everyone who comes to visit your town. This seed spawns you in a meadow next to a dream mountain range for building in. Rise above the mountains and you'll notice that there are 3 separate zones for building in, and one of those zones contains a village and a woodland mansion. Right in the middle is a small section of jagged peaks. This would be the perfect spot for a castle, with paths leading down to the 3 zones and bridges crossing over to the outer peaks. If you're looking for building potential plus exciting structures, you won't find better than this. If you're looking for something simple yet beautiful, you should give this flower forest spawn a try. Spawning amongst the flowers by the beach with a mushroom field off in the distance gives you some super cozy vibes. There's also this natural arch at spawn which I think would be perfect for building next to. Head further inland and you'll come across plenty of flat plains, including this section surrounded by a river. This seed spawns you high up on an incredibly steep mountain slope. If you can, make your way down through the valley until you reach the ocean. You'll find a tiny flat island with just enough room for your starter house. The island may lack in size, but these views are worth it as it looks directly into the stunning mountain valley. Imagine stepping out of your front door and seeing this at the start of each day. And if you look around the cliffs, you'll spot some fun caves for building in too. This is the biggest and deepest lake that you'll find surrounded by cherry grove, and it's right at spawn. There's so much you could do with this breathtaking location. You could build a town around the lake shore, a cliff-face base looking out over the lake, or even build on top of the forest walls where you'll have this incredible view. There are even some nice mountains for building in connected to this cherry biome too. If you've ever dreamt of building a large jungle empire, this is the best seed to do it in. You spawn in a super spacious jungle valley where you're towered over by sharp, stony peaks in all directions. Set up your main builds at the top of the valley next to this exposed lush cave, and then build a road through the valley that leads you down to the ocean and all of the amazing cliffs you can find along the coast. You won't find a better jungle valley view than this. Just imagine it when it's full of builds.
This seed spawns you right next to a mesmerizing chunk of windswept terrain. This will be one of the more challenging seeds to build on, but it'll be the most rewarding if you can somehow turn this into an epic mega base. Start down under the bottom of the giant overhang, where you can find spacious coastal caverns and even some tunnels carved out by the ocean. Climb up to the waterfalls to find all the higher levels of forest, and you'll eventually make your way to the top, where you'll get the best views of this Minecraft spawn. Up next is a Minecraft spawn that couldn't be more picturesque. You spawn in a giant mountain dome full of flower-filled meadows, a cherry grove, and a large mixed forest. If you were to build here, you'd never want to leave. With 4 different wood types and so much space for building, you've got a giant blank canvas that will help bring your Minecraft spawn to life. All it needs is a touch of your imagination. What would you build in this beautiful location? And please, don't say a Walmart. This seed has an incredibly long Badlands Valley, and as you adventure through the valley, you'll notice 3 large lakes that form one after another. From Badlands Mountains, through Bamboo Jungle, and out to the ocean where Snowy Hills and Cherry Grove combine. There are so many biomes surrounding these 3 lakes. This could be the perfect seed for building a canal system that explores all the different biomes. I've always wanted to build a base inside of a woodland mansion, and if you're like me, this seed gives you the most unique opportunity to do just that. Right at spawn, you'll find a crazy tall mansion that towers high above the clouds. If you were to transform this into your base, you'd have the ultimate way to rule over your Minecraft land. Part of the cobblestone tower has even given you the perfect place to build an elevator up to the top. If you want a unique base like you've never had before, this is a spawn you need to try. You've probably never thought of building a frozen underwater ice base, but this seed gives you the perfect opportunity to do just that. Head to this amazing lake surrounded by mountains and take a closer look at the frozen part of the lake, and you'll find something we've never seen before. Instead of just one layer of frozen ice on the surface of the lake, a huge glacier has formed which extends all the way down to the bottom of the lake. Carve out the ice and build yourself a base inside of the glacier. If you're down for an underworld building project, this seed would be perfect, as you actually spawn inside of a lush cave. And it's not your ordinary lush cave. Rise up and you'll discover that you've spawned on a crazy island covered in pillars that leads down into the lush depths. It's another Minecraft phenomenon that we've never seen before. Challenge yourself to explore, survive, and build in these caves without ever touching the surface. If you're down for building in the Badlands, this seed gives you the perfect start. You spawn in a large Badlands crater with a large lake and plenty of space for setting up your own Wild West town. I've linked a building tutorial playlist in the description which is full of builds that would be perfect for this location. Head above the crater and there's so much more to be inspired by. Flat plateaus, grand canyons, and even eroded rivers that stretch for miles. This seed has an unbelievable pair of islands with cliffs that you need to explore. The first island has 3 layers of lush cave that are all exposed to the open air. An epic lush base with 3 floors and unbeatable ocean views sounds pretty good to me. Hop on over to the neighboring island where you can find a section of cliffs that are just begging to be bridged with builds on either side. If you're looking to chill, take in the scenery, and build at your own pace, this is a peaceful spawn that is perfect for you. The seed gives you a small flower forest island in the middle of a lake surrounded by rivers, forests, mountains, and cherry grove. Build your home in the middle of this flower island, and you'll never have a more peaceful Minecraft existence. Other than gathering materials for your new home, there's nothing else you need to worry about playing on this seed. If you're looking for a simple spawn for building in, this seed is a great one to try. As soon as you start your adventure, you'll be greeted by a large stretch of flat plains where the possibilities are endless. But just around the corner, there's a really inspiring location you need to check out. Follow the river through this Cherry Grove Valley and you'll find a meadow hill perfectly centered between 2 other meadows with a river flowing around it. If there was ever a meadow that was made for building on, this is the one. Welcome to the ultimate lush island. Right at spawn, a mountain island that has been completely carved open by amazing lush caves. The whole island is covered in lush caves. Have you ever seen this much lushness exposed to the surface before? And check out this lush overhang that takes you right through to the other side of the island. There's so many caves to build in on this island, and they all connect to each other. You need to give this one a try. This seed is the perfect seed for building on with a friend.
You spawn inside of a large Cherry Grove mountain crater, and right next to it is another mountain crater that is exactly the same size. This is the most amazing mountain generation I've seen, and it's right at spawn. You and your friend can have a crater each for building your bases, and then they can easily be connected with a bridge crossing the valley. There's loads more room for building around the craters too, with all these spacious flat plains.
From an igloo inside of an ancient city to a ladder that leads you down into the void, here are 43 crazy Minecraft seeds you thought were impossible. This Minecraft seed has 4 structures that combine, resulting in a lot of broken features. There's an outpost partially inside of the mansion, a village church that's been chopped in half, strange floating water that goes through windows, and even a floating chest. There's also a huge cavern underneath the mansion too. This seed has a witch hut that expands 45 blocks up into the sky. Have you ever seen a witch hut this high above the ground before? Grab yourself some lava from the ruined portal below and burn this thing to the ground. This seed has even more tall features with a windswept desert tower that has a village at the bottom, a desert temple, and an outpost in the middle. And right at the top, you can find more houses, an iron golem cage, and a ruined portal. This seed has a mine shaft that leads you right into the end portal room. Unfortunately, one of the portal frames are missing, so this one's going to be pretty useless. You probably shouldn't try and speedrun this one. This seed has a mansion that's partially submerged in water, and when you explore the inside of this mansion, you can see that there are quite a lot of leaks in the roof. On top of the mansion is a frozen aquifer with an outpost, and there's also a village here too. This seed has a shipwreck that has crashed into the side of a mansion on a beautiful stretch of dark oak coast. Break a few blocks, and this could be a really fun way to get in and out of your mansion. This seed spawns you on an island in the middle of a frozen ocean that defies the laws of physics. There's loads of floating ice and pieces of stone, and the top part of the island is being supported by just one single cobblestone pillar. This seed spawns you right next to half a shipwreck that is somehow parked on top of a pillager outpost. This could be a fun little starter base where you could take the pillagers by surprise from above. This seed spawns you on the shore of a Badlands lake where you can find sky-high aquifers, an abandoned village, a terrifying sinkhole, and even a woodland mansion. There's even a rare chance you can get the mansion to generate like this when loading up the seed, but I've only been able to replicate this once. This seed has an outpost temple village floating on the ocean near spawn, and if you blow up the temple's treasure room, you'll fall directly into an ocean monument. Bet you never thought you could fight guardians from a desert temple before. This seed also combines a village temple and outpost, but this time underneath the structures you can find a ruined portal. Just make sure none of these pillagers follow you into the nether. This seed has an igloo at the very bottom of a frozen ocean. If you head down the ladders into the igloo's basement, you'll actually just find half of a basement. And if you don't hold on tight, you'll drop straight into the void. This seed spawns you in front of a mansion on the edge of a mangrove swamp. If you dig underneath the mansion's sapling room, you can find a treasure room from a desert temple. You never know what you'll find under mansions these days. This seed has an exposed end portal room attached to an ocean monument. Good luck making it to the portal while fighting off the guardians. This seed has a windswept village at spawn that combines with a pillager outpost, a ruined portal, and a desert temple. Challenge yourself to see if you can jump into the treasure room from the windswept houses above. This seed spawns you in a beautiful dark forest mountain range with crazy structures. Head to the nearest mountain and you'll spot a pillager outpost that's trying to hide inside of a woodland mansion. This seed spawns you next to a lake with one of the largest sinkholes you'll ever see in Bedrock Edition. Stand on the floating block of gravel and just imagine all the things you could fill this hole with. This seed has a stunning lake surrounded by cherry grove and mixed forest. In the middle of that lake, you can find a village, a levitating chunk of stone, and ocean monument. The village's path is even lower than the top of the monument. This seed spawns you next to a shipwreck, a pillager outpost, a desert temple, and a ruined portal that have all decided to try and generate in the same place. If you can survive the pillagers, you'll have plenty of loot to kickstart your adventure in this one. This seed spawns you underneath a super tall outpost and a basement igloo that is entirely exposed. This is probably the most exposed igloo basement that you'll ever see. There have been a few pillagers falling off here. Let's hope the igloo doesn't fall too. This seed has a really cool cave under a village island by spawn, but unfortunately, this seed has another broken end portal. This time, the portal has been totally engulfed by an ancient city. Ah well, you win some, you lose some. This seed has another amazing lake with an outpost, village, and ruined portal all meeting in the middle. There's also a small sinkhole, and if you look up, you'll see a waterfall crashing down from a small segment of stone high up in the sky. This seed has a jungle temple underneath a woodland mansion. Luckily, the temple is still fully intact, so you can still grab yourself some treasure and maybe even set up a base in the mansion's cobble before you plan your raid. This seed has an igloo inside of an ancient city. Now that's a structure combination I never thought I'd be showing you. It's probably got something to do with them both being submerged in a giant lake, and on the lake's surface, you can also find an outpost and a village. This seed has a tiny sinkhole that contains an upside-down shipwreck. Whoever was sailing this thing must have taken a wrong turn somewhere. This seed has an incredibly tall pillager outpost alongside an abandoned zombie village that spirals up this crazy windswept terrain. Pillagers and zombie villagers high above the clouds? Yeah, I think I'll stay down here on the ground. This seed has another ocean outpost village with a crazy sky platform high above the clouds. This time you're able to jump from the sky platform and splash into an ocean monument that sits right underneath the village. This seed has a pillager outpost that is generated inside of a woodland mansion. The outpost has opened up a large square window in the mansion, giving the pillagers an amazing view of the surrounding meadows, forests, and rivers. This seed has another 5-structure cluster. There's a savannah village, a fully intact shipwreck, an outpost, a ruined portal, and a desert temple. The temple has broken 2 of the houses. One of the houses has been taken over by the netherrack, and there's 6 allays to rescue too. This seed spawns you in a birch village where another outpost can be found partially inside of a mansion. But there's another structure inside the mansion too. There's a church buried in that cobble that you probably won't have noticed if it wasn't for the stained glass windows. This seed has a mansion village where 5 of the houses have generated underneath the mansion, and this mansion is full of even more structures. There's also a ruined portal and a pillager outpost that you'd never know existed if you didn't explore the mansion. This seed has a stronghold and a huge mushroom island. Something strange has happened in the end portal room. The end room is full of oak planks, thanks to a mineshaft colliding with the end portal that, thankfully, still works. This seed has a large Badlands lake where a mansion, a village, and sinkhole meet in the middle. Jump into that sinkhole and you can find a part of the village floating underneath the mansion, as well as an exposed fossil at the very bottom. This seed has a desert village on the edge of a mangrove with a jungle temple and a pillager outpost. And right at the bottom of the outpost, you can actually walk through one of the houses into a ruined portal room under the outpost. This seed gives us another amazing mansion village super close to spawn. This time, some allays have given us a secret entranceway into the back of the mansion. Wander in and you'll spot another outpost entirely inside of the mansion. This seed has to be one of the most beautiful lakes you'll ever see. Head to the middle of the lake to find an outpost that extends down into the sinkhole with a geode that could make a really fun base. There's also some allays that need rescuing too. This seed has another incredible lake, this time in an eroded Badlands. There's a woodland mansion and a village with a house destroyed by the mansion, and even a house inside one of the Badlands spires. There's even a broken shipwreck and another outpost inside the mansion. This seed has possibly the tallest desert temple you will ever see right at spawn. At the bottom, you can find houses inside of the sandstone, and if you reach beyond the clouds, you'll find an outpost and a ruined portal inside of the temple. This seed has a mansion inside of a swamp. Head inside the mansion and start tearing up the carpet. Chop some wood, and then with a little mining, you'll discover a witch hut that was buried underneath the mansion. This seed has a village with an extra long exposed basement igloo which is hanging from a floating forest island in the sky. At the bottom you can find a ruined portal that has broken open the igloo's basement. This seed has a mansion that extends deep down into a frozen ocean. If you can somehow make it to the bottom of the ocean, you'll find an igloo with a ladder that once again leads you into the void. This seed spawns you next to a beautiful island for building on. There's a structure combination that you really won't believe. Under another crazy skyblock, you'll find an outpost and a shipwreck that have both generated inside of a mansion. This has caused 3 different fence types to all join together, and there's even a pillager who thinks he's captain of the ship. This seed spawns you in the craziest windswept village you'll ever see. From top to bottom, in every direction, and even on floating islands, you can find different parts of the village. There's also a ruined portal, an igloo that is literally levitating, and a super tall outpost where the pillagers look after a wheat farm at the very top. From an island with every biome in the game to a shipwreck on top of a mansion, here are 24 brand new Minecraft seeds you have to check out in 2024. Seed 24 is one of the best seeds you'll ever find when it comes to strongholds. Just off the coast from spawn, you can find a village island surrounded by mushroom fields.
Underneath that island is a stronghold with a 10-eye end portal. You've only got 2 more to fill in. This has got to be one of the luckiest islands in Minecraft, and that's not even the closest stronghold to spawn. Believe it or not, 3 out of the 4 closest villages to spawn all have strongholds beneath them, and one of those villages is an abandoned zombie village. If you thought this seed was special, just wait until you see how many eyes this village island has later in the video. Seed 23 spawns you in a village that sits on a meadow hill surrounded by a river and some of Minecraft's most colourful biomes. It's probably the most beautiful village you'll spawn in this year. On one side you've got a cherry grove and max height frozen peaks off in the distance, and on the other you've got bamboo jungle alongside a tall birch tree forest. If you were to build a base and join these villages on this meadow mound, you'd have so many amazing views and resources right on your doorstep. You could even build a dock to help you sail away down this long winding river. Seed 22 is possibly the craziest desert temple seed you'll ever come across. You spawn right in front of this temple that stretches 127 blocks up into the sky. If you manage to make it all the way to the top, you'll find a pillager outpost as well as one of the village's houses. These pillagers have a pretty amazing view. This strange generation has completely exposed the treasure room, and if you jump all the way down to the bottom, you'll find the rest of the village where some houses have generated in some hidden caves under the temple, and some that have even generated inside of this giant sandstone tower. Seed 21 gives you the perfect start of your down for an epic ocean adventure in 2024. Spawning you on a beautiful mountain island, you've got a sharp, frozen peak that towers over the ocean, some stunning stony cliffs around the island's coast, caves that lead you down to the structures hidden below the mountain, and even a small river that runs through a peaceful birch forest. Hop on your boat and explore the mushroom field close by, where you can get an amazing view of your island. Could this be the home of your new ocean kingdom in 2024? Seed 20 gives us a new perfect survival world where you'll find a mushroom field in the center of the world surrounded by every biome in the game. We showed a similar seed to this one last year, but it looks like the biomes are even closer on this one. To the northeast of the island you'll find swamps, savanna and forests, and to the southeast of the island you'll spot desert and badlands. To the southwest you'll find dark forest, mountains, cherry grove and jungle, and to the northwest of the island is where you'll find all of the cold biomes. If you'd like to see a seed where all of these biomes are packed into one giant island, stick around to the end of the video. Seed 19 offers you a perfectly simple spawn with a large chunk of flat plains surrounded by rivers, a nice stretch of beach and the wide open ocean. Off in the distance, you'll spot a mansion on the hilltops that you need to check out. Upon further investigation, you'll not only find a mansion, but 5 structures combined into one. There's a village that has collided with the mansion walls, a pillager outpost that's trying to hide inside of the mansion, a ruined portal, and if you jump down this hole, you'll find a farm hidden below the mansion, as well as an abandoned mineshaft. This spawn gives you the perfect blend of excitement and simplicity. Seed 18 has an island just off the coast from spawn like you've never seen before. It's a small jungle island where a jungle temple and a ruined portal have been combined right at the peak of the island. With an infected jungle temple as your base, this would be such a fun island to try and survive on. Seed 17 could be the best village spawn for 2024, spawning you perfectly in the center of a small cherry grove surrounded by 4 villages as close together as they could possibly be. Imagine connecting all 4 of these villages to create one large city that circles the cherry forest. 2 of the villages look over a flower forest island that would be the ideal location for your starter base, and there are some amazing mountain views surrounding spawn too. With the combination of all of these villages and the beautiful terrain, you will struggle to find a more chill spawn than this. Seed 16 spawns you in an incredible mountain range that contains a super rare biome combination that I haven't seen in quite some time. You spawn down by the ocean with insane views of the forests and mountains as you look up into the valley. As you adventure through the valley, you'll notice that the mountain seems to get bigger and bigger. Make your way over the closest frozen peaks and you'll find a mountain crater where snow combines with jungle. When was the last time you saw snowy foxes running through melon patches and jungle trees with snowy white leaves? And if the jungle isn't lush enough, there's also some lush caves here for you to drop into too. Seed 15 spawns you right next to a crazy village that combines a giant ruined portal, a pillager outpost with an elator save, and jungle temple that is generated on top of one of the houses. With just a couple of ladders, you can easily enter this house and climb up to the jungle temple's treasure in seconds. This is such a fun seed to grab yourself some wild armored trims. Further adventuring into this seed will give you more fun structure combinations too, including this stronghold library, which is lined up perfectly with a zombie dungeon. Seed 14 spawns you in a cliffside village with a large open cavern. Make your way to the cliff top and you'll spot a second village on an island close by. The villages are so close that they're only separated by 13 blocks. Both villages have houses and farms nestled into the cliffs. It's a perfect opportunity to build a bridge between two cliffs that connects these two towns. Seed 13 spawns you on a desert island with a beach shipwreck, giving you the perfect seed to roleplay as a castaway that has crash landed and discovered a new world. Try to survive as long as you can on your starter island with whatever you find in the shipwreck, and then head off exploring on your new land and see what you can discover. Seed 12 gives us a savannah village in a beautiful location. Surrounding this orange town, you can find purple meadows, pink forests, and stunning white mountains off in the distance. But it's what's below this village that makes this seed special. Dig down below the houses and you'll fall into a ravine that lands you on the roof of the end portal room. And if you jump off the portal room, you'll notice that it's generated directly on top of the center of an ancient city. Coming up later, we've got another ancient city stronghold seed with a mystery that I need your help solving. But first, check out Seed 11, which spawns you by a lake surrounded by cherry grove. The gentle slopes decline gradually around the lake with spacious flat plains, giving you the perfect opportunity to build a cherrywood town that surrounds the lake. Look around spawn and you'll find yourself in an incredibly varied world full of different resources. From high above your cherry grove spawn, you can spot almost every tree type in the game. There's no limit to what you could build here, but if you'd rather have a home already set up for you, check out Seed 10, which spawns you right next to a village and a woodland mansion which sit next to each other on top of a snowy meadow. As well as these amazing structures, the meadow also gives you incredible views of the surrounding forests and ocean. This is the perfect mansion to transform into your base. It's in a beautiful location right at spawn, there are a bunch of villagers right at your doorstep, and it's even got its very own nether portal room thanks to this ruined portal generating on the top floor of the mansion. If you want to test yourself with an epic mountain build this year, I think Seed 9 would be the perfect choice. You spawn on a small symmetrical and semicircular mountain surrounded by river and ocean, and behind that mountain across a calming pine tree valley is an even bigger mountain range. I'm imagining a castle high up on the bigger mountain with a bridge that crosses to more builds on the smaller mountain and a path that leads down to a dock on your stony shore that you can use to sail out to the mushroom fields. Seed 8 spawns you on the shore of a beautiful lake surrounded by mountains and birch forest. It's another spawn with undeniable building potential, and it even comes with some exciting structures too. Take a walk with the bees flying through the tall birch trees and you'll come across a giant ruined portal and a meadow village that both sit on the edge of a lake. These villagers really got lucky with this view, and this portal got lucky too, as it spawns super close to a nether fortress on the other side. Seed 7 will leave you confused and amazed when you see all the structures that have generated at spawn. You'll first notice a shipwreck that has somehow crashed into the top of an outpost, and when you take a closer look, half of the shipwreck seems to be levitating, and there's even a pillager trapped in the ship. Look out over the lake and you'll spot another ship floating above the water, and just to the left of the outpost is a village that has combined with another giant ruined portal and a nice lake for building on too.
Now let's go check out an insane structure combination below ground with a mystery I need your help solving.
Seed 6 has a mine shaft and a stronghold that have combined with an ancient city. The end portal room has once again generated right in the center of the city, where the room is constantly lit up by candles and redstone lamps that are triggered every time a silverfish spawns. But you'll notice that there's a strange and unexplainable noise here that doesn't seem to stop. Hopping into spectator mode, it looks like the end portal room is causing a malfunction to the city's redstone experiment room. If anyone can explain what's going on here, please let me know. Seed 5 has a shipwreck that has somehow managed to generate on the roof of a woodland mansion. Thankfully, the ship is made of the same wood, so it actually blends quite nicely. If you prefer your shipwrecks to be closer to sea level, simply head across the ocean, where you can find another one directly opposite the mansion on the other side. Trying to come up with an explanation for this might be difficult, but perhaps not as difficult as trying to survive on the next seed. Seed 4 spawns you deep at the bottom of the ocean. Float to the top, catch your breath, and you'll be amazed at what you see around you. You've spawned in the middle of the ocean, almost entirely surrounded by mushroom fields. Just look around you, and all you see is mushrooms, mushrooms, and more mushrooms. Our seed hunters have been on the hunt for an island spawn that is completely surrounded by mushroom fields. This is the closest they have got so far.
Seed 3, on the other hand, does spawn you on an island.
It's an amazing tiger island spawn that you need to try out this year because of what you can find underneath the island. Jump down from the cliffs and you'll see an epic cave entrance that leads you into a lush cave inside of the island. I love when island spawns come with more to explore beneath the surface. Survive in the taiga forest surrounded by ocean, build your base inside of the exposed lush cavern, and then adventure through the lush caves that lead you all the way down to an ancient city. Seed 2 spawns you in the middle of a gigantic island continent that contains every overworld biome in the game, apart from the mushroom field, which you can find just off the coast. Every single biome you could ever need, all sharing the same coastline. As well as this island's incredible diversity, you can find a load of structures here too. This island is home to 17 villages, 3 outposts, 3 strongholds, 2 temples, 2 witch huts, and 6 igloos.
If you're going to build a vast Minecraft empire that spans the entire biome spectrum,
this is the continent to do it on.
Seed 1 is home to possibly the best village island ever found.
At the start of the video, we saw a village island with a 10-eye portal, but this one takes it to the next level. Dig directly below this village and you'll drop into an end portal room that has an already completed 12-eye end portal. This seed has done all of the hard work for you, and it's done it in an unbelievable location. Village islands and 12-eye portals are rare enough by themselves, so you can be sure that this will be one of the rarest Minecraft seeds you play this year.
Imagine if your Minecraft world had the most beautiful mountain lake, a monument inside of a mansion, or even the most breathtaking spawn ever. Here are the top 20 seeds for Minecraft 1.20. Starting with one of the strangest villages you'll ever spawn in. Seed 20 has a desert island village without any desert villagers. Instead, there are jungle villagers, plains villagers, and even swamp villagers. Thanks to this village combining with 4 different biomes, you also get loads of different animals on your island too. There's a camel wandering around, pandas rolling around, turtles shuffling to shore, cats watching over the fish in the coral reefs, frogs jumping through the mangrove, and even some farm animals too. You won't find a village island spawn with more life and variety than this one. Seed 19 spawns you in a beautiful area where a cherry grove and a flower-filled meadow meet inside of a giant frozen peak mountain crater. From one side to the other, this colourful mountain valley stretches over 800 blocks. There are some really magnificent views looking through the valley from the cherry forest, but it's the pillagers who have the best view of all in this Minecraft seed. You couldn't ask for a better centre to your world. Just imagine the things that you could build here. Whether it's a cherrywood castle or a huge Japanese-inspired Zen garden, I'm sure you'll come up with an amazing build that will match this amazing spawn. You'll find the total opposite of peace in Seed 18 when you spawn in the middle of a Minecraft nightmare. Right at the start of your adventure, you've got a woodland mansion, a pillager outpost, an abandoned zombie village, and even a ruined portal. That means you'll have to face zombie villagers, pillagers, vindicators, and maybe even piglins as soon as you step foot in this world. It's a shame these structures are so hostile because they've generated in a really beautiful location. Sprawling meadow openings, winding river valleys, forests with inviting caves, and even mountains off in the distance. I think this war would be one worth winning. If you love stony peaks, then you'll love Seed 17. You spawn in a giant heart-shaped mountain crater that will instantly inspire you. Imagine if this was your very first view after clicking Create New World. Before you head down into the valley, take some time to adventure around the peaks because they are littered with emerald and iron ore. Store your riches in one of the caves, then stock up resources from the 3 different wood types. You're now ready to unleash your imagination in the spacious savannah. You could build a well-protected agricultural empire, a starry sky observatory, or even an animal preserve with a safari lodge. The possibilities are endless.
Seed 16 spawns you right in front of one of the craziest islands you'll ever see. There are houses at the bottom of the island, houses on top of the island, a ruined portal, a pillager outpost, and the tallest witch hut anyone has ever seen. Luckily, this witch hut is right next to a lava fall, so you might want to just let it burn. Head over to the mainland and you'll find loads of nice spots for building. There are some spacious flat plains next to the island, landscapes worthy of a title screen, and some windswept terrain that's begging you to climb and build a house right at the very top. When you're exploring woodland mansions, don't forget to look under the carpet. You might just find something unexpected. Seed 15 spawns you in a jungle next to an insane combination of 5 rare structures in the same area. There's a jungle village floating on the water that has combined with a mansion. The mansion has destroyed some of the houses, so a few of the villagers now live inside of it. You can also make a secret entrance into an ocean monument that is generated directly below the mansion. And to top it off, there's also a ruined portal and some trail ruins by the shore. Maybe you could turn this mansion monument combo into a potion laboratory that studies the magical properties of the ocean. Seed 14 is one of the best snow spawns in Minecraft. This world spawn is the true definition of a winter wonderland. You begin your journey in a jagged mountain peak circle with snowy white forest and a frozen lake at the bottom. This place looks even better at night when the orange glow from the lava lights up the entire slopes. This is the kind of seed where you need a bed that skips the day instead of the night. It'd be the perfect place for a hot springs retreat or a lava-lit skating rink. There's so much to see over the peaks too. Ice spikes that stretch for miles, cozy snow villages, and loads of exposed dripstone caves. I know which seed I'm going to be surviving on this Christmas. The humidity is going up a notch in Seed 13 as we head to the swamps. It's another amazing structure spawn where you can find a giant ruined portal and a woodland mansion that's combined with a witch hut. Luckily for you, the witch has been trapped inside. What makes this seed even more special is what you can find beneath the mansion. Just around the corner from the witch hut, you'll see an entrance to a huge lush cave. The mansion even gives you a perfect opportunity to ladder down into it. There's so much space to build down here, there's no limit to what you could do. Maybe make yourself at home in the mansion and turn this lush basement into an enchanted underground garden. Seed 12 spawns you on the edge of a mountain that's collapsed, exposing a large dripstone cave. This would be a great place to set up your starter base with views of the wide open plains. Once you're all set up, you'll find a really pleasant spawn to explore. You'll find loads of flat plains, villages to trade with, meadows and cherry groves, max height mountain valleys, and an epic cliff-filled coastline. There's also an island just off the coast with another exposed cave for building in, but there's an even better island you need to check out in the next seed. Seed 11 spawns you on the tallest survival island ever found. Do you think you could survive on a windswept island that pierces the clouds? You could either build a giant spiral staircase to get from the top to bottom, or hollow it out to create the ultimate ocean tower that watches over your Minecraft world. However you decide to survive here, you're sure to have a survival island experience like you've never had before. 10 seeds down, 10 more amazing seeds to go. Still to come, we've got some amazing plains surrounded by ice spikes, a village with a beautiful backdrop, and a mountain spawn that will take your breath away. But first, check out Seed 10, which spawns you right next to a sparse jungle river island. The perfect spot for a tropical starter base. But if you adventure towards colder climates, you'll be able to find another incredible structure. On the edge of this frozen ocean, you'll find a village next to a structure hiding in the water. A secret igloo that must have been hidden for a reason, because it actually leads you directly to the end portal. If you want a super convenient route to quickly get from the overworld to the end dimension, this could be the seed for you. If you're down for a caves only survival challenge, Seed 9 would be a great one to try. You spawn right at the entrance of a dark dripstone cave high up on the peaks of a snowy mountain. Refrain yourself from exploring the plains below and instead see if you can survive in these caves with whatever you find in your bonus chest. If you prefer a bit of sunlight, this seed also provides some amazing build potential. There are hills surrounded by mountains, stunning forest valleys, and max height peaks everywhere you look. Seed 8 spawns you in a flower forest next to a couple of villages. It's a peaceful spawn that also comes with the perfect opportunity for an ocean monument drainage project. Take a short trip out to sea and you'll spot 2 ocean monuments super close together, only 53 blocks apart to be exact. Craft a giant dome, drop a ton of sand, and you'll have a monument base each for you and a friend to live in. Seed 7 spawns you on the perfect survival island. You've got a tiny mound of sand and dirt, a singular birch tree and ocean as far as the eye can see. It seriously doesn't get any simpler than this. This one would provide a chill survival experience for platforms with low render distance, and it'll give you a real sense of achievement. If you can successfully thrive on this tiny island and overcome the challenges of limited space and resources, you'll definitely end up with a Minecraft world you can be proud of. Seed 6 has a real unique location for building. It's a circular plains biome that's entirely surrounded by ice spikes and snow. Inside the circle, you'll find an island that would be the perfect spot for your house. Just imagine stepping out of your door and seeing ice spikes and a gentle flowing river all around you. Hop over the river and there's plenty room for your farms and even a ruined portal too. There are also 2 villages on the outskirts of the circle and even some cherry grove to help you with resources. It's a small patch of life within these vast frozen lands. Maybe you'll be the one to live in it. Seed 5 spawns you next to a lakeside village with the most beautiful mountain backdrop you'll ever see. Combine that with the mountain's circular formation and the cherry grove on the outskirts, and you've got a truly stunning village spawn seed. These cows officially have the best view of any cows in Minecraft. Thankfully, this seed is also very similar on Java Edition, with the village instead being perfectly centered in the lake. Climb up the slopes to find a perfect place to build a base to watch over the village, as well as a giant cavern that leads you all the way down into the deep dark. But we're about to go even deeper. Seed 4 spawns you on another lake, this time inside of the Badlands, but this lake is home to something very unusual. An ocean monument inside of a sinkhole. At first glance, it looks like this monument is mostly submerged underwater. But take a plunge through the monument's entrance and you'll be faced with a terrifying drop into the sinkhole where the monument's legs are fully exposed. There's so much room in here. Imagine building yourself a mega base protected by these giant prismarine pillars. There's also some caves around the lake where you can find the smallest mineshaft ever. Maybe you could extend over it to the monument so you've got an access route to dry land. Seed 3 spawns you on a serene tiger coast where beaches and unique terrain welcome you to your new world. Adventure inland and you'll come across a beautiful jagged peak mountain dome with a meadow that is speckled in 4 different colors. As well as the different flowers, there are 3 different wood types, waterfalls flowing down the slopes, and an exposed dripstone cave that spirals all the way down into an ancient city. But the main event of this location is the village. The way it climbs up from the meadow to the hole in the sharp peaks above makes it really one of a kind. And that's just what you can find inside of these mountains. Seed 2 spawns us in another world packed with structures. Right at spawn, we've got a woodland mansion, an outpost combined with a village, a ruined portal, a witch hut, and even a shipwreck close by. As well as all of these structures, there's some really nice terrain around spawn too. Like this super flat cliff that would be perfect for a cliff base, or even a house right on top to look out over all of your structures. This seed is also home to the most perfect end portal and mineshaft combination ever found. It's perfectly symmetrical. This mineshaft couldn't have slotted in better to this end room if it tried. It looks like this mineshaft also combines with a lush cave. There's so many amazing features to check out in this seed. Seed 1 spawns you facing some terracotta. Doesn't seem like there's much to see here, but as you slowly turn around, your jaw will hit the floor. You've spawned inside a giant max height mountain dome with stony peaks on one side and badland peaks on the other. Perfectly flat and surrounded by these giant mountains, there's never been a mixed forest better for building in. Rise above the peaks and you'll spot plenty more biomes, so you'll be able to bring back loads of different resources into your mega dome. When it comes to spawn points, doesn't get much more inspiring than this.
Hey Seed Hunters, today we explore the 20 best seeds found this week in Minecraft. We've got the best ever spawn for building, Minecraft's most peaceful village, and a super rare structure island. There's so much to uncover. Stick around to the end to find out what's at the bottom of this giant sinkhole. But first, imagine beginning your adventure on the edge of Minecraft's most beautiful mountain dome. The ginormous enclosed crater is full of flat plains and dense cherry forest, giving you a spawn with amazing building opportunity. While you plan your builds and hang out with the goats, there's some structures to explore in here too. You've got an igloo with a mysterious basement, a gateway to another dimension, and even a village that will help you turn this peaceful dome into a thriving community. The possibilities are endless here, but there's an even better mountain spawn for building coming up later. Ever since 1.18 rolled around, we've been desperate to find a seed with a snowy mansion getaway. We've had mansions in the jungle, mansions in the desert, mansions in the sky, but never mansions in the snow. Until now. This mansion floats upon a frozen ocean surrounded by snowy white forest. It's the perfect spawn if you want to get an epic base ready for enjoying the snowfall this winter. The only negative is that the mansion has totally engulfed a village. Let's have a moment of silence for whoever lived in this house. This village is beyond saving, but you'll be able to mend anything with the help of this next village. This seed spawns you on top of a village hidden away inside a dense mangrove swamp. The vegetation is so thick, it's like a maze trying to find all the houses. The overgrown nature makes the village feel like it's a long-forgotten, uncontacted tribe. But this village's best feature is its librarians. Now that mending is only available from swamp villagers, this seed gives you the perfect spawn for making sure your tools and gear last forever. Just be careful that the mangrove doesn't burn down before leveling up your librarians. Maybe you'll be lucky and fish up some mending books in this next seed when you spawn on the luckiest jungle island ever. This has got to be 1 in a million. It's going to be such a fun survival island playthrough. Set up your base in the temple, build a treehouse overlooking the ocean, hang out with the tropical wildlife, and go diving off the island's coast for some treasure. Look out for the coral reef and unbelievably, you'll be able to spot a desert temple. When was the last time you had 2 temples like this in the middle of the ocean? While we're on the theme of structures in weird places, you won't believe what you'll be able to find in the caves below this village. Sitting high up on a meadow overlooking the ocean, you couldn't ask for a more tranquil village. You'd never expect what you're about to find. Head towards the dark forest and you'll spot a woodland mansion buried in the caves below the village. Jump down and you can even find a house attached to the mansion down here too. You could turn this into the ultimate hidden underground base. But if you're down for the challenge of building in a warmer climate, look no further than this epic Badland spawn. Some of the locations here are perfectly set up for building, like this small plateau that is surrounded by towering terracotta mountains. Make your way through the dried up river valleys and you'll come across a nice flat area with a small lake under mesmerizingly steep slopes. It's the perfect spot for a Wild West town. Explore all the epic locations this Badlands biome has to offer and build an epic railway system that cuts through the mountains and connects them all. You could end up with something as amazing as Hermitcraft Season 4. Up next is a seed that spawns you right next to an incredible quad structure combination. Right at the start of your journey, you've got a village full of jungle villagers, a giant ruined portal which has destroyed one of the houses, some trail ruins ready to excavate down by the shore, and a jungle temple at the heart of it all. Looks like there's a desert well here too, and a desert temple just a short walk away. Combine those with trail ruins, and you've got a loot-filled spawn that could be an archaeologist's dream. Another insane structure spawn with dark underworld surprises awaits you in this next seed. You spawn in another mind-blowing enclosed mountain valley, this time with both a village and a woodland mansion. The village leads you all the way up into the clouds where a church gives you the ultimate vantage point. But this village also happens to lead you down into the deep dark. Make your way down this house's waterfall and you'll flow down through a giant cavern with an ancient city awaiting you at the bottom. If that's too deep for you, check out this seed which gives you the perfect opportunity for a unique sky base. This seed has 4 of the tallest ice spikes you'll ever come across. Find a way to climb to the top and you'll see that the frozen spires support a small snowy field in the sky. With a bit of terraforming, you could turn this into a really cool sky base to watch over the village down below. You'll just have to come up with an elevator to get you from top to bottom. You could always use ladders through the ice spikes, but that might take a while. Something else that will take a while is exploring the entirety of this cave because it's potentially the biggest cave system ever found. You spawn high up on this incredible max height mountain range that provides more amazing views and inspiring building locations. But it's what's below these mountains that makes this seed special. Make your way through the gaps in the slopes and you'll enter the biggest cave system you'll ever explore. There are so many never-ending connection caves that lead you to lush mine shafts, spacious chambers, and even ancient cities. Bring a compass because you will get lost. 10 seeds down, 10 amazing seeds still to come. Stick around for a huge sinkhole, the best seed for building, and a peaceful village with another underground surprise. But before those, check out this rare structure-filled island spawn. It's a woodland mansion survival island that also comes with a village and a giant ruined portal. With your own luxurious home ready-made for you, an entire town to trade with, and a whole other dimension to explore, what more could you need on one island? As well as all these structures, the island has also managed to pack in 4 different wood types. If you want an island you'll never get bored of, this is the one. Interested in a long-term jungle survival world? This seed is the ideal choice as you'll spawn next to the perfect location for your jungle kingdom. Build your castle on this central mount and it will be surrounded by a moat of bamboo forest and stony peak mountains protecting you from intruders. There's a perfect entrance to your castle that leads out to the sea, but you could also bridge across to the mountains. 2 craters have formed next to the entrance which would be perfect for setting up some watchtowers, and there's also a lush cave inside the central mound for your castle's dungeons. If you're not much of a builder, maybe try setting up camp in a double shipwreck village by the sea. Sounds pretty chill to me. Having 1 shipwreck above the surface is cool enough, so to have 2 this close makes this village super special. Gear up with your coastal armor trims, do some exploring, and you'll find there's plenty more to uncover. There's a good chunk of land behind the village for your base, a cherry grove hill opposite a giant ruined portal, and even some ice spikes. Let's go from a shipwreck to a boat, because it's time to sail down a long winding jungle river that leads to an exciting lush underground adventure. At the end of the river, you'll find bamboo waterfalls leading you down into a large exposed cave. It's here where your underground only survival experience begins. Starting with only this singular tree that has grown down in the cave, you can build a lush cave base and slowly expand your lush colony through the never-ending caverns. Gather treasures from the lush abandoned mine shafts and dark ancient cities to help you along the way. This seed spawns you right in between a woodland mansion and a large cherry grove. These fan favourite features are only 130 blocks apart, giving you an exciting beginning to your new Minecraft world. Maybe you could use the cherry wood to turn the mansion completely pink. Around spawn, you'll also encounter dark oak rivers, a jagged mountain range, and 2 peaceful villages on the edge of the cherry grove. We're moving on to the final 5 seeds now, so don't go anywhere. We've saved the best for last. This world spawns you up on some gorgeous taiga mountains. While exploring this picturesque spawn, you'll come across loads of exposed lush caves littered around the mountain. There's even loads of lushness that has made its way onto the mountain's surface. There's one cave in particular you need to drop into. Make your way into this magical, lush underworld where you'll find an enormous multi-tiered cavern, lava flowing over geodes, and a double ancient city right at the bottom. Look how close they are together. It's the perfect opportunity if you're on the hunt for ancient treasures. Last video we showcased a few double portal seeds, but now a triple portal seed has been found. Dig underneath this plains village where you can find an end portal room that you can connect to a giant portal room just by breaking a few blocks. Imagine transforming this into one big special room which you use to access 2 different dimensions. And if these 2 portals weren't enough, here are the coordinates to the second end portal which can be found under the same village. Now let's take a trip to Minecraft's most peaceful, beautiful, and perfectly positioned village ever found. The village is centered perfectly in the middle of an island on a lake, which is in turn perfectly positioned in the middle of a cherry grove circle. The villagers really couldn't have picked a more prime location, as well as a dream location for settling in. It's also the final destination. Dig down directly under the village and you'll be able to find the end portal. Have you ever seen a more beautiful stronghold village? Next up is a stunning meadow lake spawn that you have to see to believe. The size of this lake is really impressive. Imagine a meadow-top town surrounding the entire thing. It's even got a village, an outpost, and a ruined portal on its shore, but it's what you can find in the center of the lake that will blow you away. It's possibly the biggest sinkhole we've ever seen on Bedrock Edition, unless you've ever been to the Farlands. Look at how big it is! Imagine all the possibilities of things you could do with this thing. There are some really strange things going on in this sinkhole too, like this floating buried treasure chest, and even some lava lake ocean ruins. I don't think you'll be brushing up any suspicious gravel from this one. Get ready to awaken within a virtual paradise in this seed that spawns you on the edge of a gigantic meadow mountain dome. The meadow is so flat and spacious, it's the ultimate canvas for your creative aspirations. With such a spacious and open terrain encased within this mountain dome, the possibilities for constructing your dream structures, towns, or even cities are only limited to your imagination. Bring your architectural visions to life within the safety of these magnificent mountains. What will you build?
Looking for a seed that has everything? Here are 10 perfect survival seeds for your Minecraft 1.20 Trails and Tales adventure. First up is an exciting world that gives you every possible biome that you could ever wish to explore. This hugely varied world gets off to peaceful beginnings, spawning you next to a large flower forest by the coast. Heading through the flowers will bring you to a cherry grove where there's villagers watching over this brand new biome.
A short walk south of spawn will bring you to all the warm biomes
that are packed with exciting features to discover. Between the mangrove and eroded badlands, there's plenty of opportunity to channel your inner archaeologist, but it's the jungle biome that really stands out in this seed. You can find a brand new wood type, a brand new structure, a beautiful valley, and even a mansion looking out over the ocean. Behind the mansion, you can find a village as well as some pink snowy slopes. And if you'd like even more snow, all you have to do is take a short sail across the ocean from spawn, past the Mushroom Island, slide across the frozen ocean, and all the snowy features you know and love are all there. Up next is a multi-biome continent bringing you all the main biomes packed into one giant island. With all the best biomes sharing the same coastline, it's the perfect seed for building a vast and varied kingdom that's separated from the mainland. You spawn right in the center of the island, where your 1.20 adventure gets off to the perfect start. Climb up the Cherry Mountain slopes and you'll find a crater village with a small cherry blossom forest. You couldn't ask for a better center to your island. From here, head through the savanna valleys, past the ruined portal village, and you'll find desert and badlands which make up the south portion of the island. Unfortunately, there's only a small jungle to the west of the island, but a short sail will bring you to an exceptionally rare bamboo island that's right next to some mushroom fields. Heading to the north of the island will bring you to colder climates where you can find a snow village with an igloo. There's so much to explore, and all on one massive island, including 5 ancient cities. If you prefer not to travel far to experience different climates, this seed is the perfect one for you. If you decide to set up camp in this cherry grove, it'd only take you around 300 blocks to reach the badlands or the snow depending on which direction you traveled. It's the perfect survival seed for those who like their biome themed builds as close as possible. Beyond the badlands, you'll come across a ginormous desert packed with villages, temples, and desert wells. Plenty of suspicious sand to be brushed and camels to be ridden. Just down from spawn, you can find a jungle temple by the coast with some beautiful bamboo beaches. You can find loads of cool features in the snow biome too. There's a village as well as some trail ruins hidden by the snowy taiga forest, which is not too far away from the frozen river that stretches over 1,000 blocks. It's a ready-made racetrack for your brand new cherry boats. Here's another seed with every possible overworld biome around spawn, except this time, your central hub comes in the form of a woodland mansion. From the mansion, you can spot every type of forest, including a jungle that sits on the coast of 2 large mushroom fields. The closest village to the mansion has a stronghold, meaning your central hub will have easy access to the end. Northwest of the mansion is where you'll spawn amongst flower forests, sunflower plains, rivers, and cherry blossom. Climb over the stony peaks to reach the badlands, desert, and even a mangrove village. Head west from the mansion past the windswept hills and you'll reach a huge snow biome that includes a village and some trail ruins. There is so much to explore in every direction. I'm sure this mansion will have plenty of storage space for everything you find on your adventure. This seed also has every biome around spawn, but this time, spawn is a Cherry Grove Island. It's the perfect island spawn for the new update. It's got a brand new biome and limitless possibilities once you're ready to sail off and explore.
explore. Every biome circles the island, including a huge max height Stony Peak mountain that separates the wooded Badlands from a jungle valley. Continue to circle around the island and you'll trail through bamboo, flower forests and snowy slopes. Beyond the island and mainland, you'll come across an ocean monument and a mushroom island. The closest village once again has a stronghold. This seed has everything that you need. Up next is a seed with the closest distance you'll ever see between two climate extremes. From Badlands to snow, all it takes is 664 blocks. You spawn right in the middle of these biomes, right next to a cherry grove, a meadow and a flower forest lake. Throughout this colourful and petal-filled spawn, you'll find rivers flowing from hot to cold. Sail towards the cold and you'll find loads of amazing villages along the snowy boundary. There's a stronghold village on the edge of a meadow, a snowy village with a basement igloo, and yet another stronghold village, making that 2 in under 1,000 blocks from spawn. Sail to the hot biomes and you can find an eroded Badlands village and even a desert temple island. In between, there's also trail ruins in the jungle, an ancient city under the mountains, and an abandoned savannah village. If you want to do loads within a close proximity, you won't find a better spawn than this. Here's another seed that has every single one of Minecraft's overworld biomes within a short distance around spawn. This one is cool because it has a beach shipwreck for you to use as a shelter at the start of your game, and there's also a frozen peak mountain that's entirely filled and surrounded by cherry blossom. Building your base right here would put you in the best position to explore all the other biomes. There's also a huge 1,000 block river that helps you to travel through the biomes, from snow, through taiga, past the cherry groves, around the dark forest, and through the jungle, leading you to the warm ocean where you can find desert and badlands. Here's the seed that you'll recognize from the thumbnail. It's another spawn with a quick and colorful transition between biomes, from badlands, jungle and desert all the way through to a cherry grove bordering a large ice spikes biome, where rivers wind around villages and meadows climb above ancient cities. The desert and snow biomes are just over 500 blocks apart, and they are equally as huge. The desert stretches over 2,000 blocks and is full of desert wells and temple villages, so there's plenty of archaeology to be done. There's hundreds of structures to be found in the snow biome too, including a village that is combined with both a basement igloo and some trail ruins. Heading northwest from spawn, you'll run into beaches and an ocean full of monuments, and heading southeast will bring you to forests of all kinds. The closest village to the cherry grove even has a stronghold. This seed has so much to offer. Here's another all-biome seed that contains epic mountain ranges, exciting structures, and an epic warm biome spawn. You spawn deep in the jungle, and within only 250 blocks in either direction, you're able to find 4 different temples, 3 jungle temples, and 1 desert temple. You'll have plenty of early game loot with this one. One of the temples is super close to some trail ruins too. Head into the desert to find the first of 3 stronghold villages. That's 3 stronghold villages within 800 blocks around spawn. You'll find the next one in the savannah and the third in the plains. The warm ocean is full of exciting features, including a village island and some mushroom fields. Travel further inland to find an amazing mountain range that contains a beautiful meadow mountain village and a cherry blossom valley with jagged peaks piercing the clouds. On the edge of the mountain range, you can even find a basement igloo inside of a cherry grove. The final seed gives you a dream start to your new Minecraft adventure, spawning you on a village island in the middle of the ocean, which also comes with its own ruined portal. From this island, the possibilities are truly endless, because circling the island you can find every biome in the game. It's the perfect spawn and base for a long-term survival experience. In a clockwise circle around the island, you'll find badlands and desert, swamp and savannah, forest and jungle, meadow and cherry grove, villages and pillagers, snowy peaks and frozen oceans, mushroom fields and monuments. Everything you'd ever want to find is there to be found only a short sail away from your central island hub. I mean, could this be the perfect seed for your trails and tales to unfold?
From beautiful cherry groves to the most insane village you'll ever see, here are 25 seeds you have to try in Minecraft 1.20. Up first is the perfect survival seed for the new update. It's got every biome you could wish for, with 1.20's newest biome right in the middle. Standing in this cherry blossom forest, you can spot badlands to your left and snowy plains to your right. It's such a colourful and varied world for your Trails and Tales adventure. There are villages aplenty, temple-filled bamboo jungles, suspicious sands to be brushed, ice spikes, and even some mushroom fields. This could be the best long-term survival seed for 1.20. This seed hides a secret structure that breaks bedrock and gives you access to the void. This super rare phenomenon can be found right at the bottom of this beautiful frozen lake, surrounded by peaceful meadow, forest, and even a village. You would never expect this exceptionally deep lake to lead you into the eternal despair. At the deepest and darkest point of this lake, you'll find an igloo. Break the floor of its basement, and one wrong step will bring your Trails and Tales to an agonizing end. Here's a seed that brings you a 5-structure combination and a brand new wood type right at spawn. You've got an outpost and a jungle temple inside of a village, right next to both a ruined portal and a woodland mansion. Protect the villagers, collect your armor, trims, and jump down into the cave behind the mansion to explore the lush depths below. Above ground, there's plenty of bamboo to build with, rivers to sail down, mountains to climb, and even a shipwreck to loot close by. This seed spawns you on top of the longest double structure ever found in Minecraft. It's an elongated pillager outpost on top of an even longer desert temple. Having this structure combination exist is rare enough, but actually spawning on it 233 blocks high in the sky makes this seed even crazier. You'll have to dig through the outpost to get to the archaeology room. After some brushing, build a lookout with the best vantage point ever, overlooking bamboo forest, mangrove swamps, and loads more to explore. If you're after a peaceful cherry grove spawn, look no further than this seed. You spawn right next to a village that climbs up a blossoming mountain slope. Rise above the mountain and you'll find the village that sits in front of a huge cherry forest that extends over 1,000 blocks. Make your way through the forest and you'll be rewarded with a dream building location, a small meadow plateau surrounded by cherry groves, flower forest, rivers, and even more cherry villages. Thought cherry groves were going to be peaceful? Think again. This seed spawns you right next to an outpost and village combination where pillagers and villagers are battling over this new biome. You have to try this seed and help the villagers so they can enjoy the new cherry biome in peace. Just on the edge of the pink forest, you can also find a giant ruined portal and even a woodland mansion. It's such an exciting spawn for the update. This seed has a stunning lake area with a woodland mansion floating perfectly in the middle of it. The large lake has flat forest shores for building with incredible views of the tall, jagged peaks behind the mansion. You'll quickly realize it's one of the most broken lakes once you sail towards the mansion. There's a crazy sinkhole where waterfalls lead you down under the mansion, and if you do some swimming, you'll even come across a floating giant ruined portal. Try spawning on this huge mountain island, which has plenty of features to keep you busy before you sail off and explore the mainland. There's some exposed trail ruins and a large, lush cliff face cave that leads you all the way down to a deep, dark ravine. Head towards the mainland and you can find a cherry mountain village right by the coast. Which new wood type are you going to try out first? If bamboo is your thing, then you'll definitely love this seed. You spawn right on the edge of a deep, heart-shaped lake, surrounded by jungle and badlands. Building around this lake would be the perfect way to test yourself with the new bamboo building blocks. There's plenty of space for building beyond the lake's walls too. There's flat and spacious badlands, desert, and sparse jungle. Accompany that with villages, portals, and temples, and you've got a great warm biome spawn seed. This seed spawns you next to 5 different types of forest, including the tiniest cherry grove you'll ever see. Luckily, there's a big one next to it too that even includes a cherry grove village. There's something so relaxing about watching these villagers live their lives under the falling petals. They've even got their own ruined portal. Head towards the tall peaks in the background, and you can also find a beautiful dark oak and meadow mountain crater that would be perfect for building. Perhaps not as amazing as the crater you spawn on in this next seed. Again, it's filled with dark oak and meadow, except this time there's a village and a mansion too. Turn this mansion into your home and you'll have the perfect start to your 1.20 adventure, especially since there's cherry grove just over the mountain peaks too. You can find plenty of exposed caves throughout the crater too, including a long lush tunnel that leads you all the way down to an ancient city. This seed spawns you on a big stretch of plains bordered by forest and cherry grove hills. Standing atop the cherry grove, you can spot a village with a very interesting feature. It's a giant ruined end portal. Interesting because of its sheer size and the destruction it's caused to the village, but also because of what you can find inside of it. Head on into the Nether and you'll find yourself spawning right next to a fortress. This seed spawns you in a Cherry Grove mountain crater, allowing you to enjoy the new biome in peace with nothing to bother you. Head over the peaks and down the Cherry Grove slopes to find villages scattered all around the mountain in every direction. But there's one part of this mountain range that you really need to see. The huge frozen peaks tower over this tiny birch island on a small lake surrounded by forest. It's a beautiful build location in an already amazing mountain range. This seed spawns you wet, cold, and alone in the middle of the ocean. Swim your way into warmer waters where you'll come across an outpost temple village floating upon a coral reef. I'm not sure how these camels feel about being so far away from dry land, and I'm not sure how the villagers feel about being so close to these pillagers. Luckily, they're not the best swimmers, so you'll have a really good opportunity at getting to the archaeology room before they do. Here's an incredible island spawn that includes a woodland mansion, a good-sized beach, and even an endless lush cave system for you to explore. From building a lush underground city to turning this mansion into your dream home, there's so much you can do on this island in a relatively small space. This next seed is truly one of a kind and possibly the craziest Minecraft seed ever found. You spawn up on a jagged peak surrounded by villages, mountains, and Cherry Grove in all directions. Further exploration will lead you to a meadow mountain crater, which hides the craziest combinations of structures you'll ever see. There's an outpost inside of a mansion, a village with houses that make no sense, and even an ocean monument which hides the end portal. If you want a good mix of beauty and crazy, this is the 1.20 seed for you. Here's an epic winter seed you have to check out if you'd like a Minecraft world to keep you chill this summer. The snowy plains have loads of interesting features, including this mysterious shipwreck that doesn't seem to be close to any water. Just behind it is an ice spiked hill surrounded by a frozen river. Build a spike house in the tallest ice spike and you'll have a great vantage point of the surrounding land, and you'll even be able to spot a few ice spike villages. Here's another crazy seed for collecting armor trims and trying out some archaeology in the new update. You spawn on a jungle coast in sight of floating pillager outpost and jungle temple combination. Not sure how this is possible, but it's pretty cool. Heading in one direction around the coast leads to a bamboo forest, while the other direction leads to plenty of desert temples full of suspicious sand. This seed has one of the best village spawns in the new update, spawning you right next to a double village mountain crater. You'll never find a seed with two villages this close together in a better location. After you've turned this into one big mountain city, head over the peaks to find loads more amazing features, including large forests, mountain valleys, and even another village nestled into the side of a cherry grove. Imagine spawning on a survival island, but instead of grass, sand, and trees, you just had obsidian, cobble, and lava. This seed spawns you on a jungle temple and ruined portal combination in the middle of the ocean with no mainland anywhere in sight. Let's hope there's something in the treasure chest to help you survive. One of the closest pieces of land you'll find is this jungle island village on the end of a large coral reef. If dark oak is your thing, you need to check out this seed. It's possibly the best dark oak forest you could spawn in. There's a huge forest dome filled with a large lake that looks amazing from above. It's accompanied by an X-shaped river that flows all the way around the dome. There's not much else to say about this seed. The water features and seas of trees just look so good together. Here's a seed that spawns you on the coast of a large mountain range, directly opposite a mushroom island. Climb over the peaks and you'll find the perfect build location for the new update. It's a cherry grove circle with a small meadow hill right in the center. It's the perfect place for a little home with views of cherry blossom all around you. There's even a moat where you could bridge across to the cherry grove from your base, and you can build a path through the mountains in the opposite direction. This seed has the most broken ocean monument location ever. It's generated in a sinkhole next to a village in the middle of a frozen lake. The bad news is, there have been a few polar bears plummeting into the lava below. The good news is, this could actually make a fun and easy guardian farm. You might have to watch for some of the villagers falling into the hole too. There have been so many amazing lake seeds in this video, but I think this one tops the lot. It's another insanely deep lake, but this time surrounded by vibrant jungle walls. Right in the middle you'll find a village full of jungle villagers, alongside a giant ruin portal and a jungle temple. Collect treasure, armor trims, and explore new dimensions, all while floating on the best jungle village in Minecraft. But there's an even crazier structure combination coming up next. This seed spawns you next to a woodland mansion, a village, and a giant ruin portal that have all generated together inside of an open dripstone cave. The mansion is partially buried, with some of the village watching over it from the meadow above, and some of the village joining it on the dripstone floor. Head through the cave past the portal, and you'll find loads more spacious caverns to explore. There's loads more to explore above ground too. But check out this stunning multi-forest valley just around the corner. Not too far away, there's even a double dungeon inside of a mineshaft.
You're gonna need a place to call home in the new update, so here are 20 beautiful Minecraft seeds that will inspire you to build in 1.20. This spawn is perfect for a cherrywood starter base. You begin your Tales and Trails adventure by spawning on a cherry grove island. The surrounding river will give you a peaceful start by protecting you from intruders. Once you're ready to explore, build your very first cherrywood bridge to cross over to the nearby meadows and find out what else this world has to offer. If you're after a chill start, this is the most scenic and serene spawn you could wish for. You'll start by the bank of a river that flows toward the calming views of a cloud-filled mountain valley. You couldn't ask for a better view after first stepping foot into a new world. The small flat patch of grass by the river would be perfect for a starter shack or fishing hut. If this is what spawn looks like, I'm sure it only gets better from here. This seed has a dreamlike cherry grove landscape with loads of open-ended valleys that would be ideal for some cherry-walled towns. There's so much space for building in the sunflower fields below the pink blossom hills, and plenty of rivers beyond the walls that add life to this already flourishing terrain. This will be the perfect spot for this world's cherry district after you gather recruits from the nearby villages. This is one of the craziest ice spike spawn ever. You begin your adventure right on the top of this insane slice of frozen windswept terrain. There are towering ice spikes, frosty tunnels, chilling cliff faces, and platforms high up in the sky. Connect these different sections together and build your very own frozen kingdom right at spawn that is sure to amaze your friends. Here's another beautiful and soothing build location for the new update. It's a small meadow plateau surrounded by rivers, mountains, and cherry grove. The flower-filled land is conveniently leveled out for your build, and the views will make living amongst these bees a place you'll never want to leave. The pink blossoming trees, blue flowing water, and rainbow flowers in between make this such an eye-pleasing building spot. There's loads more inspiring build locations coming up that you won't want to miss, including beautiful lakes and the biggest enclosed mountain area ever. But first, check out this incredible windswept forest arch. This is the tallest arching overhang found so far in Minecraft. From the frozen ocean below, all the way up to the clouds above. This location is bound to inspire some crazy build ideas. How would you fill this arch? Maybe you could turn it into a giant nether portal. This unique landscape already captures attention just by itself, so you can be sure that your base will stand out from the rest if you pick this location. This seed has a personal favourite build location for the new update. It's a huge meadow island filled with flowers, bees, and even a giant ruined portal. It's almost entirely surrounded by a river and cherry grove in all directions. Without crossing the river, the only exit from the meadow is through a strip of flower forest that runs through 2 cherry groves. It's the perfect natural pathway to leads up to your build. There are even some cool open caves to explore around the outskirts too. Speaking of exposed caves, this seed spawns you right next to one of the most interesting ones we've ever seen. It's like a giant egg-shaped cavern that sits at the bottom of these intimidating cliffs that make for some stunning visuals. Build yourself a cliff-face base to look out over the surrounding landscape, and you could use the cave below as an epic base entrance that leads you up to your build above. There's so many creative things you could do with this one, and if you need resources, it looks like there's a mansion not too far away. You're bound to fall in love with this seed as it spawns you right next to a cherry mountain heart. It's the perfect spot for a secluded cherry-themed build right at spawn. Whatever you decide to build in here, you'll be happy to know that you've got some friendly neighbours. The village scales its way up the cherry slopes and even hides some dripstone caves. There could be potential here for a tunnel system to easily reach the village from your base. There's loads of flat plains around the mountain too, so you won't be short of building options. This seed spawns you on a very special mountain range. It's one of the longest and narrowest ever found. It would be perfect to use this stretch of snowy peaks as a boundary between builds. It would be an interesting seed for 2 friends or 2 opposing factions. Each friend or team of friends can own the land on the side of the mountain, and they can only cross to battle or trade. Compete with your friends to see who can build the best empire. We're only halfway through the list. The most amazing build locations are still to be seen. Sit back, grab your notepads, and prepare to be inspired. This is one of the rarest biome combinations you can spawn on in the new update. It's a small ice spikes valley almost entirely surrounded by cherry grove. The only part not surrounded by cherry grove leads you through a winding meadow valley with loads of other nice build locations to be found. This will be such an exciting spawn for trying out this pink new wood type. Do you have any cherry-themed build ideas that would fit well in this cold and frosty biome? This seed spawns you by a deep lake watched over by mountains and 2 layers of meadow. This could be a great place to build a custom village that circles around the lake, but there's loads more to find right next to this lake too. There's a cherry tree river island, forest river islands, loads of villages, meadow valleys, and another cherry grove off in the distance. There's even more beautiful lake spawns to come, including this seed that spawns you on an eye-shaped cherry grove island that's surrounded by a river with a small lake right in the middle. Maybe you could build a spiraling path down to an enchanted fishing shack hidden by the cherry forest. It's such a unique cherry grove formation. The way it's separated from the rest of the overworld by the river makes it really stand out from the rest. This is sure to be one of the more popular build locations for the new update, especially since it's right at spawn too. Here's a location that we thought would be perfect for a mountaintop castle up in the sky. The village at the bottom of the slope provides the starting point for a gradually inclining pathway up to your mountain castle location. Whatever you decide to build up here, you can be sure it will have the best vantage point to rule over this Minecraft world. Make your way down, and you'll also notice a long mountain range where the slopes are covered in cherry blossom. It's such a pleasing backdrop for whatever you decide to build here. Here's another perfect starter base location for the new update. It's a decent sized segment of plains, once again surrounded by a river as well as Minecraft's newest biome. The island contains one singular tree as well as a ruined portal. It'll be a fun challenge to try and survive here as long as possible before bridging across to the cherry grove, or gather yourself some cherry wood and build yourself a pink log cabin right in the middle of the island. Thanks for making it this far into the video. A massive cherry lake and the biggest mountain crater ever are among the seeds still to come, but you might love the next one just as much. This seed spawns you next to another cherry grove and ice spikes combination, but just a short adventure into the snowy plains and you'll notice an extraordinarily long ice spikes path stretching hundreds of blocks. It's the biggest natural path that we've seen. You could use it to guide people to your ice palace, built right next to the cherry blossom forest, or build your own custom ice spikes and extend this path to every point of interest you come across in this world. Here's a popular seed that's been making its way around the internet recently. You spawn right next to this mixed forest island surrounded by a river. People love the idea of their builds being naturally separated from the rest of the land. There's a long stretch of river that leads directly to the island, giving it that extra special feel of importance. And on the opposite side of the island, you can find a flat patch of meadow right next to a village, another nice area to set up camp. This is the flattest and most spacious plain spawn we've seen in a while. With all the new features being added to Minecraft, people are craving simplicity more and more. This seed will definitely give you that. There's so much space for building, but there's some new features too. At the end of the wide open plains, you'll find a small cherry blossom hill. This will be a great place to watch over your builds in the new update. This is the best lake to build around in Minecraft 1.20. The lake is huge and entirely surrounded by cherry grove. There's even a gradually declining path that leads you from the pink forest down to the lakefront. Whether you decide to build around the lake or right in the middle, you won't be limited to the materials, as you can find almost every different wood type surrounding the large cherry blossom forest. The lake is super deep too, so you could even test yourself out with some underwater builds. But if you'd like a bit more space above land, this final seed is going to get you excited. This is the biggest enclosed mountain area in Minecraft. It's like 4 mountain valleys combined into one. Your builds will have fantastic views thanks to the tall, jagged peaks that circle all the way around.
We'd love to see someone fill this entire area with 1.20 themed builds.
There's flowers of all colours, large exposed caves, flowing mountain streams, and even some structures. It's a dream building location. There's even a small cherry hill over the peaks with incredible views of the mountains.
Imagine if your Minecraft world had the best ancient city cave ever, Minecraft's most beautiful village generation, or even a jagged peak ready for you to move right in. Here are the top 10 best new seeds for Minecraft 1.19. This week I've hidden 5 secret seeds in the video. Let me know in the comments section if you managed to find them. Seed 10 is one of the most extraordinary woodland mansion seeds I've ever shown you. This seed combines the excitement of crazy structures with the convenience of a double dungeon right by spawn, making this world a must try. You spawn on a plain with a ruined portal river, a large mixed forest lake, and a small windswept savanna that overlooks a vast ocean monument-filled ocean. Turn toward the direction of the swamp, and you'll be happy to know that the super tall mansion is within viewing distance of spawn. You'll find this insane cobblestone skyscraper surrounded by rivers, bamboo jungle, and even a temple right at the base of the mansion. The views from the bottom and top of this mansion are as equally breathtaking. There's a carved out cave below for you to settle in before you gather enough resources to turn this into your mega base. There's a second jungle temple just a short distance away from the first, giving you some extra looting opportunities. If you're in need of some experience before taking this gigantic structure, maybe make use of this double zombie dungeon that's extremely close to spawn. Seed 9 has a jagged peak cave that is perfect for moving into. Not only is it spacious enough for building a cozy base, but there's exciting secret features directly below it too. You'll spawn in a tall birch tree forest where you'll notice a magnificent mountain range just across the river. Head up the nearest mountain and you'll find a pillage outpost secluded in a small meadow crater. I hope these bees don't get too frosty. Just over the mountains, you'll spot a forested hill surrounded by jagged peaks, a perfect building location that'll provide some elevation and a stunning backdrop. You'll notice one of the peaks has a large open cave that looks really inviting. This spacious, open, jagged peak cave has so much base potential if you like living in the mountains. This cave is made even more special by what's directly beneath it. Dig down and you'll drop into a huge, deep dark cave system that has easy access to 3 ancient cities. 2 of them are joined together and the other one is attached to an abandoned mineshaft. Seed 8 is a must-have seed if you're down for an ocean monument drainage project. There are 2 monuments right next to each other. I've seen loads of drained monument domes, but imagine if someone were to drain both of these and have 2 monuments for their ocean base. You begin your adventure on a warm biome coastline with savanna, jungle, and badlands just inland from the ocean spawn. There's plenty to see and explore around your spawn point, including eroded badland rivers and a bamboo temple. Begin your journey to the monuments by heading through the badlands. On your way there, you'll come across an exposed dripstone cave inside of a savanna hill and a blacksmith village that sits on the edge of a sparse jungle. There's another temple right next to this village too. Once you reach the ocean, you'll find these 2 monuments just off the coast of some windswept savanna beaches. There's so many possibilities here. You could make yourself a double guardian farm, or make them inhabitable with some interior design and invite a friend to be your ocean neighbor. Have you ever drained a monument before? Seed 7 is the seed for you if
you'd like to live the peaceful life of a villager in the dreamiest village location I've ever seen. You spawn in a dark oak forest surrounded by mesmerizing mountain peaks in all directions. Before you adventure up into the mountain craters, you'll notice a cave right by spawn that I highly recommend exploring. On the right, a huge, spacious cavern, half lush, half dripstone. On the left, a long, lush tunnel with glowing lava that lights the way down to an exposed ancient city. This seed is full of other jaw-dropping lush caves too, including this one where nature has taken over a collapsed mountain, and this one where a dark oak cove leads you through to a lush cave full of waterfalls. This seed is topped off by this stunning mountain village crater. The village sits perfectly in the center of the crater, surrounded by gorgeous flowers, dark oak, and streams flowing down the sharp and forested jagged peak slopes. The seed gets even better over on Java Edition, with the inclusion of a woodland mansion. Seed 6 has a unique structure combination that I don't think I've ever seen before. We've seen plenty igloo villages in the past, but have you ever seen an igloo basement on the same level as some of the houses? You spawn right next to a beach shipwreck when you can grab yourself some shiny leather boots and run over to a nearby coastal blacksmith village. Loot the village, sail north across the ocean, follow the shore, and you'll reach the igloo village. Follow the houses from the shoreline up to the small snowy mountain where you'll find a stable right next to an exposed igloo basement. Cure the zombie villager inside this uniquely positioned igloo, and then drop down into the ancient city below that sits in a ginormous open cave. That's not the only structure you'll find below this village. Follow this stream down to a naturally generated well that sits at this villager's doorstep, and you'll notice the walls of a stronghold as you dive down. Need some bones and experience? This seed also benefits from a double skeleton dungeon for all of your mob grinding needs. Seed 5 has another unique location with a rare cluster of structures. There's a jungle temple mountain overlooking a woodland mansion with even more structures hidden beneath. You spawn on a sparse jungle coast next to a bamboo forest with a mountainous backdrop that is calling your name. You'll definitely want to start your adventure in this direction. Fuel up on melons and trek through the jungle until you reach a vine-covered cliff that leads you up to tropical mountain valley. The river valley and flowing mountain streams provide a really attractive waypoint for your journey. Just over the peaks is where you'll find the mansion temple combination. I'd love to find a temple on top of a mansion in Bedrock. I think this is the closest we've come so far. Maybe build a secret tunnel through the slopes to connect the two structures, or extend the temple into a tower where you can take in views of this incredible jungle landscape. Directly underneath, you can find an ancient city combined with an abandoned mineshaft, large waterfalls, and a huge lush open cave. You couldn't ask for much more in one place. If you thought that ancient city was something, wait till you check out Seed 4. You begin your adventure at the mouth of a mountain valley river with an abundance of wood types, a plains village, and ice spikes all close to spawn. Make your way to these coordinates and you'll find a meadow village situated between mountain valleys in all directions. Right next to the village, you'll notice a ravine that I'm so glad I decided to jump down. An easy descent brings you down into a ginormous cave that boasts enough space to contain two ancient cities right next to each other. I knew this cave was a special one as soon as I saw it. My feelings were confirmed when I stumbled across this cave's third rare feature. An exposed end portal room that has collided with the floor of an ancient city. I think this might be the best cave I've ever found. I would love to know what you guys think about it. You may have to take on 2 wardens before you can get to the dragon. Are any of you up for the challenge? Seed 3 has one of the best lush caves I've ever explored. With an abandoned mineshaft and a larger-than-life layout, this is definitely one you'll want to check out. You spawn in a mixed forest with quick access to 2 villages, river-surrounded meadows, and a beached ruined portal. There's also a singular alley and a bunch of villagers close by that could really do with your help. Take a comfortable sail down the winding Tiger Forest River where you'll notice a glowing cave calling your name. Just a few steps onto the shore will lead you down into a wide, lush cavern of tiered ponds and waterfalls cascading down past the wooden walkways of a long forgotten mineshaft, and all the way down to a mossy floor with scorching caverns. This lively underground cave spans for hundreds of blocks in all directions, just begging to be explored from top to bottom, just as long as you can survive what waits in the dark. and turn this place into your paradise. There's been some truly incredible caves in this week's list so far, but there's still one to come that I think tops the lot. Seed 2 has a beautiful plains village on the meadow slope of a snowy jagged peaks mountain. This is one of the most eye-pleasing villages I've seen, but just wait till you see the views from spawn. You spawn up in the clouds of a max height mountain with possibly the best views you'll ever see when spawning into a new world. Take it all in and plan out which direction you'd like to explore first. Heading around the other side of the spawn mountain will lead you to the mountain village. It's such a beautiful village covered in flowers, snow and streams. It's great to look at with the towering peaks above it, but it's got equally alluring views of the forest sea below. Also close to spawn is a section of frozen ocean bordered by steep cave-filled mountain cliffs. If you fancy a snowy cliff-face base, then this is the location for you. To top this seed off, there's also some beautiful meadow building locations, another village with fantastic views of the spawn mountain, and this mountain with an oval-shaped entrance that I've never seen before and a wide open dripstone mouth. The entrance is so smooth and round. Seed 1 has the best ancient city cave layout that I've ever seen, hands down. I just love how it's sitting on the edge of a lava lake with views of the lush ceiling above. You spawn in a sparse jungle valley with an oddly shaped mountain peak. Further investigation reveals a bamboo crater with a crazy exposed lush cave system. Jump down past the aquifers into the deep dark and you'll find yourself in a scarily tall pillar-filled cavern. Back above the surface you'll find an extremely scenic badlands just beside the jungle mountain you were just in. I just love the vibrancy and clash of colour in this location. Head to this bamboo mountain slope where you'll notice another exposed lush cave. While this cave itself is beautiful enough, a bit of exploring through these cozy lush caverns leads you down to the main event. Check out this immense lush lava-filled cave, which I truly believe is the best ancient city cave ever. The way it sits on the shore of the lava lake makes it look even more menacing than it already is. I just know I'd have goosebumps if I stumbled across this in survival. Imagine if your Minecraft world had a snowy mountain cliff village, a beautiful meadow valley village, or even a village right next to a mansion. Here are 25 new village seeds for Minecraft 1.19. Seed 25 spawns you right in the middle of a plains village triangle. 3 villages right at spawn that will provide you with plenty of looting and trading opportunities. I've never seen 3 villages this close together before. Build some paths and road to introduce the neighbouring villages to one another, or maybe fill the gaps with your own buildings to create one big city. Seed 24 has a village known as the Village of Danger. You'll quickly realise that this village certainly lives up to its name. Not only is there a pillager outpost on top of one of the houses, there's also an exposed zombie dungeon directly underneath the outpost. These poor villagers and delays have both zombies and pillagers to deal with at the same time. Once you've secured the villagers from these hostile mobs, fix some of the old structural damage, flooding issues, and then head down under the village where you'll find a stronghold. This mountain village will definitely keep you busy. Seed 23 spawns you right on the shore of a coastal beach village with loads of amazing ocean-based features close by. There's an ocean monument less than 100 blocks away and a large mushroom island within viewing distance too. If you want a village spawn with a feature-packed ocean to explore, you won't find a better seed than this. This village is also home to some unique animal interactions, and there's Windswept Cove area that could be a great location for a base. Seed 22 spawns you a couple steps away from a tiger village that sits right in front of a woodland mansion. With just over 100 blocks separating these two structures, this seed provides an exciting start to your Minecraft adventure. Just behind the mansion, you can find a ruined portal giving you easy access to the nether. Surrounded by pine forest and pleasant rivers, this spawn is not bad on the eye either. Seed 21 has a rare ice spikes village that is accompanied by a ruined portal. Maybe you could turn one of those ice spikes into a watchtower for the villagers. Go through the portal and into the nether, and you'll spawn right next to a nether fortress. This lucky nether spawn will come in handy, as this rare village is actually home to a second portal. Dig down under the village and you'll find a stronghold. Seed 20 spawns you on a large flat plains between 2 villages separated by a river. Turn around and head to the nearby beach lake where you'll find a tiger village with a beach shipwreck. Transform this shipwreck into your base, or maybe use it as a storage facility for all the treasure you'll be able to fish up from this beautiful lake. If you're in the mood for a relaxed and peaceful playthrough, this village seed could be the one for you. Seed 19 has a village with the house deep down inside of a dripstone cave. Inside of this spacious cave system, you can also find a dripstone farm and even a dripstone well. Can I interest anyone in an iron golem rescue mission? Head up toward the surface where you'll find the rest of the village in a beautiful flower-filled meadow, as well as some snowy jagged peak mountains and some perfect locations for building. Seed 18 has another beautiful village location. This village sits in the middle of a small lake situated in a beautiful crescent-shaped meadow valley. Head up on top of the meadow wall where you can watch over the village amongst all the flowers and bees. There's a meadow crater just opposite the village where you could maybe build your own custom village and then build a tunnel through the meadow wall to connect them both. Seed 17 spawns you inside of a mangrove swamp that is bordered by loads of savanna village and epic windswept terrain. Here's a windswept village that sits on the edge of a mangrove and a jungle biome. This windswept terrain has aided the generation of a very unique village that includes floating houses and houses hidden away in caves. Make your way up to the church at the top and take in the views of the surrounding ocean and warm biomes. Seed 16 has a river valley village within close proximity to jungle and ocean. Underneath the village you'll find a large open cave that contains the village market. I really love how big and open this cave entrance is on the bank of the river. This could be a great spot for a trading hall or a large storage room under the village. How would you use this village basement cave? Seed 15 has 2 unique desert villages close to spawn that are also very close to each other. One of them is a mangrove village full of swamp villagers and overgrown houses. Just across the river, you'll find a blacksmith village with a buried desert temple. It's not often you see village houses generating directly above a temple. You can get to the treasure room by digging just in front of this village cactus. Seed 14 has an incredible Badlands biome with stunning wooded Banland mountains. You wouldn't usually find a village in a biome like this, but luckily this tiny desert biome has generated one. This desert village is right at the bottom of this Badlands mountain range. This would be a great base to stop at whilst exploring the amazing mountain that even includes a large exposed lush cave with a giant ruined portal. Once you're done exploring this, maybe use these villages to populate your very own Wild West town. Seed 13 has a quaint meadow
blacksmith village that overlooks a gorgeous flower forest valley that would be an ideal build location. With flowing streams, exposed caves and flower slopes, these villagers couldn't have picked a more eye-pleasing spot for their village. I like how the village is just small enough so it doesn't extend over the edge of the meadow. On the other side of the valley, there's some nice views of the wide open plains, rivers, and even more villages. Seed 12 has a cliffside desert village next to mountainous warm biomes including jungle and badlands. Jump down to the coral reef below and you'll notice that 2 villagers have set up their homes at the bottom of the cliff. An interesting house location that even has a lush garden. Do some fishing amongst the coral glow squid, or explore the cove to the left of the village where you'll find a deep lush cave system. Seed 11 has 2 villages in some of the best mountain valleys I've ever found. This jagged peak mountain is absolutely breathtaking, and thankfully there's a village either side. The first sits at the bottom of this beautiful old growth pine taiga valley. I think I'd get a sore neck living in this village because I just want to keep looking up at these mountains. Head over the peaks where you'll find a plains village with magnificent views of a stream-filled valley. C10 has another amazing windswept swamp village that provides some really great visuals. With 2 separate columns of village platforms opposite each other, this seed would be perfect for someone who likes to build bridges. You'll probably have to remove this stone pillar before this village's roof gives in. Seed 9 has an amazing Meadow Valley village with some unique bonus features. There's a broken ruined portal house, an exposed zombie dungeon at the bottom of the valley, and even a dripstone house with a large cave for you to explore. With all of these features and the remarkable valley generation, this is definitely a village worth checking out. Do you think this villager could make this jump to the other side? Seed 8 has a desert village with another insane combination of features. There's a pillager outpost in the middle of the village full of pillagers that are destined to make these villagers extinct if you're not quick enough to save them. It looks like they've even replaced one of the houses with a cage that is holding both villagers and delays captive. Right next to the village, there's an exposed dungeon, a desert temple, and even a woodland mansion. Seed 7 has a jungle temple village on the edge of a bamboo forest and mangrove swamp. We see a lot of desert temple villages, but the jungle temple combination is a really rare find. This temple is situated right in the middle of the village, surrounded by pandas, parrots, and jungle villagers. This could be the perfect home for you if you're interested in moving into this village. Seed 6 is one of the more challenging villages on the list as you spawn right in front of this pillager outpost. If you use this seed, you literally have no choice but to fist fight these pillagers and try to rescue the villagers. Try this seed and let me know if you manage to survive this intense action-packed spawn. Thankfully, there's 2 neighbouring villages close by that you could possibly escape to. Seed 5 has a double blacksmith village that sits on a meadow hill overlooking a woodland mansion. Hopefully these 2 blacksmiths will provide you with enough gear to tackle this towering coastal mansion. It's literally only 30 blocks away from the village. On one side of the mansion, you can find a tiny jungle shore with a ruined portal, and on the other side, there's a wonderful river valley just around the corner from the village. Seed 4 has an extremely special combination of woodland mansion and an abandoned zombie village. Both of these structures are hard enough to find in their own right, so to find them combined like this is truly remarkable. This village couldn't get any closer to the mansion. The blacksmith has almost made its way inside of it. If you're looking for an abandoned village seed, it'll be hard to find a better one than this. Seed 3 has a double village just a short walk along the coast from spawn. Being only 60 blocks apart, this seed could be a fun little building project. Connect these villages with a bridge across the river to allow these villagers to interact with each other. There's a beautiful river valley between them, a ruined portal, and winding dripstone cave for you to explore. Seed 2 has one of the most beautiful village locations I've ever seen. You can find this plains village in a poppy field entirely surrounded by frozen peak mountains. If you're looking for a peaceful village to settle in to enjoy a relaxing playthrough, this one is definitely worth the travel. There's plenty of meadow space to add your own structures and a large forest to gather materials, all inside of this stunning mountain village crater. Seed 1 has my personal favourite village find of all time. Take a short adventure along the snowy coast at spawn and you'll come across a village that climbs up the cliffs of an incredible snowy mountain, all the way from the frozen ocean below to a huge and beautiful mountain crater at the top. Every house in this village is on a higher level than the house that came before it. Make your way to the top where you'll find the most charmingly positioned blacksmith overlooking this breathtaking mountain crater. You have to give this one a try. Imagine if your Minecraft world had a jungle temple island, this insane village, or even the best spawn ever. Here are the top 20 seeds for Minecraft 1.18. Seed 20 has a woodland mansion inside of an exposed lush cave right by spawn. I've seen a lot of mansions above lush caves, but it's rare to see one actually inside of a cave. There's a secret entrance to the cave here, which has great views of the mansion. Could be a good place to set up a base before planning to raid this thing. Let me know what other structures you would like to see inside of a cave. Seed 19 has the most amazing exposed mineshaft I've ever seen. You can find this mineshaft directly below this Meadow Mountain village. There's a cave entrance up on the hill right next to the village, which conveniently leads you right to the mineshaft. I think it's actually 2 mineshafts combined. The good thing about it being so open is that you can easily see where all the chests are. Around the village, you can also find a pillager outpost, another village with a stronghold, and a beautiful mountain range. Seed 18 has a jungle temple desert village right next to a Badlands biome. There's a house attached to the temple which makes it look like the villagers have taken over the temple and gave it an extension. I love how the house has become the new entrance to the temple. Opposite this village, you can find another temple. This time, it's a desert temple right next to an outpost. Speaking of outposts, you can find another one here in between 2 savannah villages, with a large exposed cave for you to explore. Close by, there's also this stunning mountain valley. Seed 17 has a mansion island, which is pretty special just as it is. What makes this seed even more incredible is the fact that there's a second mansion only 432 blocks away on the mainland. This has to be one of the best double mansion seeds I've seen so far. This could be a great seed for 2 friends to have a mansion each to live in. Build some docks or even an underwater tunnel so that you can both visit each other. And if you're interested, here's a mineshaft that goes right through the middle of an end portal room. Seed 16 is the perfect seed for building a jungle kingdom, as it is the biggest jungle biome I've ever seen. Even with my render distance set to the max setting, all I can see is jungle. This biome stretches out over 4,000 blocks and is full of temples, exposed caves, interesting terrain and mountains. Are you ready to build a 4,000 block long jungle empire? Seed 15 has a tall desert mansion towering over a village very close to spawn. It'd be pretty intimidating being a villager living in this village. As well as being right next to the mansion, this village is also right above a stronghold. Underneath the mansion, there's an interesting cave area where someone could set up a base with an elevator that leads all the way up into the mansion. From the very top, you have some spectacular views of all the surrounding features, including loads of temples, villages and bamboo jungles. Here are the coordinates to a nearby village with both a temple and an outpost.
and there's also a double zombie dungeon close by too. If you want a seed where you can experience one of the biggest caves in Minecraft without having to travel very far, then seed 14 is for you. This seed spawns you right next to this cave entrance. Jump down into it and you'll find yourself in this beast of a cave within seconds of starting your game. I love how the lava lake at the bottom lightens up this whole place. I could fly around and record caves like this all day. I mean, they really are breathtaking. Seed 13 has a beautiful heart-shaped mountain crater, which is fitting because I would absolutely love to build here. This spacious area is covered in flowers, making for a very peaceful building location. There's plenty of room for your own custom flower village. Around the slopes of this crater, there are loads of exposed caves. Drop down into this one and you'll find a huge open dripstone cave with a mine shaft. I never expected to find a cave this big while exploring this area. Head towards the light and you'll find an exit that leads you outside of the mountain crater. Maybe you can use this to create a passageway to your base. Seed 12 has loads of amazing mountains and cliffs. Check out this jungle temple on the side of this coastal jungle mountain range. Along the cliffs of the same mountain, you can find an exposed lush cave with jungle vines covering the entrance. It's a really nice cave with multiple levels, waterfalls, and even jungle trees that have made their way down into the cave. On the edge of the jungle, you can find a meadow village with a house trapped deep down in the caves. To top this seed off, there's even a double skeleton dungeon ready for you to set up a resourceful XP farm. Seed 11 spawns you on a huge Badlands island surrounded by warm ocean and stunning cliffs. Around the cliffs you'll find plenty of large exposed caves for exploring or building a secret base. On the outskirts of the island, you can find a small plains biome with a pillager outpost. That's not the only structure you can find on the island. There's also a jungle temple as well as a desert temple which has been infiltrated by a mine shaft. Have you ever seen a cave spider spawner inside of a temple before? Seed 10 has 2 mansions near spawn, as well as some incredible terrain. There's a dark oak crater mountain with an outpost, jungle mountains with exposed caves, and a savanna village surrounded by stony peaks. You can find the first mansion right by the outpost mountain. Only 440 blocks away, you can find the second mansion. This one is surrounded by loads of exposed lush caves. There's this one down the back of the mansion which leads you to a maze-like lush cave system with loads of lush tunnels in different directions. On another side of the mansion, there's this larger open cave which would give you much more space for building. Just across the river from the mansion, there's yet again another spacious lush cave. I like this one because of the large waterfall. Finally, why not enjoy the sunset over this beautiful spruce landscape? Seed 9 has a rare structure combination right at spawn. Once entering this world, you'll find a frozen shipwreck with a snowy village, a ruined portal, and an ice spikes biome. A great seed if you're looking for a snowy adventure with an exciting start. If you follow the ice spikes, you'll find some windswept ice spike cliffs with a second village. Not too far away from the first, you can find a third village, this time with a basement igloo and an outpost. Seed 8 spawns you close to a desert village with an exposed zombie dungeon. Secure the dungeon before the zombies get to the villagers, and then you can give this village a nice little XP farm. This seed also has a lonely temple one tree island. I've never seen a jungle temple on an island this small before. Turn this into a base and this could end up being a really fun survival island. Have you ever seen a temple in a better location than this? Seed 7 spawns you right next to a huge exposed lush cave. Literally only 5 steps away from spawn and you'll be inside of this jaw-dropping cave. It's one of the biggest and best looking caves I've seen. Everywhere you stand in this cave, it has amazing views. There are so many different areas in this cave, you'll have to explore it for yourself. I'm just in love with this large open area with views of the long lush ledge. Go up and over the ledge and you can even find some dripstone. Seed 6 has a large woodland mansion island, which is extra special thanks to the 3 beach shipwrecks that you can find around the coast of the island. This mansion is really close to spawn and even has an exposed lush cave right next to it. On either side of the mansion you'll find a shipwreck. Here's the first one, and here's the second. You can find the third one after a short trip to a nearby island. Maybe the inhabitants of the mansion used these boats to get to the island before they built their home, or maybe they're the remnants of failed island invaders. What's your theory? Seed 5 has one of the craziest villages I've seen. The village has generated on some windswept terrain, resulting in a very unique house layout.
There are houses on 3 raised platforms, which each have a different biome. There's a swamp platform, a plains platform, and a snow platform. I would love to see bridges connecting these to make it easy to hop across. Close by there's a floating tree. Let me know if this tree generates on your game too. Head across the snowy plains and you'll find another windswept village with a house at the top, which has great views of the frozen lake. Close to spawn, there's a double blacksmith village with a ruined portal and exposed dripstone cave. A great place for building yourself a secret base behind the village. Adventure into the snowy mountains close by and you'll find loads more dripstone caves and villages. My friend Cracked Magnet has used his seed hunting magic to find an incredible seed that spawns you inside of a cave with an infinite mineshaft. That's right, Seed 4 has a mineshaft that literally goes on forever. Infinite rail, infinite plank, infinite minecarts. If you're looking for an underground survival challenge with the most resources possible, this is the seed for you. You won't believe this one until you try it yourself. Seed 3 spawns you on a desert coast with 2 great villages either side of you. One of them has a desert temple, whereas the other has a pillager outpost and a shipwreck. There's a small island with a portal right by the village too. A village packed with so many structures makes this a great spawn if you're up for a desert adventure. You'll probably never travel this far, but this seed also has an epic Badlands cliff with a desert temple inside of a cave. I've never seen a temple buried like this before. Seed 2 has a beautiful spawn with mountains, structures, and a sloped village. The mountain sloped village is right at spawn with a basement igloo just up the hill. The attachment mountain has a great area for building as well as a very deep looking hole. Just across the river from the village, you can find a ruined portal. Enter the nether and you'll spawn extremely close to 2 nether fortresses. You can find the first by following the warped forest, and in the opposite direction, you can find the other one at these coordinates. Exit the nether and head to the ocean. Right by spawn there's also a mansion island. This is a really beautiful stony shored and forested island. It's one of my favourite mansion islands found so far, but that's just because I'm a sucker for an old growth spruce tiger. If you want a Minecraft seed with a spawn that is both jam-packed with structures but also extremely appealing to the eye, Seed 1 is for you. This is the most beautiful structure-filled spawn you'll ever see. I can't believe a seed has been found with all of these features so close together. I'd love to know what your plans would be for a seed like this. Close to spawn, you can find a giant nether portal, a large mountain cliffs lake, a meadow crater with a village, and loads more. Let me know if you decide to play on any of these seeds. If you'd like to continue your seed search, click on the next video.